Brooks locks in, still rallying through this one. The 16-year-old, Lucky Madonna, taking the #1 position on the Challenger Series ranks.
The journey for qualification continues as the WSL Challenger Series hits Sydney's northern beaches, the second stop of the 2024 season. The iconic North Narrabeen returns to the spotlight. Grinding left-handers and rippable alley rights provide the perfect canvas for surfing's future stars.
Wow, that was squared up.
And hangs on for the finish. Competitors converge with a singular ambition to inch closer to the coveted championship tour.
This is what you've trained for. These are the situations that you think of when you go to sleep at night. Come on!
You had to be on your game or you were done in 30 minutes.
For these hopeful surfers, the pursuit continues here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to day 4 of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. There's Isabella Nichols and Nikki Pupo and Gouveia setting up, and Alistair Reginado. Everyone going for their morning surf flick. It's kind of pumping out there.
Yeah, it looks really good. I've had a chance this morning to, while I drank my morning coffee, just scope the lineup as we see Sally Fitzgibbons and her dad Martin walking up the boardwalk there. But yeah, this morning it's beautiful conditions. It's really glassy. You can see that we've had a lot of rain overnight, so there's a lot of water moving out through the river mouth there. But still some really contestable waves on offer.
And we are here at North Narrabeen on Sydney's northern beaches. My name is Matt Chinosky. I'm joined in the booth from former QS surfer, CT surfer, big wave surfer, Felicity Palmatier, and also a TikTok sensation.
Thank you.
How's your morning been?
Great intro. TikTok was the favourite. Morning has been really good. I've just had a coffee, been watching some great surfing, and I'm excited to get into some more competition today. We've got some crazy heats coming up, so yeah, I'm just excited. I'm a bit tired though, I'll give you that. A few days in a row now.
Action-packed surfing. Today we are out into Heat 1 of round of 16 of the men, and it's been phenomenal surfing in the North Narrabeen beach breaks. We've got alley rights. It's kind of breaking, but it's majority focused on the lefts. We had a few car park rights this morning. That rip running through. We waited an hour for the tide, and it's looking a little better than it did at first light flick. And out in the water right now, we have our Brazilian surfer and South African lining up. But Heat 2, an absolute banger as well. Talk us through what we've got lined up for the morning, Flick.
Oh, there's some great heats coming up. I mean, when I look at this round of 16 for the men, I see a lot of names that didn't do so well on the Gold Coast that have really made a charge here in this second event on the Challenger Series, which is really exciting because it means that the rankings are really going to tighten up here, and yeah, the race for qualification's on. Yeah, Heat 2, I mean, how can you go past that? Miguel Pupo, George Patar, obviously he's been in amazing form. Heat 4, Sammy Pupo, who's just continuing on that charge from, you know, his second place finish on the Gold Coast. Someone who really excited me yesterday was in Heat 7, Taro. He's just brought his whole brand of surfing to this Challenger Series, and he's matched up against Cade Matson. So yeah, great morning of action on the way.
An all-international affair. We've got the local and we've got our Western Australian compatriot here, but we're going to go speak to another local, Jesse. He's out and about on the beach.
Yeah, guys, I've run into India Robertson this morning. India, waves look super fun today. It's day 4, round of 16. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, big day ahead. Yeah, starting with the men first. So gonna sit down and watch a few of them, see how they handle some of these tricky sections. Went for a surf early, and yeah, it's not easy, but when they do come, there's some pretty good ones. So yeah, excited for what's ahead.
How do you prepare for an event like today? It is a little tricky, like you said. You might be surfing on a similar tide last heat of the day today. Are you going to analyse the conditions now?
No, I'm not going to watch it too closely. Obviously, it'll change a lot come this afternoon. But yeah, I just want to see how the men just approach the waves, because it is really tricky and those oncoming sections are pretty gnarly. So just want to see how like people like Reggie and George and stuff, how they handle it, and also support the Aussies. So yeah, should be a good day.
Amazing, guys. India Robinson coming up last heat of the day. Should be a good day of action.
Thanks, Jessie. Great to hear from India. She was on a roll up the coast, but unfortunately went down to a couple of roaring hot competitors. Aaron Brooks putting on a clinic up there, and Macy Callahan as well with that 10-point ride. I think that was the heat that India was teeing off on, surfing fantastic in the lead up to that. Another guy is on a roll, Ian Gouveia. He had a 5th place finish up there on the first stop at the Gold Coast Pro. And Geordie Marie, he had a first round exit, so he's representing South Africa, and all the boys are down here this morning, and the girls supporting him. They're all staying together, they're all traveling together. It was pretty classic to see them make them way all the way down from the Gold Coast in public transport and get the bus over here to the Northern Beaches, and a ferry with their board bags. Classic team traveling style that we've all done, Flick.
Oh, I was just about to say that. We've all been there, we've all done that, and back before we had the Challenger Series, it was just the qualifying series, and I mean, I can just think back, I've got so many similar stories all throughout Europe, getting on a train from Spain to Portugal or France or whatever that might be. You're just trying to, you know, it's an expensive situation, so you're just trying to save money wherever you can, but it's also great experiences. And yeah, I mean, down to one of the best locations, I think, in Australia, Sydney, and Narrabeen, one of the most consistent beach breaks, and got some great waves on offer, so I'm looking forward to getting into this man-on-man situation. I feel like it's going to create a lot. Guys are going to be a lot more selective today, and the women, because you can afford to do so. You know, it's a different situation to how you approach a heat as opposed to a 4-person heat. So today, yeah, I think we're going to see maybe a little bit less action, but when that action does happen, they're going to be great rides.
Yeah, that's great analysis there. Narrabeen's been so consistent. It's been a relative short break, offering 1-2 turn combos, those big scores coming generally in the clutch moments of the heat when you think it's all but done. Dying seconds, surfers are pulling things out of nowhere. Today looks a little disorganized, but it's one of the cleaner form swells. It's almost like a more predictable ground swell out there today. So wave selection, as you said, Flick, most likely come into it. It's already been a couple of minutes gone through this heat. But Ian Gouveia representing Brazil. Brazilians have had a good run here across the championship tour and the qualifying series events. David Silva took it out in 2018 at Manly. Jesse Mendez before that, and Adriano in 2014 when it was over there at Norstein. But South Africans yet to log a win here across all the tours. So Geordie Marie going deep into this contest, looking to climb up to the Challenge Series rankings and carry some momentum into the next stop over in Bolito, which will see them tee off in July, Flick.
Yeah, Bolito is, I mean, generally a right-hander, right? But, I mean, a little bit of a mixed bag. It is that beach break, so you've got the option to go both ways. But here at Narrabeen, obviously, predominantly the left, and that's something that I've absolutely loved seeing, because I mean, we've spoken about it all week, but, you know, it's heavily dominated this Challenger Series and the World Tour with right-handers. And so it's been so fun for me to watch, yeah, the surfers go left, they're surfing the other way, different sort of style of surfing, and I've just been so impressed. I mean, I think back to yesterday, even the last 3 days, you sort of touched on it before, but, you know, just how much these surfers are willing to put their body on the line when it comes to a big, crazy section that they've been presented with. I can't go past Eli Hanneman yesterday. It was just amazing. And when it's a beach break like this, you just... it's not over until it's over, because you've got a quick paddle back out, you can find space in this big lineup, and you know, Eli Hanneman did that with 6 seconds left on the clock. He needed a mid-range 6, and he ended up getting a 9. Here we see Geordie.
Smooth, goofy footer out of Cape Town, South Africa, and like he did yesterday, gets completion on his first wave, which has been really tricky to do, and that's why those clutch scores have been going down. Felicity, we just talked about Eli Hanneman, the dying moments. If you haven't seen the wave, go onto the socials and check it out. A big triple up, an airdrop to just an absolute Hail Mary, what we call a low percentage play. It's not something you generally do, risking body and board in the opening seconds of a heat, but a nice pace to Geordie's first wave, a smooth surfing goofy footer. I mean, he's incredible in the barrel, but he's got some smooth surfing too. Felicity, talk us through this one.
Yes, super smooth, and This is the first wave of the day, first heat of the day, and he just wants to get a score on the board here. He just wants to stick that last turn. We always talk about it, first heat of the day, it's sort of the guinea pig heat. Everyone's watching to see where the judges are going to go with this. Look out the back, we see Ian.
Little opening slash there, and Ian goes to the air, does a little reverse, can't ride out of that one, but starting to bring fireworks. You see Geordie peeking over his shoulder, just keeping an eye on his competitor. He'll make his way back out and grab that priority, but strong signs from both of these goofy footers this morning.
Yeah, I like that this is actually an all-goof matchup. I feel like it's cool because, here we go, let's just break this one down. This is Ian, opening wave 2. Sort of similar there to Geordie. Obviously, it's not going to be, this score isn't going to go anywhere near as high as Geordie. He didn't get the completion on that last air, but I almost feel like if he would have just lip-lined that, he probably would have had, he would have made that turn any day, But obviously trying to, I think that's his trump card here. He's got that element of progression. We did see it on the Gold Coast. He was obviously on his backhand. He did this crazy air and scored, I think it was an 8-point right. Excellent score. It was incredible to watch. But I feel like that is, his sort of big point of difference here, just that crazy progression. So he's already trying to go for that, which is exciting for me, but also, interesting because it is so early in the heat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he nailed earlier in the, I think it was the round of 64, a fantastic 7.5 that he opened up with early in the morning, one of the first heats of the day as well, and really opened up our eyes to the confidence that he's carrying from the Gold Coast all the way through. And Fabio Gouveia, Ian's father, was a tremendous, stylish Brazilian surfer at a time when points were awarded often for the amount of maneuvers he did on the wave. Fabio was one of the surfers that was able to incorporate that, funnily enough, speed, power and flow, which we find the criteria going full circle back to now. But just a 2-point ride to open up. The South African getting the jump there, a 4.83. Geordie, as we said, no slouch in the tube, loves it. I'd almost classify his surfing as slab hunting. He loves the barrel, forehand and backside, but a smooth style. It's great to see him open up on these left-handers. I haven't seen too much of him. It is his 3rd season on the Challenger Series, but as you said, Flick, not too many lefts, dedicated lefts on either tours, so these guys relishing in that opportunity to go in their forehand. And here he goes again, attacks the lip line. Nice pace to this, straight up into that carving turn, and he's got a really good pace, and he finishes a 3-turn combination. I mean, feels like he's glued to his board. You hear the South Africans going wild. Easier said than done. First heat of the day, staying on your board in the first 2 waves.
Yeah, I think also we were speaking about it yesterday, but there, with this river water kind of spewing out through there, so much rain overnight, it can feel a little bit slippery on your board. And early in the morning, it's a bit colder. It gets like that silt that spews out through the river. And I heard you guys talking about it in the booth yesterday. Let's break this one down first. This is a great looking wave. He did really well to identify this one. 3 big turns here, gets the finish. So that last turn where he was up there super late. But yeah, this angle here, you really get to see just like the quality of the wave. And I think it's a sign of great things to come this morning. But yeah, identified that wave. Really well done. I think that's obviously going to improve on his score. He's 4.83. I think it's going to go higher than that. As we see Ian.
Ian Gouveia shoots through the barrel. He got barreled yesterday. He's been going through the air, and he's looking strong out there today. I mean, Geordie's going to lock in a healthy score, a great combination of maneuvers with no downtime. But something for the judges to think about. Chandeliering barrel. We didn't think he was going to make it, and he shot through. Look forward to seeing just how deep he actually did get, because that's what the judges are really paying attention to in the barrels. Obviously, as competitors, it's a tricky risk, but here we have a look. Let's go, Flick.
I mean, he was deep. He was really deep. It's just aesthetically looking at that barrel, it wasn't clean. It didn't stay open. I know yesterday was a different day, but I think back to Kyle Belly last heat of the day where he was able to find those 3 barrels. He did fetch a great score for one of them, which was a right, but it was very hollow. It stayed open and he was really deep. I am very interested to see where this goes. He was quite deep in that barrel, but exactly like you said, it was very chandelier-y. It was a little bit foamy, but he did so well to just stay on his feet there, stay over his board, and muscle his way out of it. So, I mean, it's got to feel good.
Yeah.
If you got that in a free surf, you'd be absolutely stoked.
And that's what I say as a competitor. Getting a barrel with a Rashi on always feels good, but I mean, maybe that was not perhaps what he had in mind this morning. Taking off on that, it just was the only choice. He had to get through it. If it opened up and allowed him another section, that's where that combination comes in. But we expect that to sort of maybe around the mid-range, maybe a tad underneath. Not overly complex, but a great takeoff and skillful surfing there from Ian Gouveia, the Brazilian. And he got a 33rd last year here at Narrabeen, so he's already improved on that result. And a keeper result generally, you want to get up into those quarterfinals at the very minimum. Yeah,
definitely on the men's side, a quarterfinals is sort of a keeper, and you've just got to have consistency throughout the whole year. Really, that's what it's about. It's so tight. I mean, only 10 men and 5 women. As I said, that last score dropping through for Geordie.
A 6-6-7 for the South African. A stylish combination of manoeuvres, no downtime, and I think the judge is really enjoying that first combination of manoeuvres, that carving turn to off the top. And how difficult is it out here on the beach break to be able to have that composure between those manoeuvres and make it look smooth?
Oh, you know what? I think he did a great job at looking at smooth, but for me, I think that's his meat and potatoes. I think this is his bread and butter. I feel like, you know, those moves right now, he's just trying to build a really strong foundation, which is already what he's done. He's locked in a 6.67 and a 4.83. They're 2 solid scores, but from here, this is where he's going to start, okay, ramping things up. Anything that he takes on from now is going to be better than that 4.83, you'd think.
Well, it's going to have to be very shortly, because Ian now only needs a 5-point ride. He just got a 6.43 in the barrels. The judge is eating it up, and he would have just heard that come through, second in priority. Didn't expect it to be received that well, but it was a meaty section at the beginning, and the judges see that element of difficulty and that skill rewarded.
Yeah, I think they're also paying how deep it was. It was a really deep barrel, and it was a tricky barrel to ride, so there's a lot of skill involved in that and a lot of technique, so obviously paying that. And surfers coming up in these next few heats are going to be watching that. So typically, I mean, yeah, which is cool, because they're not going to be not looking at those sort of waves, as we see Ian having another look now.
Here he goes, the goofy footer up into that section, and again, so, and a little bit of separation there, so there was a bit of drama in the end section. When you're free-falling like that, the judges tend to reward pretty healthily, and a nice combination backup score for Ian Gouveia.
Oh, you can just see right now how shallow it is on that one little section as Ian just gets gobbled by that bit of foam. And see this wave here, this is a great example of just like how much water's moving and how much it's doubling up as well on this end section. It's going to be exactly like yesterday. We're going to see those Hail Mary moments, you know. Let's have a look here. I like this. He's surfing great first turn and straight into that second one. This was super critical, really well timed. He threw so much spray, and then he read that really well, because there was actually 2 sections there. That was a little bit of a double up on the inside, and he took the high line on that first little wave and went straight into the lip line, which was really impressive, because I feel like if he would have dropped any lower, he would have been on that cupped out section that was way too sucky and probably couldn't have set a rail. So yeah, super impressive there by Ian, and yeah, it was good. But I believe that other judges rewarding that as a make, because for me right there, that 3.33, I'm wondering if that last wave of Ian's and that completion was rewarded, because right now that score doesn't really reflect that.
Yeah, that was interesting. I didn't pay attention to that landing, but it felt like he controlled it, but maybe got swallowed by the whitewash at the end. We'll have to dissect that. But a 3.33, maybe not a lot of full commitment on that first turn, and just all going for it on that end turn. But 16 minutes remaining. Lots of opportunity out here at North Narrabeen.
Oh, look at this one.
Southeast swell and the east southeast wind swell combining together, and that's a great camera angle showing the convergence of whitewash, and we still have a leftover wind swell and that new ground swell building in flick.
Yeah, it's tricky. I spoke to Vahine this morning. She went for a free surf, and I said, oh, how was it, you know? And she said it was really challenging just because of so much water moving. You're constantly having to reposition. She said the lefts, when they come, they're great. Obviously, that's the wave you want, but she said she actually caught a few rights, and that there were a couple of rights going through, and the reason she went right was because it was way easier to paddle back out, because you end up straight in that big rip, and it just obviously you're on a travelator basically, it takes you straight out, whereas opposed to being on the left, if you're getting one of those longer ones, yeah, it's a bit of a mission to get back out. So yeah, she was surprised that she ended up catching a couple of rights, but yeah, you can see them right now. I mean, they're just paddling constantly to reposition more towards the north to stay in position.
Great feedback there from the competitors and yourself, Flick. You've surfed here before. While we wait for some sets, we're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break, but don't go anywhere. More for Heat 1 coming up soon. Welcome back. North Narrabeen here for the Sydney Surf Pro. Stop number 2 on the Challenger. The swell for today. Flick, a bit more ground swell compared to the wind swell we've had the last few days.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, yesterday we saw so much wind and, yeah, a little bit of wind swell, a lot of different mixes of swells. But moving forward for the next few days, good news is I've had a little look at the forecast, Surfline forecast myself, and we've got, you know, let's look at today first. Okay, so today we've got 5 to 7 foot faces, and that's going to hold throughout the whole day. Obviously, we've got these beautiful, clean, glassy conditions this morning, offshore light winds. This afternoon, it's just been happening every day. Obviously, that onshore moves in, and we've seen conditions get pretty tricky. But moving forward for the next few days, obviously, look, we were looking at Monday originally and it was looking good, but now it's sort of trended that sideshore wind sort of kicked up. But if we look forward to throughout the week, I mean, Tuesday now is looking like a great day, maybe potential finals day, 4 to 6 foot faces and nice winds throughout the day. So plenty of swell and plenty of great conditions to choose from throughout the week. So yeah, maybe potential finals day on Tuesday. What do you think, Matt? Local?
Oh, well, we thanks Surfline for that forecast, for keeping us updated. But look, it's variable at the moment. It's been changing a lot, and being a local, you take what you can get. If it's good, we run. And here goes Ian Gouveia on this replay in the break.
Wow. Okay, don't tell me I thought he was going to ride out of this. This was great. Big projection out over lip, tail high air there. But he just got stuck in the scoop as he landed. But I like the attempt, and I really like the intention there. So, yeah, Ian just going to the air as we see a couple of sets starting to roll through the lineup here. We'll see if anyone's in position.
Yeah, Ian looking lively. I'm sure he'll save one of those for the dying minute of the heat, like we've seen so many clutch performances throughout this event so far. Day 4 of competition. We are into the round of 16. This is stop 2 on the Challenger Series. These guys vying for the opportunity. This is the road to the championship tour. They're going to take their campaign to South Africa over in July, and they're going to follow it back over to the US, and they're going to go to Huntington Beach. So another predominant left-hander, which you'll be stoked about, Felicity. And these surfers battling a myriad of different waves throughout the process of the Challenger. What's your favourite stop on the Challenger Series?
Look, I love Australia, obviously. Biased, I live here. However, as we'll see Ian just having a quick little look here.
And here he goes, eyeing off this section, and oh wow, nice little pace there, and he gets a 2-turn combination. And the camera angle a bit pulled back, so difficult to see if it was a similar size in comparison to that cropped angle we saw, but great surfing. You could really emphasize how foamy that landing was and how difficult it is. Ian's feeling glued to that board. That's the one he rode there on the Gold Coast. And he had that phenomenal, excellent range aerial. And he's been riding that throughout the event, a 5.8. That's made by Marcio himself on the Sharpite 77 model.
Yeah, well, it's looking like it's good for him right now. This wave here, this angle gives us a better indication of just the size. I love that last lip line floater. He got a bit more projection there as he let's go through this first turn, fin release there, and then he goes straight into this lip line, but he gets a bit more projection, which is pretty cool. And this one here, I feel like he's obviously registered that 333 wasn't a make on his last turn, so he really emphasized the fact that, hey, hang on, I'm stuck to my board here. I've rode out with control. So let's see where this next score goes.
The final 10 minutes right now, Ingabay looking good, keeping busy under priority. South African just with 2 waves. You can see him posted up out the back, playing that priority game, usually with the 2-man heats. It's a lot more importance to have that P next to your name. We've seen a lot of surfing, in fact, up to 35 waves in some of the heats throughout the 4-man heats, and it's just been so busy, but a little more thoughtful. Jessie, you're out and about. Let's go down and see what she's up to around North Narrabeen.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I'm here with your first Oakberry surf conditions update, and the good news is the swell has hung around. There's plenty of good-sized faces out there around the 5 to 7 foot mark. We have light west-southwest winds, which is perfect. We want the winds coming from the west. We're kind of coming off a low tide. We're pretty much about the midway, and on the low tides, we actually have a bit of a rip forming. So you'll see the competitors keep paddling back up north towards the pool. So adding in another little variable to competition today, but I still think plenty of opportunity out there, and I reckon we're going to see a couple big end sections, kind of like we saw Eli Hanneman do yesterday. So I'm excited. It's going to be a great day of action.
Thanks, Jessie. Nice to have you here giving us that Oakberry Surf Report update. Just confirming the Surfline forecast. It's exactly what we have today. That wind's still pretty variable, but it is predominantly offshore. I mean, it was so pretty windy all day yesterday, so generally that'll take a couple of hours in the morning to clean up around Sydney. Western Australia, much the same. Usually until that sun pops, 8, 9 o'clock, you won't see those. It might be offshore, but it might take a little while to clean up, Flip.
Yeah, definitely. We always call it or coin it the term morning sickness, I guess. Takes a few hours for the ocean to sort of iron itself out, and generally when the sun comes up, things start to look a lot prettier. I don't know if that's actually science or what, but it generally starts to tend to look a lot better. But I think it's even cleaned up a little bit since the early hours of this morning, and it's just going to be interesting to see what it does throughout the day, because we've obviously got a lot of cloud cover around that system. That storm cell's still well and truly around us. Yep. So I think we're going to get a lot of different faces throughout the day of different conditions, and competitors are going to be well and truly aware of that. I mean, I think back to yesterday, and we had all different sorts of conditions, and I mean, there was one point in the day when it absolutely started bucketing down. We see surfers in the next heat getting ready. The man himself, Georgie Patar.
He'll be coming up next against Miguel Pupo. This is going to be a fantastic heat. You've got the natural footer versus the goofy footer. But it is in this heat. Both Goofies and Ian's taking the lead, the Brazilian. He's got the priority now, and Geordie took off, and he used his priority earlier and just an up and off, and here he goes now under priority, keeping busy here. Nice layback jam. Oh, frees the fins. Unfortunately, just poking the nose, unable to ride out of that. Now needing a 5 to take back the lead. That 4.83, as we said earlier, won't be safe. Whenever you've got a couple of 4s in this event as a backup, it hasn't proven to be helpful towards the latter end of the heat. And a 5.23 for Ian Gouveia was enough to get him up and riding clear of the whitewash flick. I think that was the key in that wave. Yeah, definitely. Judges obviously rewarded that as a make. But for me today, as we move through these rounds, these surfers, you know, they're the best of the best right now. The scores are going to be higher. It's going to take more to get through these heats. The caliber of surfer that we're seeing today, you know, they're great surfers. They've got great read on this lineup. They've obviously figured out Narrabeen. They've figured out this beach break scenario, and they've transitioned the best from the Gold Coast down, or snapper, which is the predominant right-hander, to here at Narrabeen, which is the left. And yeah, you know, we've got great guys and women coming up in these rounds that, I mean, you look at the next heat, just for example, I mean, George Pitar, who's been on
an amazing role. I mean, we've been talking about it all event, but it's been incredible to watch him throughout this whole Australian leg on the CT and then on the Challenger Series as well. So coming up against Miguel Pupo, who obviously after stop 5 on the Championship Tour, here he is right now checking in, but didn't make the cut. And, you know, these two surfers coming, this is going to be an amazing battle. Miggy has looked incredible all event. Obviously Goofy as well, so I'm looking forward to seeing that comparison and between himself and George. And I mean, both surfers are going to want to make it through this round because obviously we spoke about it before, but that next round is a keeper result, potentially as a 5th.
Yeah, moving forward to the pointy end of the rankings, these guys are going to take some prize money and much rewarded points. And here goes Geordie, searching for a 4.99. The South African unable to ride through that convergence, keeping busy. Under priority, and this will be interesting to see what Ian Gouveia does now. The experience of Ian in this situation, he's been in these scenarios throughout this event so far. Will the 31-year-old pull the trigger and try and better his 5.23, or this is going to tell the tale of the day? Will he sit there and try and sell Geordie on these? Talk us through this wave flick.
Yeah, this one a bit frothy. Obviously, big section there. He goes up and hits it and goes for the finish. And he's been making sections like that all week. So, of course, he was going to try his luck there, put his body on the line. But that was just a frothy wave. It was super hard to serve. He was just up there that little bit too late. Couldn't quite project out and into that open water. But, yeah, I mean, this is going to be pretty telling, these last 4 minutes of this heat. And I mean, I understand, like, I think it's good that Geordie's kind of giving Ian something to think about and question. I mean, that's what you want to do. You don't want to just be sitting there because obviously he doesn't need such a high score. I mean, a 4.99, you can do that on one term. We've seen it happen all event. So it's totally within his wheelhouse. It's not over yet. 3.5 minutes, plenty of time. I think, yeah, it's a great idea to give Ian something to think about. Question, okay, like, should I be using my priority here? Is this a good enough wave or not? But the scary thing for Ian right now is that, you know, almost any wave could be that score just because one big turn is fetching 9-point rides.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And a 3.5 for that re-entry before he went incomplete. But you'd have to say that 4.99, that was a pretty chunky wave too. So here's Ian just trailing Geordie. You can see a surfer in red just following him right now. Looks like he's well aware of Geordie's skills. He knows that. But if a gem comes, if something pops up that looks like the score, because Ian's looking to drop a 5.23 himself. Both goofy footers. So are they looking for a similar type of wave, perhaps?
Oh, I'd say so. I feel, I mean, it's just going to be interesting. He's at the mercy of the ocean too and whatever comes through. So he's got to just take what he's given. But I think for Geordie right now, it's just important to realise that, hey, this can be done on one turn. I don't necessarily need to be looking for those 2-3 turn waves. Right now for Ian, yeah, it's nervous times for him because he here we go, having a look here. It looks like Ian's going to use his priority.
Oh, and he's deep on the left here. He's attacking down the line. He goes to the air. Corrupt flip, unable to ride out there.
Wow, it's going big.
He had the right idea, yeah. I mean, he certainly would have been close to eclipsing that 6.43 if he can ride out of that, but it didn't. It was a soft landing. It didn't look like it formed up too well on the bank for the landing.
But, no, that was an ugly section to land on.
And a defensive move from Ian, who's given priority back to Geordie Marie with 1:45. We're into that NRMA final 2 minutes.
Look, I mean, right now, Geordie's at the mercy of the ocean, but he's also got the power in his hands right now. He has the little P next to his name. He's got priority. So if a wave comes and the opportunity's there, it's going to be interesting to see where his mindset's at, how he attacks this. You've got to be thinking that he's going to get another roll of the dice here.
Yeah, absolutely, and the South Africans will be on the edge of their seat. Aidan Massakamp, Daniel Emsley and Sarah Bourne, they'll be tuning in, all up in the competitors area, watching him right now. A minute to go. We've seen these heroics pulled off. And just a 0.77 for Ian's last wave, deemed incomplete again.
It's interesting right now. If I'm Ian, I mean, looks like he's paddling up towards Geordie, but I'd be getting up there pretty quick. Even though Ian doesn't have priority, I'd be getting in his space just to give him something to think about, because right now he's giving him all the space in the world. And if that wave does come through, you know, Geordie doesn't have to worry about another competitor in his mind. It's just another thing to factor in. That's me personally. Obviously, Ian's trying to play the game of, if I have space, I'm going to try and improve on my 5-2-3, which is also a good game plan.
Yeah.
You know, there's a million ways to slice it here. But, yeah, obviously, Ian deciding I'm going to try and improve on this 5.23.
Yeah, 20 seconds remaining. A lot of distance between the field. Geordie to the right-hand side of the screen. He looks like he's spotted something. You can hear the beach announcer giving him that report. Looks as the final 10 seconds. Will this be it? Is it going to form up? The ocean providing a little bump, and here he goes. South African up and riding. Goes to the air, and he sticks it as well. And poking the nose on the wave before last. He started off strong, glued to his board in the first two waves, looking for just a 4.99. Ian paddled away, left the distance. He knows that may be right around that score. If not any, judges will look at the complexity of it and the critical nature of it, but...
So he needs a 4.99. I mean, for me, I feel like there's got to be some comparisons made to Geordie's 4.83 for sure. I mean, even that 5.23 of Ian's as well. But it's sort of a different style of surfing. Obviously, those other two waves, they were two turns as opposed to this one air. Looking forward to having a look here and, breaking it down. So smaller wave, obviously, and he knows he's only got that one section, so he does go to the air. Wasn't a massive air by any chance, but tail high, he did put it all on the line. He knew he only had that one section, so this is going to be really exciting.
Well, Flick, scores are getting locked in right now.
Yep.
Needing a 4.99, praying. Ian Gouveia.
Hang on.
And the score's in. It's not enough for Geordie Marie. Ian Gouveia holds on, the Brazilian. The first matchup between Geordie Marie and Ian Gouveia. They're going to remember that one for quite some time, but around 16 lost there for Geordie Marie. Ian Gouveia moves forward. He prays to the gods, and he's stoked. He's elated, and as you would be in those dying moments, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, nervous times for him. He obviously had that bit of space between himself and Geordie. He would have been watching that wave too. And so, yeah, this is great for Ian. I mean, he's backing up that Gold Coast performance and through to the quarters now.
Well done to Ian Gouveia, and a great performance from Geordie Marie. Nice to see him on these left-handers. We're going to go to a break. We're going to bring in Laura Enever coming up next to join the booth for heat number 2 of round 16. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Destination New South Wales, strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to stop number 2 in the Challenger Series. We're here at North Narrabeen on Sydney's northern beaches. And out the water right now, we have some action. We've invited another guest back in the booth. We have the local queen, Laura Eneva, the 2010 World Junior Champion out here. And you actually took out Felicity Palmer-Tier in the process as well.
Semi-finals. Sorry, sis.
You owe me one.
Next time, next life. At the World Juniors.
Nice to have you, Laura. How's the morning been so far?
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, so good. Happy Sunday, everyone. It's not raining, which is amazing. And, you know, the waves are tricky, but it's getting better throughout the day. That lake was just pelting out this morning, running so fast, and it was just really causing havoc in the lineup. And that is seems like it's easing off right now. Someone actually caught a really big fish in the lagoon.
Oh, wow.
So good job to them. Hopefully they released it.
No doubt they did, and you might be surfing with it later. We'll see you in the Legends Heat coming up after the
big
men,
day.
after the women, sorry, and after the Heat 8 of round of 16 of the women. We'll see the Legends Heat coming up. You'll be in amongst, who have we got in it? Damien Hardman,
Tom Carroll,
Nathan Hedge,
and Robbie Bain.
Robbie Bain, perfect.
Yes. That's the same heat that we had last year. I'm going to have to go dust my thruster off.
And the sole natural footer, regular footer out there.
Yes, I am. How is that?
Wow,
I
that doesn't
definitely
happen.
got priority, right?
Yeah. Steph got it up on the Goldie. I think you get it here.
Absolutely.
Well, we do have the regular versus Goofy battle out there right now. So it's Flick and Laura, round 2 in 2024 here at the Challenger Series. Miguel Pupo, the father of 3. He's out there right now, and he's been pensive all morning, watching the conditions. But it's George Huptar who started off nice and early.
Yeah, George here. There's a couple of cracks on the backhand here, but doesn't convert on that last manoeuvre. So that's just going to be a little throwaway score. A little warm-up for the morning.
Conditions, once again, almost another clutch score coming in for Geordie Marie in that previous heat. But it's been a phenomenal week of surfing. We're going to go catch up with Ian Gouveia, a relieved and pensive Ian Gouveia with Jesse on the glass.
Yeah, Ian, heats like that, moments like that, stressful end to that heat. How are you going?
Yeah, oh, that was a hard one. You know, from the round 60 to the quarters, it's a lot of points on the game, and it's at these times we are already thinking of the points, so I battle really hard, and Jody Marid's a legend. We were hanging out yesterday and eating some sushi together, and we had really fun out there. But then, at the end of the heat, it wasn't fun. It was hard to take a decision which wave I would block, and you know, in the end, he got that air, and I just wait for the score.
In moments like that, when you've watched a competitor take to the air to try and get a small score, what's going through your head? Are you kind of freaking out at that point in time?
Yes, I was every time there, try to catch waves, and I know there's a lot of ramps right there, so any bad wave, we can do a good air and get a great score in a poor wave. So I was trying to do that without priority, and this time I didn't land it, but that barrel, luckily I got the score, a good score on that one. It was really hard inside the barrel, and I was stoked with the score.
And obviously there's a lot going on in Brazil right now. Do you feel like you're surfing for more than yourself?
Yeah, for sure. It's difficult times down in Brazil, and every day we are looking people losing their house and have to live their lives really hard with the flood. So yeah, we just always sending good energy to them, and let's try to win for them.
Amazing. Well, you're on to the quarterfinals. Congratulations again. Anything you want to say back home?
Valeu, galera. Bora pra próxima.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Jesse, and a heartfelt message there from Ian Gouveia, who took that win, and he's doing it for more than just himself. He's giving some hope and some trying to put some smiles on some faces of some very disastrous situations that are going on over in Brazil right now, and we send our condolences to everyone who's lost family, lives, and the floods, and that's what sport's always there for us. Right, Laura?
Yeah, absolutely. And another Brazilian out in this heat, Miguel Pupo, but this is George Peter looking for the right now, so this looks like a nice alley right, 2-turn combo. There's kind of the two different types of rights that you can get out there today. So there's the alley rights, which are taking off further towards the left of the screen, and then there's the rights that you can get coming off the car park ride, and they'll usually be shorter but maybe bowlier. Alley rights tend to sort of fizzle into that rip running out. So I think, like you said about Vahine in her free surf, it's actually a really good option, I think, today for surfers to look right just because of that, difficulty paddling back out in the left.
Yeah, Vahine said, she's like, I'm actually surprised. Like, the right actually bowled up a bit, was okay, because she had the idea of, I'm going to go left out there. I think she might have got one left or something, but she said it was really challenging just at the moment. Just it's still heaving on that end section and kind of gets stuck in that little whirlpool or the undertow, and it just holds you and pins you there.
Yeah, well, we saw Sierra Kerr yesterday in her heat. She was paddling for about 5 to 10 minutes, just couldn't break out through that left-hander. And, it sucks when that happens.
And here goes Miggy Pupo, just under priority, trying to keep busy, trying to pluck one of those left-handers away from George Pittar. And we're talking about Vahine Fierro. We'll see her coming up in Heat 1 of round of 16 of the women's after the men's today. The tide will be just after the high and should have some quality waves on offer. And how tidal is the bank right now, Laura? Obviously, there's not as much sand as we're typically used to seeing at Narrabeen on the outside peak. What could we expect throughout the morning?
Yeah, I think, even when I turned up here a few days ago, there was so much sand, like you said, on that inside bank, but it just goes into deep water really quickly. So we see George on an outside left.
A nice re-entry there for George, just good for the one turn. But backing up that 4.33 he got on the wave previous on the alley right. He'll make his way back out and looks like he'll get out with a pretty clean run, maybe 1 or 2 duck dives, which is the perfect scenario so you don't get belted in, as you talked about with Sierra Kerr earlier. And let's talk through this replay here, Flick.
Yeah, so this one here is just one big backhand belt, great technique, and super critical. Released the fins there, got a little bit of a slide. But, look out if he gets 2 of those done, because that was impressive.
Well, and he's also, I think, playing off what he did yesterday. His strategy, both of his scores yesterday were based off one-turn waves. So it's sort of knowing that a one-turn wave could be in your top 2 or your best wave by the end of the heat.
That first turn is setting up this big crack and just falling out of the back of the wave there for George Pittar. Wasting no time, trying to get momentum because he knows he's up against the experienced Miguel Pupo, who's just come off the championship tour. He's at a slightly different phase of his life right now. He's a father, he's a businessman as well, taking on the distribution there and owning JS, or part owner of JS with his brother over in South America. JS Surfboards, obviously, the board's under his feet and doing extremely well. One of the smoothest surfers we've seen on here on the Challenger Series, rolling the dice on this wave, and that one, he may still regain priority though, bogging the rail, and he'll maybe shoot straight back out before George does. See them in a little paddle exchange there across the screen. And priority is going to have an impact. We saw it in that last heat. Nearly a poor decision from Ingabay to separate himself from Geordie Marie, but it paid off in the end, Laura.
Yeah, no, it really did. Just looking at these guys, I wonder, George Pittar, priority. So these two just heading back up towards the left-hander. You can see that rip just, today's one of those days you're just going to have to non-stop paddle to get back into position.
And Miggy yet to fire any waves of shots of consistency here. An 8.59 required. He's in a predicament right now. Needs to start building. We're approaching the halfway mark of the heat. He knows, he's experienced, and he was watching the conditions. He didn't seem to have surfed this morning. Down here early, just watching and observing the tidal change and just waiting for that call. It was a little later. It was half an hour delay, just waiting for that tide to settle a little bit here at North Narrabeen. And the crowd making their way down on a pretty grey morning, but sun might still pop out, Laura.
Yeah, a bit gloomy this morning, but like I said before, at least it's the rain's eased, which is amazing. And take my hat off to all the crew that were down here in the rain yesterday, cheering on all the men and women. And I feel like we're gonna have a big crowd today.
Oh yeah, especially with that Legends heat this afternoon. Look out, Sunday afternoon.
Sunday Arvo.
sure all of North Narrabeen board riders will be here, making the most of the VIP zone, the Cooper's Bar.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's most definitely, especially if the waves start turning on. There'll be a lot of Groms ready to jump out in the water and lining on the beach to surf with their legends like they do all the time, Laura.
And as well, they still have a local boy, Geordie Lawler, but he'll be on, I think, in a couple of heats' time. So expect to see everyone probably a bit tie-dyed coming down to the beach.
And heat 6, we'll see Geordie Lawler coming up against Levi Slawson, the local boy Geordie. He's done well in the past. He's won the QS when it was down at North Stain, and he also had a few victories at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and he's done well at Port Stephens as well. So Geordie, no slouch, a goofy footer. He'll be watching this heat too with local boy George from North Stain down in Manly, a few beaches to the south. And under priority, Miguel takes off, but George using his priority up and over in that one, and he just comes off, but perhaps a strategic move to keep Miguel off that and delay his intro into the heat, Felicity.
Yeah, Miguel obviously forced that option there. Miguel was like, you better be going this, and Miguel even stood up to really ask that question of George. George went, I mean, it was a funny wave, that one. He had to sort of race down the line here. You can see Miguel really forcing the issue here for George to use his priority. But yeah, George had to race down the line here. He waits for this section to bowl out. It just cupped out that little bit too much. Didn't get down that face of the wave. That it's just as quick as what he'd like to. But it was a bit of a funny one. It just like ran off.
Yeah,
it
just stretched out a bit too far.
And technically, when you're paddling for a wave like that and your eyes aren't set down the line, you've got your mind on something else, and the average surfer gets it with the crowd. Can it take your momentum out, the way you're timing your maneuvers? Does it affect that? Your vision.
Clarify, sorry?
Yeah, so the vision is, he had one eye of Miguel and another eye down the line.
I see what you're
perhaps
saying.
in between two maneuvers?
I don't know. I don't think he would necessarily be thinking too much about Miguel. I think he was just, okay, I'm going this wave, and I think George is pretty mature in the fact that he's probably just focusing on himself as he's looking to what you were talking about, Laura, that car park right, as we see Miggy.
Gouge in the pocket, and he goes down again. So that's his fifth incomplete wave, and there's Sammy Pupo, his brother. He's feeling the frustration right now that Miguel would be, although his body language is sensing a pretty relaxed vibe right now as he makes his way back out into the lineup.
Yeah, I'm sure Miguel's still feeling calm, just going, you know what, wipe it off. At this point in the heat, 14 minutes to go, he's just got to reset. You know, after taking so many falls and having no waves really convert, let's see what happened here. He took off. This wave actually looked like it had a nice bowl to it, and he just went up, hooked it, but probably didn't get the release he wanted, and then just unfortunately nosedive. That is chop suey.
Oh, no.
I feel like my brother has a lot of those highlights during my World Tour career.
Yeah, I can see Chris getting around that a little bit.
I think there's a video of him maybe walking up the stairs with like 5 minutes to go and I was combo. Just
Classic.
absolutely bogging.
Laura, never cease to crack us up here in the booth. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break, but don't go anywhere. We're going to come back for the remainder of Heat 2. Some action very shortly.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by NRMA Parks and Resorts, the official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back. We're into Heat 2 of the round of 16 of the Men's Challenger Series. Stop 2 on the tour. And these guys vying for crucial points on this tour to get on the back onto the championship tour. And here goes Miguel Pupo and finally sticks a wave. That's his 6th attempt. And he rides out on his feet and he's back into this heat, Laura.
You could just tell he was like, no, I just have to complete something at this point in the heat. And that would have felt nice. It was a nice connection. It's not going to go too high, but it's going to get him back in this heat. I mean, George only has 2 mid-range fours, so just anything to chip away at that heading into the final 10 minutes. But you can see that little bit of frustration. So much water moving here, so much lump, but this one doubled up and he was like, whammy, let's go. Into the lip. Came down so clean, he just knew he had to get that completion. You could tell he was like, all right, let's go. Back on, and then he was just the frustration here sort of coming out.
And that's a thick section in there. There's a lot of water moving. I mean, that was probably the most difficult section he's had to land the whole out of his 6 attempts flick. And I mean, to pull something off like that with a big converging lip, there's a lot of expertise and connection to your equipment to be able to land that.
Yeah, for sure. I think I've got to echo what Laura said. You could still see that even though he stuck it, he's still a bit pissed.
Yeah,
he's like,
totally.
oh, yeah, like, come on, let's get into this. Like, what's going on? Like, he makes those every day in his sleep. You know, it's uncharacteristic that, he's had so many falls. And wow, rewarded.
Yeah, 5.83. The judges seeing the severity of that turn. It was a critical moment. It was a thick lip, and the way that he was able to project off, it's the best wave of the heat so far. Now only needing a 3.43. George's waves tapering, some nice surfing. One of them, that 4.33 to single turn, and the combo for the 4.93.
Yeah, wow, what a positive shift for Miguel right now. You know, he's got that wave under priority. He's gone to the lip. You can just tell he was like, let's just go for this. He's going to take off, have another look, but a mental shift there. He's broken that rhythm that he had, and now he's just he's locked in the best wave of the heat. And judges showing what they are after today. They want to see people just sending it into those.
Oh, he stays on his board. George Patar opening slash there, getting up down the line, maintaining some speed. Second turn there, and that one didn't feel good from the onset. A washy wave, and can't help but feel he wanted to take that one off Miguel as well.
Oh, yeah, that was a frustrating takeoff, but he did well to hang on. But you have to think after, you know, being caught up so far at the start of the wave, as Miggy swinging.
Here he goes, on a roll. Highest heat score of the day, highest wave of the morning. Oh! He goes to round 2, and he's unable to ride out of that one. A thicker, meatier section. You could see the... anticipation from his brother.
Well, he's cracked the code on the last wave. He's like, okay, I just need to do a nuts lip line into a crazy section. And unfortunately that time, the timing and the precision, it had this little bit of whitewater sort of fluff that I think he thought was the lip, and then he's gone up to hit it 2 waves. It's just put him off. That just whacked it.
Oh, no.
That's when it doesn't work out.
As dramatic as it looks, that may have been the best exit for him. He comes down with that and doesn't land it.
Totally. I mean, fired. If he'd been able to pull that off, it would have been a really high scoring turn.
Here we go. His 8th attempt here. Miguel Pupo needing a 3.43. Foam section there. Looking for more down the line. A little foam climb to finish. Not as extravagant as that last wave or the one before, but going to town on that wave. Just keeping busy. Thoughts, Flick?
Thoughts right now that even though there's no big high scores in this heat, the context of this heat is going to get really interesting here. I mean, this wave, smaller wave, carving manoeuvre, he's only trying to get a 3.43 right now.
Yeah, you can tell he's trying to surf 4.3 as well. Yeah. So it's hard. I feel like sometimes the judges, when you're really forcing that score, I don't know, it's going to be close with that one. He got one good carve, but...
Oh, that was nice.
As we see George.
Patar riding out of that one. He's got a low of a 4.33. The North Stain surfer, he's got his support crew on the beach right now, and this heat's starting to get very interesting. Maybe another paddle battle on the way back out, Felicity.
Yeah, I just, what I was talking about before is that even though there's no big major scores, with the context of this heat, it's very, very close right now. We're splitting hairs, and just how the rest of this heat plays out and who's smart with their priority, the decisions right now are going to be critical because there's a lot of room for movement, and it's sort of anyone's right now. I mean, that's how I read it, even with these scores not dropping in yet. Let's have a look at this one from George. So he gets a carving manoeuvre there, and he gets through this little lumpy section and gets a finish. It's just so funny, these finishes for me, because it's just been such a topic of contention the last few days. In the heat previous, I mean, we saw Ian Gavea not get rewarded for one of those finishes. So, and I think the same might have just happened for George.
Yeah, 2.43, not riding out of that one. The judges deem that incomplete. He'll make his way back out, and heat leader Miguel, well, not heat leader yet, only needing a 3.43. We have a score still to drop for Mig. He's got priority, and you can see him right in on the shore break. But the wave's starting to turn on, Laura.
Yeah, no, it's cleaning up, and I think, yeah, just as that river mouth sort of chills out, as the tide runs out, it's actually just going to become a lot cleaner throughout the mid-morning. And then, you know, as we see that tide run in again at low tide, it's probably going to kick up again, the rip. But, you know, these guys doing so well to really pick the eyes out of the waves and offer right now. And yeah, I think we weren't really expecting it to be as stormy again today. That low has just been shifting around and making, I guess, the forecasting pretty tricky this week. But yeah, they're doing good.
George, he's down into, we're still leading. We're waiting for this score to drop for Mig. It's a marginal score, but we feel like he was surfing for the score. Yeah, thoughts, Flick, on that turn or the three turns?
I think it's right there. It's close. I think we're splitting hairs.
Yeah, I think I feel like the wave was small. It had a lot of foam on it. He got that first nice opening wrap, but then it just didn't really give him the opportunity. And the last turn was a foam climb, so I'm not sure where the judges. Oh, it looks like it's locked in right now.
A 3.3. It's not enough. The judges deeming that one just to be a little on the less intense side of things, considering he got the 5.83 for one turn.
Well, you can tell right now what the judges are looking for. So it's so good for all the other athletes in the draw right now, watching these early heats, to be like, you're actually going to get, you can get through heats and get the highest score of the day with a single turn, as we saw Eli Hanneman yesterday do.
Phenomenal surfing from Eli in the dying seconds of the heat. It's been the story of the event so far. People just putting everything on the line, and this is the round of 16. It's 9th place finish. It's not a bad one, but it's the quarterfinals, the 5th onwards, that is the real counter here, and that's going through these surfers' minds. George has been on a roll. We know we've seen him on the championship tour. Have two events there at Bells and Margaret, so he put on a great show, but it all comes down to this moment, this important moment on the tour that he needs to qualify through to get on the CT permanently. And in the final 3 minutes, 50 seconds, whoa, see a cupped out barrel on the inside.
Right now, for George, it's nervous times. Miguel's sitting out there with priority, and he only needs a 3.43. And knowing that he got a 5.83 in the contest of this heat, highest score for just that one singular floater, I'm not feeling safe if I'm George right now, and I'd be possibly, I mean, if I'm him, I'm trying to improve on my situation, because these are small scores right now.
And both surfers not carrying a lot of confidence. They've fallen on 6 waves. The 2 waves that they've made have gone into their top 2, so it's not like they've got a high success ratio this morning, and it is tricky. And here he goes. George Pitar has to make way for the guy with priority, Miguel Pupo. Nice carve maneuver, get things started, goes on lip line, and he rides out, and that will be the score, you'd have to think, a 3.43. Yeah. And you can see finally some elation from his brother, Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, you can just tell that wave. As we see George on the defense, you'd have to think now.
Yep, up into the section. Oh, and doesn't quite ride out of that. He came back down with some control, but you can sort of see his body language.
Yeah,
he kind of knows he's going to need to score.
Yeah, you can tell that he knows that that's probably not going to get deemed complete. Unfortunately, because he had control coming down, he just couldn't get that weight over the front foot. But Miggy, with priority, like you said, Flick, he just got served up an absolute gem of a wave. It had so much clean face. It sort of double it up here in the rip, that one nice carve. And at this point, you could just tell he was like, I just need to finish this.
Yeah.
Just precision, timing. He got that end section correct this time. And yeah, critical, clean, smooth surfing for Miggy, and he knows it. It's probably going to be the best wave of the heat.
Wow, and then behind him, this is George. Exactly what you said, Laura, on the defence, trying to back up or trying to improve on his situation. He just can't hang on. So he's had 2 moments like that where he hasn't been able to convert on that last turn. But, I mean, hats off to Miggy. That was a great last wave for him, a great comeback, and under pressure, pulled the trigger, had priority, and you've got to be thinking that, you know, that's better than his 5.83. I mean...
sometimes it's just even more nerve-wracking knowing that you need a 3.4, especially after you got a 3.3 in his last roll of the dice and came just under. You just, you know, it's one of those hard scores to get a 4. You can't undersurf it. You got to go for it.
Score's still getting locked in. George most likely thinking he's going to need a score. You would have heard some of the crowd down there on the beach. We have a lot of Brazilians in attendance supporting Miggy Pupo, and he's gone to the lead. The stylish Brazilian has now got priority and the lead in the final minute. George now requiring a 6-point ride. That last wave incomplete, Flick.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. He hasn't been able to stick those last couple of turns, and yeah, he's just made maybe a couple of little errors here. I think it's just been, I think it's really telling because these two guys, the skill level is so high of just how difficult it is on these end sections right now, because it's just really telling to how difficult it is to come down with that lip line or either with that 2 converging bits of whitewater right now. It's challenging because the calibre of surfer in this heat is so high. I mean, we looked at all these round of 16 heats, and I mean, on paper we were thinking, oh wow, this is the one where we're going to see big scores, but I think the small scores are just telling of just how difficult it is.
Last 10 seconds, George up and radical wipe out there from George Pitar, putting everything on the line, and Miguel with priority took off inside him, so he'll likely leave with maybe an interference as well, because Miggy took off behind him.
That was a pretty interesting situation there, because it felt like Miguel knew it was a closeout. George was like, I'm going to try Hail Mary this one. But I don't actually know if Miguel properly got to his feet. So if George had pulled that off, he could have been in with a chance, but nasty looking fall. And the way that heat went, it felt like George's scores. He got all in the first 10 minutes of the heat. He had control, but you can never have control when you've got 2 4s.
No.
Like, especially up against CT surfer like Miguel Pupo. And he's going to just feel so elated to have been able to turn that around, you know, after he spent more than 2/3 of his heat getting nothing over a 1.
I know. Yeah, hats off to the comeback from Miguel there.
Yeah, good battle from both of these guys. It's the first time they've met up in a Challenge Series event, and Miggy gets the jump on Norstain's George Pitar. Miggy will move through into the quarterfinals, and George Pitar will leave with 3,300 points and a 9th place finish here at North Narrabeen. See some nice competitor camaraderie there. We're going to go to a break. We're going to bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for Heat 3 coming up next.
Welcome back to the show and happy Mother's Day to all the mums out there, including my very own. Hope you're having a fantastic morning. We certainly are down here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Ronnie Blakey, joined by one of the best to ever do it from the Northern Beaches, Richie Lovett. Good to see you, Rich.
Morning, Ron. Great to see you too, mate. Yeah, happy Mother's Day to all the amazing mums out there. All the love in the world. We love you.
Yeah, we do. Let's get stuck into another big heat. We're setting up quarterfinals here today on another grey day, but certainly cleaner conditions out there at the moment. We just saw Miguel Pupo, the veteran, get the win over George Pittar, an important result for him, but a bummer for the Northern Beaches faithful.
Yeah, big one for Miguel. He's trying to get back onto that championship tour, and poor Georgie, the local contingent, some disappointed faces as they trudge up the beach now. But, mate, this guy's been so good the last couple of seasons, or the last couple of months, and, this is just a little moment where he's just got to reset again, and he'll bounce back in the next event, for sure.
Still not a bad result, though, for him. As we get stuck into now Heat 3, and we've got a couple of rip-snorting heats for you. Alistair Reginato from the Sunshine Coast. He's looking for his best ever finish in a Challenger Series event. He needs to survive this heat to crack those quarters. Alejo Munez, he's been so impressive. Really love the way he was surfing up at Snapper Rocks. I've said it a couple of times. This guy looks reinvigorated in 2024, and he's going to whip that board vertically on his first wave. Incomplete, though. Let's see how Reggie goes.
Big hit there for Alistair as just the one hit. And that has been the order of the last couple of days. Just big monster turns. These surfers throwing everything at it, and they need to. Just limited opportunities. Short, sharp, quick waves. But really fun, super contestable. Lots of water moving there. You can see the alley right, the rip, the little escalator. Just ripping through the lineup at the moment. Sorry,
almost a similar bit of a similar narrative in this one as that last heat, where you've got someone with championship tour experience, a veteran really in this field, up against one of the rising stars. Alistair Reginato hasn't hit his straps yet on the Challenger Series, but he's going to hit him here on his second ride, upside down, on just a thumping set wave here. 5.67 for his first one. That turn was much better, much more inverted. And this is going to be a big score. Sure, he didn't set the fins free, he didn't take to the sky, but there's been a level of commitment rewarded by the panel throughout the event so far. And that one was right on edge.
Wow. Wake up. Here we go. Alistair Reginato quickly gets on the bottom turn, up and under the lip. He was almost upside down. And the replay will show it. Up and under the lip there, super critical. There was a moment of pure weightlessness before he reconnected, and it kind of reminded me of Eli Hanneman's one. Eli's was a beast of a thing. That one was a little smoother, but definitely really similar in the attack and the approach and how inverted they got.
Yeah, numbers coming through are looking rock solid. 7.67. The panel just gorging on the commitment there. Really threw himself into it. Not an easy move to ride out of. And he is just shoveling the pressure onto Alejo Munez in the early stages here. Just the old 1-2. 2 turns, and he's got a very healthy heat score total already.
Yeah, this is a total contrast to the heat before, which was scrappy, not a lot of waves. Alistair Reginato, he's kicked this one off with a bang. His low score almost is eclipsing anything we saw in that last heat. But the big fella, he's doing well. So much power, both these competitors. But a contrast in styles for sure. Alejo Munez, a little shorter in stature, wider stance. Gets a little bit more leverage there. Alistair stands a bit taller.
Yeah, Alejo's been dropping some pretty impressive end section hits throughout his run so far in this contest too. So we look forward to the response. But right now, let's hear from the winner of Heat 2 of the morning with Jess Starling.
Miggy, talk about an emotional roller coaster in a heat. That just seemed like the most frustrating heat.
Yeah, I was planning to have a good heat. You know, I knew George is a really great surfer, and you know, I feel like I've been on tour with him already because we've been surfing together since Bells, like, you know, free surfs and being around him, and he's surfing really well. Got a good result at Snapper, so he's really confident. So I knew it was going to be a hard heat, but I felt like we were having trouble trying to grip the fins, and we were all sliding all over the place. And I was just trying to get just 2 turns, and yeah, happy to get at the end and get the score.
And, you know, we're just talking 60 days away from home. You're away from your little girls. How are you staying motivated to keep showing up and putting on your best performances?
Yeah, it's hard. You know, it's a roller coaster. It's a lot of emotions, you know, up and down, and you're losing, and then you didn't make the cut. So it's like, it's tough, but I feel motivated. I feel like I got a few years extra in me, and I love going live, so I knew this event was a good one for me. I was trying to bag a result, so already in the quarterfinal, it's pretty good, so hopefully I can keep going.
And into the quarterfinals now, what's the preparation for that going to look like for you?
It's been a long time since I've been in the finals day, so I don't really remember what to do, but just happy, you know, it's the last event of this Australian leg, so let's finish it off strong so I can go home and rest and prepare for the next one.
Amazing. I'm sure your little girls are watching back at home. Anything you want to say?
Mandar abraço para a galera do Brasil, todo mundo no Rio Grande do Sul, tá difícil a situação aí. Então abraço para vocês, beijo para minha família.
Amazing. Thanks so much. Congrats, Miggy. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jess. And happy Mother's Day to Miguel's wife, who is ultra supportive. As we see Alejo looking to fight his way back into this heat, just push right against the ropes in the early stages here, Rich, with that solid combination of individual turns there from Alistair Regginato to get himself a heat score total of 13.34, all in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, an amazing start. Couldn't have asked for anything better. Here's the answer back from Alejo. Big carving slash. Waits for this oncoming section. Tags it well. So a great 2-turn combination here. Alejo, look at the stance. It is just a real power fighting stance from Alejo Moniz. He gets so low. This guy has had some reps in his time. Been on the championship tour, obviously feeling like there's unfinished business for him. And definitely a rise in the ability over the last 12 months. You can see he's gone back to the drawing board, worked on the fitness. The body looks incredible at the moment, really fit and strong. Put in a good showing up on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, he was impressive. You know, it's really interesting. I think new talent joins the Challenger Series ranks. It's refreshing to see new approaches, but you can never discount these veterans and just the work that they're willing to put in off seasons as well. I mean, they're already surfing at such a high level, but when they really zero in on a goal and reinvigorate their approach. And Alejo did look faster than I've seen him in a couple of years. He looked like he had a bit of extra spark in his moves, and that's been reflected in his numbers. He's just got himself back in this heat, a 6.1 after a 7.25. Really attainable big numbers at the moment, just based off the fact that Alistair Regginato's scores have come with just a single term. Alejo, if he can find some space, 2 moves, and one of his big solid finishes, he's going to be sweet. He'll easily get into the excellent range. So no one's out of it. And I think we can look forward to a couple of more big exchanges and potentially a bit of a seesawing battle here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we like to see. A good match-up where both competitors getting lots of opportunity. Looks like Alejo having a look at this one on the inside. He's up and riding.
Bang! Nice hit there from Alejo. And just like that, he's going to really get himself back in this heat. It'll be interesting to see how that one stacks up. It was a really strong move, but can't help but just go back to how punchy the section was that Alistair Regginato attacked on his second ride.
That's the benchmark that has been set for a single turn. Alejo, you can see this one. It's a beautiful turn, gets a little release, gets a nice pivot off the lip, but compared to Alistair's wave, he was completely up and under the lip. It was a more ferocious section with a lot more power. It was more critical. There was drama to it, and yeah, it's just not going to go near that 7.67.
No, you could see the lip almost sort of threw him off a little bit, kind of came out of it more so on his heel side and instead of getting that release out of the top that he was really chasing. What a fun matchup though. You know, Alistair Reginato, we spoke about it during the regional qualifying series a couple of years back on his road to his first year on the Challenger Series. You know, there was quite a bit of talk about him. He's such a reliable, consistent performer, but he got a bit beat up on the Challengers last year.
Yep.
Finished 41st, did get into this same round last year, but for the 23-year-old, I just had high expectations because he does big turns. And it just feels like this has been the first event where it's really clicked and he's been able to consistently put some solid heats together. So it's great to see. But from another one of those hotbeds that's always producing talent up there on the Sunshine Coast, he's from Alexander Headland. And yeah, they've just always had a steady stream of talent rolling through the ranks year in, year out.
Yeah, and he's sort of fallen in with a really good pack of Aussies. Morgan Siblick, you know, Joel Vaughan, Dylan Moffat. There's a whole crew of them. You know, George Pitter. There's this new pack, and they're feeling off each other's energy, and they're really, you know, stoked for each other when they do get a good result in an event, and I think that's what he needs as well. It's a confidence thing with him, and as you said, he's starting to realise that in this event in particular. You've been talking about him for a while, and you've been backing him, and it's really starting to show now.
Yeah, just timing. You know, he's just got that key timing, and as a result, always moves a whole lot of water. Keep an eye on it, and when he finds a bit of open face to work with, just how much he throws off the rail. I make comparisons to Bede Durbidge. They have a different kind of style, but Bede always had remarkable precision when he hit the pocket of a wave. And it was just undeniable stuff. You know, there's a lot of size in those moves. As we see Alejo lining one up, the slash ride isn't going to factor in, but here's a good look at section, but he stuck that turn. I think he was really on a mission there to try and get a combination happening, and he sort of rushed that first move. Just on 14.5 minutes to go. We've got a good heat to look forward to here. We're at the halfway mark. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
For me, coming home, spending time with the family and getting away and seeing Australia, for me, that's what it's all about. Staying at NRMA Parks and Resorts, it's always fun. The facilities are second to none, from basic camping into the cabins, or glamping might be your thing. There's just so much to do. We can go for a surf, we can go for a bike ride, we could even go for a skate. Perfect opportunity to disconnect from those things that hold you at home. That's the stuff that memories are made of.
Richie Lovett knows all about the NRMA Parks and Resorts. We both do, Rich. Amazing locations, and this one here at North Narrabeen is one of the best. And really one of the only proper camping options in Sydney.
Yeah, there's not many, and this is a special one on the northern beaches, right on the doorstep of Australia's premier beach break on the coast here. North Narrabeen, the lagoon right there to the left, and mate, that park heaves all through summer. Great place to come and visit and really tap into all that Sydney has to offer at a really affordable price. And yeah, great location, but some amazing parks all around the country up the New South Wales coast.
Just under 12 minutes remaining here. Alistair Reginardo is hanging on to the lead here over Alejo as he goes to the big backside air. Oh, just got wrapped up here right next to his equipment there, fluttering in the wind. It just managed to escape coming into contact with his board. 11.5 minutes to go here. Alistair on a mission to get rid of that 5.67 because Alejo's chasing him down here at the moment.
Okay, so Alistair, he widens the stance a little bit, gets the rotation, the board flutters and flips under him. Really dangerous situation there. And he did manage to escape it. And this is a replay here of Alejo Muniz. Good-looking wave. Stands up in front of him. Carves down under the lip. Yeah. So, yeah, he's stoked with that one. That was a real interesting manoeuvre. And Reginardo outside again. Rock solid off the top. Quick snap. Gets up for the second, but gets punched.
Yeah, these surfers are both on. You can see it. You know, this is a tricky lineup at the moment, really cupped out finishing section. So, you know, there's a good chance you're not going to make every move you go for. But Alejo Muniz makes it count, drops a 7.5 and jumps ahead of Reginardo here, who also has another score on the way. Alistair needs a 5.93 at the moment to get himself up into first. And we had a feeling this one would change. Alejo looks on.
Yeah, well, there's that extra speed that you were talking about, and that has come through the fitness, the dedication to improvement. And Alejo Muniz, you know, I was thinking about this last night, actually, you know, as we watch these Challenger Series and we watch the crew and the rookies get relegated from the Championship Tour, we know that they've got unfinished business and they want to get straight back on. And sometimes we look at these veterans come back and we go, yeah, you know, the surfing is still there, but they haven't improved. They haven't gone anywhere with it. And you kind of go, might be time to hang up the jersey, but not in the case here. Alejo Muniz, he's found something and he's up again.
Oh! And he's down. Now, Alejo wasn't, you know, a cameo Championship Tour surfer. He didn't just come on for a flash and then disappear off the face of the earth. He did 6 years on the CT. He was the Rookie of the Year in 2011, finished 10th. That was his best finish on the Championship Tour, but he had some amazing performances. He was a guy that had surprised you in waves of consequence, can remember big numbers, near perfect rides that he had in Tahiti on his way to finals appearances there. But yeah, he is just on at the moment. Just seems willing to really throw himself into anything that comes in in this lineup. Went down then, checking the equipment. And yeah, just checking his positioning at the moment. Just with the lagoon busting its banks and feeding out into the ocean here, there is a strong rip current across the sandbar. Big sweep. You can see the competitors just trying to hang on to their position here. Really wanting. I think this heat is, of course, it's impressive what these competitors have done, but it might hedge on a surfer getting a combination together in taking the victory here.
Yeah, I think so, for sure. These guys have gone punch for punch, very similar at the top end of their scores, 7.5 versus a 7.67. So really nothing separating those two. It was interesting, two very different ways of doing that manoeuvre. Alejo's was more of a carve all the way down, really difficult to do in that tight pocket, and Reginardo kind of went up and under it. So both equally as critical, and the judges not putting much light between those two scores. But yeah, it is really going to come down to this backup score, and I think you're right. A combination, if someone can fit in a big hit and then do one of those real high drama finishing turns, we'll see this go excellent.
Well, this is, you know, the dream for most of these competitors is to survive those four-man heats and get yourself in a head-to-head situation. And Alistair Reginato's only ever had one shot at that as a Challenger Series competitor. And I think he'll really believe right now that he's got a fantastic shot of getting the win over Alejo, even though Alejo's much more experienced and accomplished. Just knowing that you've got that priority, you're not having to worry about anyone else. You know, it becomes a very simple plan now. It's a simple plan, but it's also a bit of a mind mess as well. You know, if you're in that, if you come up against that round that you haven't progressed through, you can't help but hear that noise in your mind. This is a hurdle. I've got to get through this round. I want a better result. And all of a sudden, if he gets through this, quarterfinals, you're into finals, and that in itself is a big task. So, you know, hopefully he can just settle those mind games and just concentrate on this next wave when it does appear. Yeah, also, obviously, you know, that these surfers go into these heats saying, oh, I'm up against a guy that spent 6 years on the CT. You know, it's not just going to be all my way. And even though Alistair, you know, kicked off with a couple of really decent numbers to start this heat, he's the one playing catch-up now. So that's going to add a little bit of pressure. We'll see if he can deal with it. Yeah, valiant fight back from Alejo Muniz for sure. Rock solid in the performance and the ability not to get rattled and just get to work. And that's what he's done. And that's what saw him, you know, stay on the tour for so long, was that he was just tenacious in the way he competed. Really consistent, and more often than not, he'd drop those pocket sevens, throw in a couple of excellent scores, and he'd get the wins. So getting down to the 5-minute mark now. 23-year-old Alistair Reginato is after a number, 5.93. Boys are just on the treadmill at the moment, treading water, just waiting for this next set to appear. That wind has gone round to the south. The paddle fitness is, Rich, an interesting one, because it's kind of automatic for the competitors, but would you do a lot of training for it back in the day? Paddling? Paddling training? No, not really. I mean, used to do a lot of swimming and bike riding and cardio work and a little bit of strength work. But I mean, these days the training's so different to what we were doing back in the day. But no, you wouldn't just, you know, jump one end of the beach and start paddling to the other. I never did anyway. You never rang up Guy Leach and got some tips on how to get a faster stroke happening? No, I didn't. But I mean, just so much surf time. You know, I remember Barton once saying the best training for surfing is surfing. You know, but obviously that's changed now. That layer of fitness that you can put on, and agility and flexibility, it all counts for something. And a lot of the top pros now, mate, they train the house down. And this guy's getting a good little workout here. Have a look at that. They are right at the apex of this rip, and what that's doing is actually dumping all this sediment and sand back out to the top of the bank. So it's doing all the right things for us, but it's creating a bit of havoc for these guys. And it's sort of where they want to be. And you can see that the different colours through there and those little whitewash lines, that's all that water movement as that rip comes out through the lagoon. You always appreciate the Feel New Sydney flight cam images, giving us a good indication of what's going on out there. Was that Alejo with priority then? Or did... No. Alistair give it away? Alistair just gave away priority then. I'm sure he did. He had priority. He was in the box seat. It looks like he kind of tentatively paddled for that when we were looking from the flight cam, and he actually has given away priority here. So the judges... It was sort of a passive attempt, wasn't it? It was almost like he was just trying to get in back onto the bank. He's had a shocker there. Alejo is, you know, just such a savvy competitor. And he's just been gifted control of the takeoff point. You know, really tricky at the moment with a big rip charging through it. Alejo's going to take one, though. Rolls through the inside. Clean float to get started, but some foam on the face and not a big high-impact finish. So he had control. He's just wrapped it up and put a bow on it and handed it back to Alistair Reginato now.
What a nice guy.
And we'll see if Reggie can make a smarter move towards a wave here in the dying 2 minutes. Needs a 5.93. It's one big turn. He's already thrown down a couple of beauties. So it's well within reach, but this is going to cause some havoc in his attempt. This massive rip just tearing through the lineup at the moment.
Yeah, and it generally takes a wave or two or a set or two, a number of waves to come and clear that water a little bit to eliminate that surface bump. And whenever there's a bit of a lull like that, that rip just does really establish itself through the lineup. And so, you know, if he does take the first wave of the set, it is likely going to have a bunch of speed bumps on it that he's going to have to cut through. But he's a big, powerful surfer. He shouldn't have any problem.
Well, this one's not going to stand up. And that rip almost seems to be holding the sets off from capping on the outer section of the bank.
Yeah, it's pulling it out to sea at the moment. We still do have an incoming tide. But there's some force in that water. Different temperatures, different feel as well. A little bit of sediment and sand getting churned up. The boys just trying to stay in right on the apex of the bank here, trying to stay in the zone. Looks like there's a little set approaching now.
There's 40 seconds remaining here. Alistair Reginato asking for the update on how much time's remaining from the onside announcer. The surfer from the Sunshine Coast trying to crack the quarterfinals for the first time here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Needs a 5.93. Set wave standing up, but this one looks like a straight closeout. And he passes it up. Is there anything on the outside? Or is Alejo Munez going to hang on for the victory here? It looks like he will. They're counting this one down, and Reginato had the magic start but hasn't been able to finish it off. And Alejo, he is moving on to the quarterfinals, the veteran. Impressive stuff. He was right up against it after Reginato had a magic start. He's going to equal his best finish, Reginato, but Alejo Munez is going to start his climb up the Challenger Series rankings as he jumps on through to the quarters.
Yeah, the Gladiator, he's done it. And Alistair will be thinking to himself, what went wrong? How did I lose this? Had such a good start. It was a dream start. And Alejo just came fighting back. Credit to him. It was a gutsy effort.
Well, he is going to be absolutely buzzing with that result. And he's still got more to give. Stay with us. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, it'll be Dimitri Poulos of the USA up against the very informed Sammy Pupo.
One of my favourite parts of the northern beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some
Welcome back. Straight into it here in Heat 4, the round of 16. And Samuel Pupo is getting on the attack. A nice finish there. Finds some room to move, gets a couple of turns in. And we'll take the quick lead over to Dimitri Poulos. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Richie Lovett. And fun matchup this one, Rich. Dimitri's thrown down some great turns on his road through to this point in the contest, but he's going to have to step up once again because it's been celebrated a lot. Sammy Pupo's form, he's been ripping.
Yeah, Sammy Pupo, he's actually not just been ripping through the Challenger Series. So watch the replay here. Gets that backhand slash off the top, brings it through to this foamy section, tags it, and as easy as you like, you know, Sammy in perfect control. Stays nice and low, keeps all that projection down the line. Eyes off this section here. So turbulent, but within that mess, Sammy just picks a beautiful line. And yeah, it's not just the Challenger Series. This guy has been on fire the last 3 events. Really, you know, put the accelerator down once we hit Bells Beach. Put in some great rides, performances at Margaret River. Just came up a little bit short, but he has been really flaring these last couple of months.
I mean, the good form has definitely been a forehand display. How's his backhand?
Backhand's looking sharp to me as well. The forehand's been sizzling, really, you know, Felipe-esque. But he's kind of layered all this power into it as well. And, you know, just offering great variety. But the backhand, I think he's sharpened that pencil as well.
Is he as much a threat on the backhand as the forehand?
Probably not. Look, I think his forehand, everyone's got their strength. And when you look at Sammy, it's been the forehand moments that have really impressed me. The backhand, you know, it's fantastic, but it doesn't shine like his forehand. So, yeah, maybe there's a little bit of work to do there. But in these punchy little waves, I still feel like he's got enough, you know, firepower and flair to really, you know, threaten at this event.
6 on his opening ride, pretty impressive stuff. Dimitri Poulos from Ventura, 21 years of age, getting the regional wildcard. 2023, finished 22nd on the Challenger Series ranks. Semi-finaled at Ericeira and had a 9th in Bolito. But what have you made of his run through this contest so far?
Yeah, this event is the one where he's surprised me the most, actually. You know, I've obviously had eyes on him. This is, we'll get back to that.
Here goes Sammy again, just eyeing one off. Opts not to commit there.
Yeah, it's, I was just saying that this event has been the one where I've really noticed a change, noticed an improvement, making better decisions in heats, competing with a more mature approach. And wave choice definitely been one of the things he's been working on. Not quite able to get onto that one. Sammy Pupo will, though.
Oh, this thing just bowling out on the inside. This rip is just wreaking havoc on the lineup at the moment, making it really hard for the surfers to draw a clean line into their moves. Sammy's done well, though, just to get himself a 6 in the early stages. Yeah, Dimitri, you know, for me, it starts with the surfing performance. You know, they're competing and surviving those 4-man heats is impressive, but he's had some big moments, a couple of huge turns, big scores for massive backhand blasts. And that's been fun to watch.
Yeah, he had that big backside air as well, I think. That was incredible in the early rounds. But he's coming on strong. It's a good matchup, actually. It's a really good test for both these guys.
Every region, qualifying region, has amazing depth. And we know he got the spot based on his performances on the Challenger Series last year, but that North American region is
Well,
just
stacked.
so stacked.
Yep.
I mean, Levi Slawson qualified in 7th position. And to me, he's one of the best surfers from that region. So
For sure.
you can tell how hard it is to break through there.
Well, when you look at the likes of Michael Dunphy, who's been a bit of a stalwart on the championship, on the Challenger Series of the last couple of seasons, Luca Mazinas, Owen Moss, Josh Burke, he's been another one that's impressed me immensely over the last couple of weeks.
Sammy Pupo up and looking to take flight. He's lost his board on that occasion. It was shaping up to be a pretty good ramp too, so he'll be disappointed with that. He's got a very high strike rate with his airs, and on a medium-sized wave like that, that's a lost opportunity to really put some heat on Dimitri. Just under 22 minutes to go, and we'll say good day once again to Jess Starling.
Alejo, your competitor got a pretty good score at the start of that heat, but you managed to stay in it, fight back, get a better score and get the win. Great heat and great commitment all the way through.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was actually my mistake. Alistair has been surfing amazing. He beat me here on the first round with a big backside air, and I had priority on that wave, and I paddled too deep, and he got away with that one, and he did, I think, a big turn, and I was like, oh man, that's a big mistake at the beginning of the heat, you know, but I still have 25 more minutes to try my best, and yeah, I got a 6, which put me back on the heat, and yeah, I was really lucky that he didn't want to go on that big closeout, and I could do like a nice turn, hold it like on the top of my toes, and yeah, made it.
And we were just talking, you're traveling with a really cool crew of Brazilians. You're traveling with Ian, but you know you have Miggy and Sammy supporting you as well. It feels like you guys are one big family here.
Yes, we are. We've been traveling for so long. I see this guy more than I see my family, you know, so they pretty much brothers to me. And I lost on this round to Ian in Snapper, so I'm glad that I made it now, and hopefully Sammy makes his heat so we have a Brazilian quarterfinal.
And obviously staying with Ian, how could it be for you guys to match up together? A little bit of household rivalry?
Not really, you know, we're really professional, and first of all, we're like big friends, you know, and so we put everything in the water, but outside we're just supporting each other. So I lost to him, and the next day I was on the beach cheering for him. So yeah, and that's, I think it helps, you know, so yeah, hopefully I think if Sammy makes these quarters, we're gonna have a Brazilian in the final already. So yeah, that will be nice.
Obviously a lot going on back at home in Brazil. Anything you want to say to anyone?
Yeah, and I'm gonna say in Portuguese, so queria mandar abraço para todo mundo do Rio Grande do Sul. Eu sei que meu irmão tá lá na linha de frente. Parabéns, Santi. Abração a todos, que Deus possa confortar todos vocês, e obrigado a quem estava na torcida, minha esposa, Tintin, tamo junto.
Awesome, congratulations. We'll see you in the next round. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Alejo, well done, mate. And like you said, you know, the Brazilians have dominated the round of 16 so far. Ian Gouveia will take on Miguel Pupo in the first quarterfinal. Alejo still waiting to see who he's going to come up against, but he's spot on. If Sammy gets through, there will be a Brazilian on the final. And it's pretty amazing to see. On the bottom side of the draw, only Caio Abelli representing Brazil there, but of course Caio, with his experience and the way he's reading this lineup at the moment, a fantastic chance of going all the way here. So shaping up to be a good one for them. Sammy has the lead out here at the moment, hasn't been able to back up the 6, has had a few shots at it. And Dimitri just not being suckered into taking anything that doesn't have a big number in it. He really wants to make a statement with this priority.
Yeah, he's, well, pressure of equaling Sammy Pupo's top ride of a 6 right now. That's what's going through Dimitri Paulos's ride. Anything under that, he will be behind the 8 ball. And he will be the lesser of the 2 in the opening punch. So, again, this lineup, a little bit tricky at the moment. Lots of water moving through it as we approach high tide. I feel like this afternoon, as that tide drains out, it will start peaking further out on the bank. And we may see an improvement in conditions, but still, mate, there's been some big scores this morning, so still very contestable out here.
Yeah,
really fun.
Without a doubt, all that rain's, you know, having a real effect on this lineup at the moment. You know, you think out towards Wakehurst Parkway, where you've got a valley where all this water, Oxford Falls, all filtering down and running out, trying to find an escape, and it's coming out here at North Narrabeen.
Yeah, well, that's why we have this incredible wave here, because it is the result of all these estuaries and lagoons that there's a number of them along the peninsula here that escape either at the northern end or sort of towards the middle. Longreef, it's got a Longreef lagoon there, breaks up, Longreef and Dee White Beach, right in the middle there.
A lot of the competitors that have been adventuring up and down the northern beaches, exploring this part of the coast, tapping into some of the other locations to get warmed up. And as we see Dimitri, nice bit of flair on the tail, but he's waited close to halfway through this heat to make his move on that first ride. I don't think it's going to stack up against Sammy's 6-point ride or fall short, so you kind of wonder if that was the right play.
Yeah, it was a questionable decision to go that ride. Let's have a look at it. Had to do some work to get into it. Straight off the bottom turn, up into the foamy section, but again, it was a crumbly section. There was no form. There was no real lip to it, but he did well to get the manoeuvre off, but it's probably going to be a point or two under Sammy Pupo's opening ride, so it will be advantage to Sammy Pupo. Now he can really work to adding pressure.
Yeah, 3.67 for Dimitri. And Sammy on the outside. This is a good-looking section. Needs to get up into it pretty quick, and does. Explosive turn, weightless as he falls out of the sky.
Oh, wow.
And that's going to be better than his first, even though it was just the one turn. He really ripped into it, and that was the wave that Dimitri would have loved.
Yeah.
Because he's been throwing down similar moves. He's got a fantastic technique on the backhand and seems to be really sure-footed. But Sammy just, lightning off the top.
Well, Sammy Pupo, beautiful looking wave here, nice and smooth. Connects with the lip, actually does a carve on the backhand. And then cuts it, puts all that pressure on the back foot, and rides out nice and clean, very composed, a little bit of hand jive to show the judges that in perfect control.
Just amazing, the acceleration from Sammy. That's what's been so impressive from him on the forehand at Snapper Rocks, and now here on the backhand at North Narrabeen. He gets a nice line into the section, and then halfway through the turn, he ignites. He hits the turbo button and just powers through that move. And this is going to fetch him a good score. And Dimitri's going to have to surf a 15-minute heat here. 7.33. And the requirement for Dimitri, 9.66, but he does have time to break it down with 2 waves.
Yeah, this is, a real moment in this heat where Dimitri's going to have to just go, okay, I've got to wash it off. I've got to start again. And it's sort of like a sliding door moment. You can sort of, get frustrated, or you can really dig in and concentrate on the job at hand.
Sammy Pupo asking questions of him. Dimitri hanging on to the priority here. We're just on 13 minutes and 45 seconds to go. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. I'm down here with some of the most important people at our event. These are our Bonsoy board caddies who all week have been taking care of our athletes' boards. They sit down the beach, wait for the athletes, swap them over in case they need. So who have we got down here?
Zage, Ryder, Jai, Everly, Easton, Taj.
And Everly, whose board are you looking after?
I'm looking after Samuel Pippa.
How cool is that? He's out in the water now. And I know, Jai, you've been looking after someone's board all week too.
Levi Slawson.
And he thinks you're his little lucky charm. How cool does that feel?
Good.
These guys, they're looking after the equipment. We're so lucky to have them down here. And yeah, you'll see them running around their little yellow jackets all week.
How good. Thank you, Jess. Awesome experience for the Groms, and it's crazy to think a number of times we've seen caddies turn up a couple of years later and start competing, inspired by that experience. Really cool. Well, during the break, no big scores logged, and Semi Pupo still hanging on to the lead here. Dimitri Poulos with work to do, just under 11 minutes to go. A lot to look forward to today as we set up the quarterfinals for the men and the women. But then this afternoon, we have a lot to look forward to with our Legends Heat hitting the water, and it is stacked. Nathan Hedge, Rob Bain, Tom Carroll, Damien Hardman, Laura Enever, the great Richie Lovett will be in for the call. It's going to be a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, that's going to be a real cool 40 minutes of fun. And, you know, the competitive juices will start flowing for the older crew. You have to say Dummer's probably stretching, getting ready now. He would have been down here at first light, checking out the conditions.
Northern Beaches legends, there is so many more that you could put into the mix, and
yeah,
we'll no doubt be referring to them while the heats are unfolding. But it was a great celebration last year, getting them out there, and I know all of them are pumped again to put on a fantastic show here, thanks to Bonsoy. But 10 minutes to go, and a spot in the quarterfinals up for grabs. Dimitri, he'd love to crack the quarters for a second time in his Challenger Series career. Here he goes, got a good look at section. Big turn! Oh, just got thrown off the roof onto his toe side rail. Couldn't get back on top of his equipment. And he goes down. A missed opportunity to really get himself back in this heat.
Step one would have been complete if he had made that turn. And unfortunately, just ever so off balance. Here goes Sam.
Well, Sammy's loading up for something big. Got some huge airs he can go to, but opts for priority instead.
Smart move. That's real intelligent surfing right there. Good heat management. Sammy just going, no, I'm not going to bet on my score. So what I will do is I'll pull off and I'll retain priority. But let's see what happened with Dimitri here. Gets up under the lip, waits for his moment. Just too extended on that toe side. Got caught straight-legged and just went over. But, man, the intention was there. So close.
8.5 minutes to go here.
Now the pressure is starting to build on Dimitri. A sense of urgency in the mind. He'll be trying to just settle that. And just the frequency of the sets, you know, he'll be acutely aware that there has been a little bit of time between these rideable waves. Things can clean up quickly here, though.
Sammy's lining one up here, and it's going to be an easy call to go this one. It looks like it's got some space down the line, a little tapered. He'll rip into it anyway. Doesn't get a whole lot done, but he did keep Dimitri off it. And Dimitri might have been in a better position to capitalise on that first section. So he won't be feeling like that was an error, I don't think, Sammy.
No, I think on the outset that wave had a good line to it. Nice clean wall. He was thinking I can potentially improve, and that really is his only intention at the moment is to build pressure.
Sammy just had that remarkable start to the Challenger Series last year after getting the flick off the Championship Tour at stop 5. Went to the Gold Coast, was victorious, and at that point you were just thinking, well, he's going to, you know, trot it in, Sammy. But it wasn't the case. He actually had a pretty poor run through most of the Challenger Series, and it was at the final event that he needed to step up and get a big result to shore up his position. on the championship tour. Once again, he ended up winning that final contest, and along with Cole Houshman, dominated the events on the schedule last year.
Yeah, 2 big wins. You know, both Cole and Sammy getting stealing a line share of the points last year.
Yeah, finishing first and second, respectively, as we see Sammy just having a look, probably just getting the attention of Dimitri on the outside by just staying busy now. I like that. I've heard coaches say it, Rich, and you can speak to it. You know, don't turn into a boy or buoy out there and just sit there and not ask questions of your opponent who's holding priority. Stay busy. Keep them guessing.
Yeah, 100%. You know, you hear the beach announcers saying your opponent's up and riding. You can hear the crowd, and all that comes into play. You know, you start going, oh, what are they doing? Am I in the right? It automatically makes you ask questions of yourself. Am I sitting in the right spot? Am I missing waves that I aren't even seeing? You know, what's going on? So those little questions of doubt that start to build in your mind.
So scary too, with someone as good as Sammy Pupo, who has big airs that he can call on. Doesn't get one out of this section, but you know, Sammy is equally as dangerous without the priority. Having already banked a 7.33, you know, on a medium-sized wave with the right ramp, he can match that and better it under priority here. He really doesn't need the best waves.
Yeah, I remember competing, you know, against Kelly and Andy and Taj, all the greats, you know, and you'd hold priority and they'd be taking waves. You'd be going, oh my God, what are they going to do? And then you'd hear an 8 drop and you'd just be like, honestly, it'd cut you in half. You'd just be going, what is going on here? What am I not seeing? I remember letting Kelly go on a wave of pipeline backdoor. He got a 10 on it and I didn't even look at the wave. So, you know, these guys have an ability to convert. And you're right, Sammy's right in that mix.
Don't feel bad, mate.
He did it to a lot of people.
I've seen Kelly do that 100 times to 100 different people out there. Just under 5 minutes remaining here. Sammy now putting a lot of separation between himself and Dimitri. Might be the best thing for Dimitri, that much space. At least he can really just focus on the goal. And the goal is to get away very soon. And if he can, Sammy might be so far away that he's not in a position to guard or block Dimitri in the final stages here.
Yeah, he's way down. So basically that rip has moved down the beach a little bit. Dimitri's on one side of it, and Sammy Pupo, he's on the other.
And the other thing that you've got to keep in mind is that Sammy might be getting gestured down the beach too by his brother or a spotter, because that rip did absolutely destroy the sandbar there for a second, or the quality of the waves. And sometimes on the inside and wide of the predominant takeoff area, you can find some opportunity out here at North Narrabeen.
Yeah, well, Sammy's stuck at the top of that rip now, and he is starting to make a motion north towards his competitor. Under that 4-minute mark, he's starting to go, okay, I'm going to start tailing this guy. Really put some pressure on him, but some sets approaching, maybe an opportunity here. Let's hope Dimitri gets another chance to fight back.
Sammy with some space down the line. Gets out in front of this one. Whips that board through his first turn. Climbs up and finds some release in the tail for the second. And gets a third move in as well. 3 minutes to go here. Is it going to better the 6?
Debatable. You know, 2 clean snaps. The third one just a little bit untidy. But some good surfing nonetheless. He found that little gem. And again, you know, Dimitri would just be going, what's going on here? So Sammy had to do a bit of work to get around this section. Nice and tight carve on a difficult wave to ride. This thing's wobbling all over the place, just loses the tail a little bit there, but regains control. The judges will be maybe debating that third turn, whether it's a clean make.
Well, it's getting to the point now that Dimitri's really hoping that this isn't just marginally better than the 6, because if it is, it's, you know, he's in danger of going into combination.
Yep.
Right now, he needs to do the turn of the contest to save his spot in this draw and get himself into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, well, just on that, approaching that 2-minute mark, highly you know, it's really difficult for him to turn this around in 2 ways, but not impossible.
Just in anticipation of Sammy getting through this, you could see the Brazilian crew really gathering together almost in celebration, because they're going to dominate the quarters here on one side. And as Alejo pointed out, they'll have someone in the final if Sammy does win here. So a minute and a half to go, waiting on scores to come through. It is a 6.5, and now Dimitri Poulos in combination. It is done. Sammy Pupo can come to the beach. A minute and 20 seconds to go. Game over. Well past that NRMA Parks and Resorts 2-minute warning now. There's just no time.
Well, I still hope that Dimitri gets an opportunity just to show us what he can do. Maybe throw a big Hail Mary manoeuvre, but he's definitely turned some heads in this event.
Yeah, great surfer. He had some fantastic rides up at Snapper as well. So, you know, while he's not leaving with a monster result, he still surfed a lot of great heats and had some highlight reel moments on our WSL post shows. 35 seconds remaining here. This result is in the bag for Sammy Pupo. Rebounding beautifully, has already taken the #1 position on the live rankings on the Challenger Series. Now we're wondering how far ahead of the pack he can go, as Dimitri just shows us some of that amazing backhand flair. He hangs on for the finish, but he needed more.
Too little, too late, unfortunately. But as you can see, you know, the talent is there. An amazing surfer. He'll rally, regain, and set his sights on Bolido in South Africa.
But it's impressive start from the 23-year-old, who's going to jump into the quarters. He'll take on Alejo there. And the top side of the draw for the men is all Brazilian. And we'll see what unfolds in the bottom half of the draw. But a very cool and composed Sammy Pupo here as he makes that jump. We'll take a quick break here. An impressive finish to the heat for Sammy. And the end of Dimitri's run here during the Australian leg of these Challenger Series events. Stay with us. Big one to look forward to next, as Eli Hanneman takes on Juan Daru. We're going to bring in Matt Janoski, Laura Anova and Felicity Palmatier.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Vycobi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia. and by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back. We're going to be getting into Heat 5 very shortly. See Sammy Pupo getting on the signatures for the local boys and the Bonsoy board caddies. A convincing victory there over Dimitri Poulos. But later on, we have the Legends Heat coming up, and I'll have you surfing in it. Laura Enova and Felicity Parmentier. She's going to be commentating it with Richie and Ronnie. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm going to have to do some stretching, guys. Sort of sitting in this chair this week. No, actually, no. I'm really excited. I hope the waves... I hope this rip buggers off, though. It's not very fun for those paddling arms, but, you know, it's going to be good just getting to surf with Hedgie, Duma, Robbie Bain and Tom Carroll. It's, yeah. I feel like I haven't graduated into that category yet, but I'll fucking take it.
Classic. And she has, you, of course you've graduated. She is the paddle champion, and if you, for the biggest wave ever paddled into by a female for the Guinness World Records, as we see on the forehand here, Joan Duru, the Frenchman here, teeing off on this one, and 3 turns to right out nice and clean. And that'll be a great start for the Frenchman. Eli's already got out to a quick start too with a 6-point ride that will go into his total. And Laura, there was a great exchange there. And if you want to see more of Laura's surfing, we'll get back to the moment. Talk us through this one, the goofy footer.
Here he goes, Joanne. And these waves remind him a lot of the beaches that you get in southwest France, which we've seen him just excel in over the years. And that was the way he would want to kick off this round of 16 heat. Eli Hanneman heading to the air.
Oh, wow.
Pulls it off. Wow, that would have felt good. So an epic exchange to get this one going. Oh.
And a 6-point ride for that one, Flick.
Yeah, that was super impressive. Second wave for him. First one, obviously, just a throwaway, but just picking up exactly where he left off in his last heat. Obviously, yesterday, that was the story of the day. Took off in the dying seconds of his last heat through a massive air, caution at the wind, 9-point ride. So, yeah, hats off to him, and it looks like he's still continuing that form into this heat. Just dropped a 6-point ride for that first wave. Beautiful tail-high air on the backhand and going to his strengths. And I feel like he's probably identified that is his strength against Joanne.
Yeah, and if you haven't seen that, go online and check out Levi's buzzer beater there. He was needed a 6.73, and he got that flat 9 with a crazy projection floater over a triple up section. And somebody who knows a lot about big stepping waves is Laura Enova. She surfed Shipstons recently and Cloudbreak. You can check out her feats on YouTube, a new YouTube channel where she's going to be chasing some waves with the vlog. But a pleasure to watch that, Laura, and to have you in the booth.
Thank you.
And we're here at your home, the Queen of North Narrabeen. Thanks for having us.
I know, yeah. Wish the waves could turn on a bit more, but you know, these guys, just the way that they're committing to these end sections, I'm loving it. You know, there's a lot of consequence just on that inside shallow, that bank there. So loving seeing caution thrown to the wind and everyone just putting their bodies on the line, really.
Absolutely, and they're going to have to coming up with the round of 16. Some valuable points on offer. We often talk about the quarterfinals being a keeper result. Joanne Daru out in an early lead with a 6.93. Eli, the flat 6 for his wave. The goofy footer and the regular footer. It's going to be a great battle. Joanne, powerful from France. We know what he's capable of at Pipeline. He's had some fantastic heats over there. And here at Narrabeen, he's going to be relishing. Kind of looks like a Le Gravière setup, talking to Andrew Christie and his wife down there on the beach where they met over in France. This is almost exactly what you see at France.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's so many days where I, you know, come down surfing and I see such similarities to, you know, Hossegor, Le Gravière, and you know, there's days at car parks as well. Just the bank gets pushed really far in, and like I said, goes from that sort of deep water into the shallow sandbank, and it makes this like sort of shorey type wave, and it's short, close to the sand, and yeah, that's what we love France for, and those big barrels right on the shore break, and also the waves out the back that you can get lots of turns on. Eli Hanneman.
Oh, and he rides out as well. So the Maui surfer glued to his board like he was yesterday, and
wow,
picking up where he left off. Yeah,
he's absolutely cracked the code out here. I think, you know, he's been a highlight reel this whole entire event.
Yeah, he's just banking clip after clip. It's just like he's filming for an edit right now. It doesn't look like he's like, this isn't traditionally how you see someone start a heat. Traditionally, we talk about building that foundation and getting, you know, a couple of smaller scores, but he is just throwing caution at the wind. So much on the line there for those last two waves. Let's have a look at this. No time to think about, just react. And that was just beautifully executed by Eli. I mean, look how late. Are you kidding me? He was so late to that section. It was so incredibly difficult, challenging. I mean, for you, Matt, how does that stack up against his 6?
I mean, it's twice as good almost, but it's not a 12. We know that. I think it'll be tickling that excellent range for sure. I think that's a phenomenal score that's going to be logged in for Eli Hanneman. It's the risk. It was critical in nature. It was a bigger wave. It was destined to be a closeout. And we've seen surfers struggling on a simple re-entry or floater to ride out, and he just went for a crazy reverse spin into the flats.
Even just the reflexes to be able to do so much in such a short space. It's like he took off and knew that he just needed to get the right angle going into that section and just launch into the flats. And so just absolutely wild stuff from Eli Hanneman.
So late. He literally didn't even have time to think. It was just reaction, and it was amazing. It was almost like cat-like reflexes.
Yeah.
It was
felt
insane.
like he literally stood up for like a split second and then he was doing an air.
We've seen some of the best scores. Well, the best scores of the event have been in similar fashion to that. Jet Schilling the other day, the clutch score, where he stood up in the last minute of the heat. It was a destined closeout. It was a medium-sized wave, but he did that crazy full rotation into the flats. Eli yesterday as well. I think the Kira Pinkerton with that big single turn where she had that disconnection with the lip and able to come down with air, land in the flat, so the judge is eating that up. Early reports looking good, tickling the excellent range and catching up with Joan Daru out in the water right now. Pulls out of that one. The veteran 35-year-old Frenchman carrying pretty light-spirited this morning, stoked to be here in the round of 16 and just relishing the opportunity. Eli locks in his score, Laura.
7.83 for Eli, so yeah, you can see a few judges going excellent there, a couple 7, 7.5, rounding it out to be the 7.83. So, I mean, what a way to start a heat. I feel like we haven't seen someone in the first 10 minutes be able to put up over 10 points. And so incredible work by Eli to get this heat off and rolling. But Joan Daru's not, you know, he's nipping at his heels. 6.93 for his opener, so very strong. Only needs a 6.91, so this is a heat.
No, it's going to be a phenomenal heat so far. And someone who built a really nice heat total was Samuel Pupo, who's down on the glass with Jesse Starling.
Sammy, I've done 4 post-heat interviews this morning, and all 4 of them have been with you, your brother, your 2 friends. You're all supporting each other. It seems like you guys have something pretty awesome going on.
Yeah, I mean, we've been having a good Australian leg already. I think, if I'm not wrong, I think we're already having someone in the final, a Brazilian, because the 2 first seeds of the quarters are all Brazilians, I think. So it's pretty sick, to be honest. I think I'm going up against Alejo, which is a guy that I've been watching since I was so little. He's the same age as my brother, so it's cool to be in a heat with him. And yeah, the conditions are really hard, but I'm happy that I made it through.
I was sitting up in the athlete area watching some of your heat, and a few of the athletes up there were saying you're just making it look so easy out there. Are you feeling like you're in really good form?
It's, I think so. I feel like I've been making good decisions in all my heats and just making the most of every wave that I get. So I feel like just really being really present is the key, really. Just whenever I'm in a heat, I'm going through things that I have to do to make the heat, you know, always putting on the situation in my head and always thinking about the worst situations too, you know, just expecting the best out of my opponents. So I feel like that makes me push a little bit more in my surfing, and Dimitri's being kind of the highlight guy this contest, so I knew it was going to be a tough heat.
And I can't do an interview with you without touching on it. How's your injury going? You're still wearing your lucky booty. That's what I've been told it's been called. How are you healing up?
It's healing up pretty fast. I feel like could have probably got rid of the booty already, but I'm stuck with it, kind of just my lucky booty, so I'm going to keep using it.
Amazing. Anything you want to say to anyone back home in Brazil?
Obrigado a todo mundo pela torcida, minha família, minha namorada. Mais evento bom aqui pra gente. Miguel também está conseguindo avançar, então isso me deixa mais feliz ainda. E Feliz, cara. Feliz de estar surfando bem, de estar competindo bem, né? Então, um beijo para todo mundo aí, para todo mundo que tá torcendo e tamo junto.
Awesome, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in your all-Brazilian affair in the next round. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that's right. Sammy will be meeting up with Alejo Muniz. And the other one set is the Miguel and Ian Gouveia. So we will have we'll have a goofy and a regular footer on that side of the draw heading into the final. So the Brazilian Storm looking good here on the Challenger Series. It'll be the first time that Alejo and Samuel have met up in a Challenger Series quarter-final. Look forward to seeing that most likely tomorrow. Anything to add, Flick?
Oh, you know what is potentially exciting / devastating at the same time is that Miguel and Sammy are on the same side of the draw. And in Margaret River, we saw that absolute heartbreak at the heat where they got matched up against each other. And obviously the winner of that heat ended up being Sammy, but it was heartbreaking to watch because obviously so much was on the line. They both were fighting for their spot, and it's a potential of seeing a rematch here. A Challenger Series event, obviously different things at stake, but I mean, there's still a while away. We've still got a couple of quarters to get through for that to actually eventuate, but just to know that that could be on the cards again is exciting.
Yeah, round 2, absolutely. Oh, also got to note that Sammy should definitely hide that lucky booty.
Yeah.
That wouldn't want to go missing somewhere in the comp area.
And Joan Daru just going for the finner on the inside and disconnecting with his equipment, looking for that 691. That one's not going to be it. And back to Lucky Charms. Have you got anything, any procedures or anything lucky that you do before you go out and life-threatening surf that you do, Laura?
Just usually send Mum a text message and call you soon.
Just laying the good intentions.
Yeah, no, I think, you know, it's so hard with big wave surfing because you know that, you know, like Felicity's just recovering from an ankle injury, and there's injuries are so easy to happen when you're surfing in big waves, but also they can happen when you're surfing in small waves, and I've had my fair share of small wave injuries. So just try to, you know, when you're going out in those conditions, you know that that's a possibility, but try not to think about it and just usually just try to get in the zone. Try not just to stay calm, really.
Yeah. Are you superstitious? Do you have a favourite pair of boardies that you always go to, or a favourite wetsuit? Just to make sure you have that great surf.
Not the favourite wetsuit. I always make sure I've got good bumps on the wax. I have a good base coat and always make sure I've got the right colour wax and the right bumps. Just, it's nice. I think a good clean wax job for me at least means the mind's in order and I'm prepared.
Yeah. I think the superstitions came from me when I was competing a lot more. Like, just little things would just wig me out. I think if I had this wetsuit that just I got no points on, I'd be like never wearing that in heat again. That has to be the problem.
We're waiting in an interval here. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break, but don't go anywhere. The rest of heat number 5 coming up shortly.
One of my favourite parts of the Northern Beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched
white sand beaches, reef breaks, coffee, breweries, and a great national park just behind here. Laura, how good is it to have grown up here on Sydney's northern beaches?
So lucky to grow up in such an epic spot. And I think what you said in that that great piece before was just, you feel like you're so far away from the city, but it's just right around the corner. You got the best of both worlds, and we've just got so many fun waves around here, and yeah, lots of different types of waves. And you can actually score waves like pretty uncrowded a lot of the time as well. Definitely
In between the tides and the different winds, you can certainly sneak out and get some uncrowded waves. And you've had your fair share up the coast as well. You've spent time up at Whale Beach, Flick, but we'll catch up with Eli on this windy wave. We're not going to mention too many places in particular, but you've scored here on the Northern Beaches.
Yeah, spent a fair bit of time here over the years, and lived in Bronte as well for a couple of years, and that was fun. But yeah, there's so many beaches to choose from. Northern Beaches are it's just beautiful when I think about this as a location. One thing I brought up with Ronnie yesterday is I just love how many trees there are, and it's the undulation in the coastline and like the hills, and it just really gives it a sense of beauty. And I think, you know, so many different nooks and crannies depending on what direction of swell and conditions. Like, there's always somewhere that's working. But yeah, it's beautiful. And the bird life, you can't go past the bird life.
I know, the wildlife, the national parks. I feel like there's so many conservation areas around the northern beaches, and then like the rock pools and the ocean pools are so awesome.
Yeah, definitely not hard to talk about this beautiful place. Come visit it. If you want to come visit the comp site, we're here at North Narrabeen on the middle of the northern beaches. There's great activations down here. You've got the food stalls. You've got Vycobi, one of our sponsors for our apparel there, and the Bonsoy set up there. Come on down, check it out. It's all going on the beach. Get out in the water now. Eli Hanneman out to I wouldn't say a commanding lead, but a pretty comfortable position. But he's got the Frenchman, Joe Anderou, with priority. We know what he's capable of, and he's familiar with these waves. He's a veteran on the tour. He's been competing in Pro Juniors, QSs for getting close to 20 years now. And the guy is an absolute stalwart. Had time on the CT. He's been a journeyman on the Challenger Series and the QS. Finally making it to the CT in his late 20s. And you've no doubt seen him in Hawaii and that Volcom house out the front, just absolutely packing some big tubes over the years.
Yeah, I think he's a really well-rounded surfer, and obviously, you just spoke to it now. I mean, so much experience, and I mean, I just think, you know, for a while, with someone who's been around for so long, he's got so much experience. I was just super impressed to see him come on board during the Portugal's Championship Tour event as a wild card, and I think it'll make it all the way to the quarters this year. So just as we see
Eli sticking a full rotation, and he's not done yet. A slicing turn on the inside, and he's feeling connected here at North Narrabeen. I mean, an no-claim, staring up to the competitors area, firing shots. The surfer from Lahaina, Maui, is on a roll, Laura.
Oh my gosh, he has those backside air reverses on lock. You know, this south wind just really playing into his favour right now, and he's just looking so comfortable out here.
Oh, that
was to his board.
That was incredible. This is the third one of this heat so far that he's made. Straight to the air, puts it all on the line. Super risky manoeuvre into a little crack there, follows it up with a third. So beautiful surfing, and he's looking connected. He's got the good mojo going. The full rotation, that was just insane.
Yeah, he got so much projection out of that, you know, and taking off in that wave, he probably realised that there wasn't going to be much after that first sort of turn. He got two smaller turns in here and just wrapped it up, you know, put a bow around this beautiful gift, and but just, yeah, to be able to take to the air on that first section was excellent surfing. That's going to better the 6-point ride for sure, and I think, yeah, go excellent.
Yeah, nice little Mother's Day present for his mother, Linda. It's Australian Mother's Day, so a big welcome to our mothers joining us in the audience out there right now, but they'll be tuning in, as will his coach, Chris Gallagher, who'll be stoked. Probably spoke to him digitally, maybe through some social media messages or a good old WhatsApp chat, which is so common with the coaches these days. If they're not traveling with them, it's never been easier for them to follow the progress. But you can't coach that. That's intuitive surfing. And I'm sure the judges will be taking their time to lock that in. What is it with the Maui surfers? I think of like Matt Miola, Albie Leia, you know, Clay Marzo. These guys are just some of the best in the air.
Oh, it's because they have that Maui wind like pretty much every day of the year.
That and it's Hokeeper. I feel like Hokeeper, that wave there is
like
just
a breeding ground for aerials, and there's just so many of those waves where they're going into the wind and they've just got those chunky sections, and it's like when the chunkier the section, the better these guys go to the air.
Scores are in. Excellent range as we thought. An 8.23 for Eli Hanneman. He's now posting most consistent heat scores across the event. He's got a couple of the highest single wave scores that we've seen throughout this stop 2 in the Challenger Series. He had a 9th place finish here, and he's well on his way to progressing through to the quarterfinals. A 9.13 required for Joanne Daru. He still has time to chip away at that score. It's going to be a pretty mean feat to get it. We have seen clutch results in the dying minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the job's hard right now. I think I've just got to go to Eli. Just hats off for him identifying that, hey, this suits my brand of surfing right now with this southerly little wind going into the face of the wave. I've got these airs on lock. I mean, we've known him to be an incredible aerialist and someone who has great spatial awareness as soon as he goes into the air, body awareness. So he's done a great job of identifying this. He's locked onto it, and I feel like he knows it's a point of difference against Joanne right now. And it's just been really impressive to watch him put this heat together. But back to that point about Maui, I feel like also, I mean, Maui's a place of lots of swell. Obviously, we know that. It's got home to one of the biggest waves in the world, Jaws. But, I mean, it breeds this sort of surfer that also is really comfortable in these sort of conditions where it's warbly, where it's big, where your ocean awareness is tested more, like these big consequential sections. I think of Hokeeper. Hokeeper, I mean, we know it breaks up to, it holds a really big swell. It breaks when it's small. And someone like Eli is just absolutely honed in on that. Obviously, Matt Miola, Albie Leia, like the list goes on. I mean, they're just incredible watermen and waterwomen that come from this zone. So, yeah, Eli just demonstrating that beautifully right now.
Yeah, and, Joanne's surfing so well as well. Like that first ride that he put together, the 6.93, I was just excited to see him, be able to catch more waves, and his surfing is there to go excellent just on, based on turns. But I think Eli's just worked out, hey, if I've got these airs on lock and I can go to the air and it's risk first for reward, and he's getting the reward right now.
He sure is. Look on the inside there, Levi Slauson warming up with Matt Myers. He's been no slouch in the air as well. Levi throughout his series. He'll be coming up next against local boy Jordan Lawler. And the conditions, big rights in that break beforehand, just watching in that Dimitri Poulos heat with Sammy Pupo, some giant sets are rolling through, and you can see it all ribbed through the lineup. Really tricky, but obviously conducive to some excellent surfing like we're seeing here from Eli Hanneman. But Joanne Daru in the driver's seat. The Frenchman, he's on his way to Tahiti. He'll be competing for the Olympics, representing the French flag. And we're also expecting big things from the Frenchman over there at Chopin.
Oh, absolutely. The French team will be ready to roll. Everyone, getting a lot of practice in at Chopes, and I'm excited for the Olympics. I can't wait to tune in, watch the show unfold.
There's so many good names going.
You two could be competing in it.
I don't know about me with me sore paw right now, but
well, Kelly did it. You could do it, Flick. And here we have Eli up and riding. Oh, inverted and unable to ride out of that one. He's looking to drop a low of a 7.83. But he's just finding all those little power pockets, Flick.
Yeah, he is. And I think obviously now, I mean, the shackles are completely off. He's locked in 2 great scores, an 8.23 and a 7.83. So now he's just got to improve on the 7.83. He's feeling comfortable in the air. He's already made 3 backhand rotations.
Feels like he's just having fun now, because it felt like that wave wasn't going to, have sort of the section that could be a 7.83, but, he's just going to put on the air show.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to get more exciting as these minutes tick down with Eli. And, I mean, it's nervous times for Joanne right now. He can do it in the one wave, but about 9.13, I mean, it's got to be the biggest wave of the day, biggest score of the day so far. Good news, he's obviously got priority, but it's a tough ask right now. It's a tough ask for sure.
We've seen the paddle out in the previous days be about 30 seconds, give or take. And Eli up again, straight out in the water. And fresh off his last wave, that one's not going to do it, but a little bit more of an undertow and a current. Maybe that paddle out a little longer, as we spoke about earlier on.
Yeah, no, it looks like the rip is, it's just like shifting up and down the bank right now, and that's what it does. I think just, as I said before, the rain that we've had, the lagoon's just pelting on out there, and it's just shifting around the lineup, and you'll get these moments where the lineup cleans up for a little bit and then the water just starts moving again, and it just moves up and down the beach. So it's just all about trying to find that clean bit of ocean out there, and a wave that's going to be clean and run sort of not through those ribs.
And it is common for Narrabeen. We have the alley rip, which runs out against the rocks always, but the more rain we've had, it's split across a lot wider than we're used to, and that's what's causing this rib. But it's creating these ramps for these surfers as well. It's the flip side, right?
Extra large rip bowl.
Yeah.
It's like the alley right's got a left, but 4 times the size.
Exactly. And Joanne just finding his way amongst the chop. He's coming right down to the NRMA 2-minute warning as Eli's just hanging around there. Although he has been adopted by that San Clemente crew from Maui. He's rolling with Kolohe, Cade, Cole and those guys through the CS last year and this year with Cade and Jet. You girls, do you travel together through some QSs?
No, well, we were frenemies back then. We're friends now, but it took a while to get to this point.
No, we were on Billabong together, travelling around. But we were both, on the juniors together. Ever since I beat you at World Juniors, it was just all over.
I never let you live it down. You sold me into a dud.
Yeah, but then you sold me into a dud at Jaws, and I blew my knee out, so we got it back.
These two, we're so blessed to have these two on the broadcast. Two of the most phenomenal surfers to come out of Australia, both male and female, big wave surfers and accomplished professional surfers in their own right. So stoked to share stories with you, and as with these guys, Eli and Joanne, it's a pleasure. We're in the driver's seat, calling this for everyone at home. We're just waiting for Joanne, willing him to have an answer back, as with everyone at home. Competing there for the French team. He would love nothing more than to go into South Africa with a quarter or semi-final finish. These are valuable points, and there's a big gap between the round of 16 and the quarters.
Yeah, this is such a crucial round because, like you said, I mean, the quarters here for men, from here on out, this is a keeper result. And for someone like Eli, I mean, who didn't necessarily have the best result up at Snapper, I mean, this is crucial for him. He's going to want to lock this down. Interesting right now, obviously he hasn't got priority right now, so, I mean, but he's given space to Joanne. And for me, I mean, that's interesting. Obviously he thinks he's well and truly out the front. There's only 8 seconds, no waves coming through. He's home and hose. He's going through.
Yeah, that's it. The surfer from Maui, Eli Hanneman, he's off to his best result here at Narrabeen at the Sydney Surf Pro. A 16-point total, which is excellent range. Beating the Frenchman, Joanne Deroux, who didn't have a chance to answer back and get that 993. We're going to go to a break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to stay tuned for Heat 6 coming up shortly.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Destination New South Wales, strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back. Heat 6. Round of 16. We're at the pointy end of the draw with Levi Slauson. Encinitas, California, up against the local boy from North Narrabeen, Jordan Lawler. We're seeing return to his home break. Laura, you've surfed for Geordie for many years, and you must be on the edge of your seat getting ready for this.
Oh, yes, and I'm guessing everyone down there at the North Narrabeen Border Riders will be on the edge of their seat, tuning in, coming down to the beach to cheer on Geordie, our last local left in the event. Yeah, Geordie, he's surfed this wave so many times. Today's testing, though, so it'll really be about picking the eyes out of it and then just letting your surfing do the talking, really.
Joined in the booth with Matt Chinosky, we have 2010 World Junior Champ Laura Enever and big wave extraordinaire and TikToker Felicity Parmentier joining us, as well as our analyst today. And spicy conditions, saw an excellent heat total there for Eli Hanneman beforehand, and this is going to be a fantastic heat with Levi Slauson, who's on an absolute roll as well. Been following Levi's progress throughout the regional qualifying series, and he's a surprise packet for us Australians to see him on home soil.
Yeah, it is, as we see this first little paddle battle. Oh!
No priority set yet. See, no one's ridden a wave.
There we go.
Yeah, so it's changed over there. Geordie committing to that one. Levi getting that red P. So these guys respecting each other's abilities, trying to play that game. Levi working with his coach, Matt Myers, down there, and under priority, Geordie Lawler gets things started. And he kicks out of that one. Geordie knows this spot better than anyone else, and we've seen him under priority get some of his best scores of the event.
Yeah, absolutely. His last heat, when Geordie Lawler is sharking around the lineup under priority, that's when you actually have to be pretty nervous and scared, because he knows this wave. He'll know what ramps he's looking for, what corners he's looking for, and he can really just turn nothing into something. And I feel like we'll see Geordie go to the air today. He's a great, well-rounded surfer, but I feel like after that last heat, seeing Eli Hanneman, he wouldn't be afraid to go to the air.
Yeah, the 29-year-old, well experienced, had some QS victories. He won in Manly in 2019, and Levi, he's won North American QS as well himself. And here he goes, opening up his account, big bottom turn, and in trademark fashion, a big Rio to get things started, showcasing a lot of power. Coming from San Diego, he's no stranger to beach breaks, and it shows. Crisp surfing there for the regular footer. He'll kick out, and that's a great opening score there, Flick.
Yeah, that was powerful. It was strong. And that first section was easy to read, but after that it became a bit tricky. So I think a lot of those points are just going to come from that first turn. It was so critical. He got so low off the bottom, and he was able to drive and just really square up with that lip. Like, this was impressive. What did you see, Laura?
Wow, talk about converting on a priority area at the start of that heat. Levi with priority here, just going up into the lip, getting a rare sort of clean face. It went foamy here on the inside, but he's able to still get some powerful sections as the wave pushed back on him, and he could finish it off. So strong surfing here. I think all the points will be based on that first big turn where he just got this clean pocket right here off the bottom and came from behind the section, perfectly timed, hooked it in the pocket. So super strong surfing there by Levi, and then this was Geordie behind. Let's see if he goes to the air. Oh, unfortunately just going down, but that's the surfing I think we're going to see from Geordie throughout this heat.
For sure. And Geordie making his way back out. We'll expect a solid score there from Levi Slauson. He's come so far in a year. I saw him take a win there at Morro Bay, just the QS 1000, but it was brutal. It was a long event window, so many heats to get through. It went literally from 2 to 20 feet throughout the week. They had to go on hold. Huge long period swell, battered the coast, windy, very similar to the conditions we've had in terms of the weather here. And he persevered. He was so on the whole event, and he took that win, and he's he's on. You can just tell he's Challenger Series ready, and he's just soaring through this event so far. So Geordie's got his hands full, and that score lock in for Levi, 6-1-7. What'd you make of that?
6-1-7 for me was just seriously that one big turn. I feel like, yeah, okay, he got a little bit more work done after that, but it was all sort of transitional work, and okay, maybe half a point coming from those other manoeuvres, but for me, it's just the 6 basically for that one big hanger on his backhand. It was super impressive. He is someone who actually impressed me on the Gold Coast, but his result kind of didn't reflect the surfing he was doing. There was a couple of moments in those earlier rounds that he was just super impressive. And I'd heard about him a little bit, but hadn't seen him surf too much. So that was my first time watching, and impressed again down here once again in Sydney, and just obviously having to adapt from being a right point break to, you know, this beach break really, which is predominantly a left. As we look here, it looks like Geordie's having a look.
Goofy footer up and riding here. Eyes off the lip line. He goes vert, and he sticks it. He rides out. The local boy, you can hear the Narrabeen board riders trying to woo the judges a little bit. That was a strong turn for Geordie.
Yeah, that was a super strong turn. I mean, I think taking a page out of George Pittar's book yesterday, just getting, you know, the judges are rewarding those single turns. If you can get a bigger section, this was a clean wave, super deep bottom turn, just banged it up into the lip, beyond vertical, and super critical surfing here, and coming down with control. So I think this will be, you know, I think for one, that was great that Geordie held off Levi from that wave, because Levi was looking at it for sure. And two, he was able to convert, and even though it probably won't go as high as Levi's, it'll be, you know, just something to get the ball rolling.
Sure. And taking a leaf out of Eli Hanneman's book, these guys want to go excellent, but he's down on the glass with Jesse Starling.
Eli, yesterday you gave us one of the biggest single manoeuvres we've seen all event. Today you've been taking to the air. Bit of a change up, but we're loving to see it.
Yeah, I mean, there's some left air wind, so I went out there pretty confident after that wave yesterday. I just felt like, you know, I feel like things are going my way, and so I had, you know, full confidence in my ability. I went out and did what I do, and yeah, I listened to some worship music before I went out, and just felt like almost weirdly calm and relaxed and just ready to go do my thing.
Let's touch on competitive strategy a little bit. You've moved from the 4-man heats to the 2-man heats. Does much change for you when you move to just a man-on-man?
Yeah, it's night and day competing man-on-man versus 4-man. I mean, I just competed like the first 5 events on the CT, so I had a lot of man-on-man practice. And it's a whole different ball game, and it actually worked really well for me out there because I could kind of pick the right waves when I had priority, and then under priority just go and create and do my thing. So yeah, I was really enjoying it. I had fun out there.
And you've got Cade coming up in the next heat. Do you kind of take your competitive hat on, put a coach hat on, or just a friend hat to support?
Cade knows what he's doing. The guy's a competitive guru, you know, so he's going to go out and do his thing. I'll probably give him any little tips that I've learned while I was out there, but I mean, we're completely different surfers. He knows his game plan, I know mine, so I'm just here for support.
And any shout outs to anyone back home?
Yeah, just all my family, friends watching, sponsors, people who are fans, whoever, people in Maui, everyone watching. Yeah, thanks for tuning in.
We love your work, Eli. We'll see you in the next round. Thanks, guys.
Interesting there, listening to some worship music before his heat, and he did give all glory to God yesterday, and a few of his post-heat interviews, and these surfers really connecting to what makes them. We talked about pre-heat rituals. We know what Levi and we know what Eli does before.
Yeah, and I think, you know, surfing is such a spiritual sport. You know, like you said a lot this week, Matt, it's intuitive, but then if you can connect with the ocean and in whatever, you know, way that you know, whatever sort of religion, it's a spiritual sport. So, yeah, love that Eli just pulls so much from that.
Well,
and it's giving him power.
Well, it's something we can't control. It's these random bits of water that are coming in, and it's just forming, and hopefully you get the right one in half an hour. And how did you deal with that in your competitive scenario, Felicity?
Oh, as in
trying to find good waves and work through all that Mother Nature. I mean, you do it in big waves all the time.
Yeah, big wave, different story, because we don't have that many events, so I feel like it's mainly just a free surf, right? Whereas in competition, and Laura will probably relate to this, but I just sat out there waiting for the 100-footer every day, and it just never came.
And here goes Geordie, cupped out, alley left here, he goes up. And an airdrop down, the convergence. He rides out smoothly. The 5.9 on his last. He's looking for just a marginal score as a backup. Good signs for the goofy footer, Laura.
Yeah, wow, that the crowd loved that turn, and how bowly was that section. It just totally cupped out, and he, that last score coming in for that one turn of 5.5. So the judges loving the way that he's doing those deep bottom turns and staying super tight in the pocket. And that was just another almost replica of that other wave. So steep this wave and up into the lip, throwing the tail, and just sort of had to ride down that little step in the wave. So this was an epic turn here by Geordie Lawler. You couldn't be tighter in the pocket. Nice airdrop for a bit of drama there, and and just riding this, like, wouldn't really call that second one a turn, but just finishing it off.
That Timmy Patterson blade looking phenomenal under Geordie's feet too. He's on that team, on that program now, and Levi is on the Sharp Eyes 77 model, which is the most popular one. Most of the women and the guys are choosing out there. And why wouldn't you, after the success that the Sharp Eye team riders have had world titles, one of them, and a lot of our top 5 competitors riding them. What boards are you riding these days, Laura?
I ride a bit of a mix of boards. I ride Dylan shapes, toe boards, big wave guns, and some shorties, and then also some albums and XO Coco Ho 20s and sort of fun boards. As we see Levi here.
Deep bottom turn into the trough. He goes up, goes vert, and he rides out as well. The regular footer looking phenomenal here. And a Geordie and Levi going to and fro, backside, front side, almost a replica of what we saw Geordie do, but on his backside for Levi.
Yeah, battle of the one-turn wonders right now. But yeah, I mean, they've been incredible singular manoeuvres as we see Geordie at the back. It looks like a bomb.
Waves are turning on here for Jordan Lawler. Oh. That one looked like it was about to tube, but he pulls out and will regain priority. And, what can we expect you to be riding later on, Laura?
Well, I'll have to just head home to the garage after this and dust off something. But I was hoping to ride a 20, but that would be, I think, silly out there today. So a thruster it is. Not a big wave gun, but yeah, I'll have to dust off one of those old comp boards.
And this is Levi's wave flick.
Yeah, he squared up beautifully off the bottom there. Just pivoted off the top. Both surfers just absolutely nailing these one turns. I mean, you couldn't have been any more critical. You couldn't have squared off the bottom anymore. And the same could be said about Geordie's last left as well, the way he squared up off the bottom. And I feel like it's super challenging to do on your forehand as well. So, yeah.
It'll be interesting to see the comparison to both Geordie's backside snap and then Levi's backside snap there. And, just what the judges really dissect and pick apart there. Maybe Geordie's being a bit sort of whippier in the pocket, but I think Levi's being a bit of a gnarlier section, a bigger section. So, yeah, it'll be interesting when these scores roll in, but it might be also around the exact same.
6.77 for Geordie Lawler. Comes in this event as a wild card. Doesn't have the full-time position on the Challenger Series. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break, but stay tuned for the rest of this heat. California versus Sydney. Welcome back. We are into Heat 6 of the round of 16. Stop 2 in the Challenger Series. This is the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Matt Chinosky in the booth with Laura Nevera and Felicity Parmentier. The lovely Northern Beaches is where we are. Smack bang in the middle between Manly and Palm Beach at North Narrabeen. An absolute stalwart of surf history here. Competitive victories over the years. Laura, you've had one. How stoked are you to be back at Narrabeen?
Oh, it's just the best. I mean, yeah, I feel like if I look back over my whole career, my favourite memory was winning in front of the home crowd here, and I think that's exactly what Geordie Law wants to feel. He won back at Manly a few years ago, and pretty much the whole North Narrabeen migrated down there to cheer him on and carry him up the beach, but he'd love to go a double whammy. But yeah, Levi is not going to make it easy for him, dropping a 6.07 on that last one-turn effort, so the judges loving that single turn, and fortunately he's still in second place, needing a 6.51.
It was difficult to see where that one was going to fall. Literally the balance of opposites between the backside and the front side is so hard to do the comparisons, Flick. I mean, the backside obviously always a little bit more tricky, but I don't know what the judges were eyeing off and talking about there. Maybe the speed or the power that Geordie carried through that one.
I actually think, I mean, look, you look at the heat totals right now, 12.67 and 12.24. We're literally splitting hairs right now, and we were talking about it, it's literally battle of the one turn. And I actually think that it's harder to square up off the bottom on your forehand than opposed to your backhand on a wave like this. It's so much harder when you're facing the wave to really dig and set that rail in and square up the way Geordie is. I mean, we look at that last 6.77. I mean, that was incredibly difficult to do on your forehand. But I feel like it's still wide open, this heat. There's just coming down to 10.5 minutes left. And it's just going to take someone to get, you know, that, if they can find it, that two-turn combination. And I still feel like there's wiggle room here, because we saw massive scores going down, like, for just, you know, a bigger, more critical section. I still feel like there's more left in the tank for both of these guys.
And I think what was so impressive about Geordie Lawler's 6.77, he had the airdrop takeoff, which added that bit of drama, and the way he was able to hold his speed through that. Like you said, it is sometimes harder to stay tight in the pocket, but that airdrop, he just read it perfectly, and I think the judges rewarding all the sort of drama in there and the way he was able to, you know, do such a critical, powerful turn in the pocket. I mean, their backup scores, which were both sort of replicas of each other, came in the same. 6.17 for Levi's one-turn backhand snap and a 5.9 for Geordie's one-turn backhand snap. So their backup scores pretty much the same. It's just, yeah, Geordie's 6.77. It's got him out in the lead.
And see the North Narrabeen Board Riders flag flying proud there. The Groms holding it up. Geordie is one of their favourite sons. North Narrabeen, a rich heritage from 1964 to present day, coming up to the 60th anniversary. And Geordie knifing there.
Big old party plan for the 60th anniversary coming up later this year.
Look out.
I know.
You know
so much history in the club. There's an awesome book that we've got floating around the comp site that just goes into detail about Northie's history, and yeah, it's been a long and colourful one.
It has, and my grade 2 teacher, her husband Bob Pike, was Australia's first big wave surfer, made a real impact on Hawaii. First one to really surf Waimea Bay and put Australia on the map, and you're taking after that. You really are, Laura, and you've got a Guinness World Record, but people know you've been charging Shipstons and Hawaii all over the world, so you're one of their favourite queens. And here he is, Geordie Law, local boy, up and riding. Two-turn combo, goes to the air, and he gets the rotation. Smooth little flaring turn to finish. I love it.
You could tell that's what he was eyeing off when he took off. He was that first turn transition, and you could feel that he just wanted to keep speed to really get to that second section, and it was a nice, clean combo. That would have felt good. Wanting to drop is 5.9, so you've got to think that would probably put a bit more pressure on Levi right now.
One thing before is he actually lost priority and then handed it over to Levi, and it was under priority that he found this wave. So super impressive here. Gets a snap out of the lip, but this was the moment we're all getting excited about. Aerial manoeuvre, that front foot just shifted so far up the nose of the board.
Perfect example as to why you wax the nose when you do this sort of surfing.
Which
which I don't, but
me either.
That was so impressive, Geordie. So and also I just loved the first snap as well. It was a transition turn, but he threw so much speed. He just hit that at the perfect time. So great combo there for Geordie.
This is a well-matched heat, and the judges starting to lock in their scores now. And Geordie, you said it earlier, the first exchange, Geordie sneaking under the pack is a dangerous Geordie, and that's similar to what you have to do in the local lineup. It's such a crowded spot here, a lot of great surfers. So he would have spent the better part of 20 years doing that type of surfing.
Yeah. Well, interestingly enough, Geordie got a 5.97, so only pushing up the requirement by 0.7. Then the judges not really, maybe just a small wave, deeming it as critical as those big one-turn hangers he's been doing.
Has this meatball of a wave coming through to the right of the screen. That's straight up the front of the clubhouse. Not quite car parks, but refracting off the bommy.
Still so much south swell energy, and we were not expecting that south swell, you know, that mixed south swell to still be as big as it was, and you know, it's keeping it pretty straight out there, unfortunately, but it's also serving up these sections. And look at this little grom, living the dream.
Yep.
Yeah, buddy.
He's definitely got a face for TV. He could be a future pro. He might be in here in 15 years' time. We'll have to wait and see. But Geordie in the driver's seat right now. They're going to go down and speak to Jesse in a second. We'll watch Geordie under priority. Look at this thing. Little sandy wedge of a wave, and he goes down. We're going to catch up with the locals' reaction with Jesse Starling.
Yeah, guys, I have a Bonsoy locals report. I'm down here with basically all of North Narrabeen board riders. We've got the flag up behind us. The Groms are cheering for Geordie. He's the last local guy in the draw. We definitely want him to get the win. He's training with Matty Cattle. He's up filming the heat. We can see Brent Power down here supporting him as well. So massive crew of locals, and this would just be an absolute dream story if we saw the local boy and wildcard get the win.
Thanks, Jesse, and a former team rider there for Channel Islands. Yeah, Brent spent a lot of time with Geordie over the years, travelling with him to all the different events. And Reef McIntosh, fellow Australian and goofy footer, a friend of Geordie in the support network there of the Narrabeen board riders. It must feel good to be at home and in the lead.
Yeah, safe to say the longer Geordie goes into this contest, the more popping off that BB bar is going to be.
So we know Levi is capable of clutch performances. We saw it yesterday once again. We know that he's calm, he's cool, he's collected, he's ready. He knows he's going to have to be surfing excellent to get through this heat. Final 5 minutes, competitive mindset. What's going through Levi's head right now?
I think he needs a score, but there's still 5 minutes left on this clock. It's plenty of time, and I just think he's just got to, you know, draw inspiration from even earlier heats today and yesterday, knowing that if I can just find a big meaty section and, you know, land a big critical lip line or even just one big turn and ride out with control, that can be the score. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be a multiple turn wave. So I think back to, Eli yesterday, I keep saying it, Jet the day before, that there's moments out there you don't necessarily need, you know, this perfect gem of a wave to come through. You can do it with one turn. And yeah, he's surfing so strong and powerful. It's within his capabilities, and he's also got priority, which is great. But I mean, Geordie is sharking away down the line.
And Lawler up and riding now. Chris surfing to start this. And a classic North Narrabeen Rio on the inside section. They love it. Of course they do. One of their favourite sons. He's looking good.
Geordie's the type of surfer that you just want to keep watching him ride waves. I think, you know, our board riders, the Open Men's Final, we just have such an incredible contingent of guys, and it's like watching a QS.
Oh, that was so sick. That last turn was amazing. Really hard to do on that sort of section. I mean, it was an oncoming section. He could have just lip lined that and made it easier for himself, but he decided, hey, no, I'm going to give it a little bit more flair here. I'm going to really spin the tail and get that release. So that was really well done.
Yeah, Geordie's stylish. He's worked a lot, very hard on his body. I see him training at the Surfers Gym down there at Longreef with Matty Granger and Felipe Donari. They've got a good program, and always supporting all the local pros, yourself too, Laura, at times. And And he's stylish. He's a good skater. He's got a good steez on land, and it's really come out in his surfing in the last few years, Laura.
Yeah, it really has. Like you said, he's got incredible technique, amazing timing, and he's just also, like, I was so impressed with watching Geordie when he got that call up to surf at Pipeline, the year that he just missed out on the tour by 1 spot. He ran down the beach, he got the last minute call out, and he absolutely sent it over some huge bombs. As we see him down the beach, sniffing in this one.
Oh, a little wedgie left. It's running down the line. He comes around. A little swivelly re-entry there, and he hits the end section. So his 10th wave, looking to drop a low of a 5.97. He's feeling the flow right now. And Levi, not to be left out of the equation, a foamy wave, chasing a 6.58. He goes to the air. And he stays on his board and unable to ride clear of the white water. The NRMA 2-minute warning, his coach, Matt Myers.
Wow, this is so fun to watch. What a heat. And how about that for Levi, just hearing cheer after cheer go under his nose while he's just sitting waiting for a wave. But this last one of Geordie that he was able to find way down the beach, just perfect up into the pocket there, and then this turn, precision, timing, power, just clicked into gear on that last turn, throwing the fins, projecting into the flats, and you can just tell he's done that thousands of times out here at Northie. And this from Levi was a great answer back, a chunky wave from out on the peak. Fortunately went a bit foamy on the face there, and then he got to the air but wasn't able to spin it all the way around and got stuck in the foam there. So that was on its way to being an awesome answer back for Levi, but I think that Geordie's going to turn up the heat now. He's going to tighten the screws.
A 5.93 on the wave before previous. 2 scores to drop. Both of them jumping out back. Looks like Geordie, he's coming from behind, but he may regain priority and close out this heat, but still have scores to drop for Slauson. He's put on an incredible display of critical surfing throughout the event. And it's a 6.83. He extends his lead. The local boy puts Slauson down into second. A 7.43 now required. It's going to be pretty tough to claw out of this one, Flick.
Yeah, it is. And he's doing a good job, Geordie, because he's had a couple of attempts at trying to improve on that 5.97. He's done it. So job accomplished, mission accomplished. Now he's out the back. And, I mean, unfortunately, Levi's got priority. It's 20 seconds, so it doesn't look like there's anything coming. So hats off to Geordie, because he's just kept surfing himself into momentum and finding those little gems down the beach, right and inside.
All under priority. all of his scoring top 2 waves were under priority. So he's a danger man.
They're going to split the peak. No, he lets him go. He lets him go. Levi Slauson, last roll the dice. Timeout. He goes to the air. And he sticks it and unable to ride out again. His last wave was a 2.83 and he goes incomplete. The local boy takes the win and the crowd go wild.
Yeah, wow. Clutch finish there. I was just a bit nervous there, thinking Geordie might have almost
pushed down that section. I know, I thought the same, but I think it's we're all good.
Yeah, he may not have had a chance to turn around and look at the priority board, or may not have heard that, because that's why he's a bit hesitant there, but he gets the win regardless. A 13.6 heat total. Geordie Lawler moves forward into the quarterfinals.
Wow, good effort.
Yeah, great heat there, evenly matched, but we say goodbye to Levi. Great innings. We're going to go to a break. We're going to bring in Richie Lovett and Ronnie Blakey. Stay tuned.
The Northern Beaches is just extraordinary. It is a stunning place to come to. Every corner there's something new to discover. We call it bush to beach because there is just so much here. We're surrounded by national parks as well.
We have a real long history of surfing with many world champions that come out of the Northern Beaches. Tom Carroll, Damien Hardman, Barton Lynch, Lane Beachley. We've got 21 beaches, from advanced right through to beginners. You come to Northern Beaches, you can catch a wave.
It's like you've stepped out of watching something on TV and you're actually here living it.
Northern Beaches Council, a major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, and the local crowd are loving what they're seeing from Geordie Lawler. Still alive, just making it through to the quarterfinals with a big win over Levi Slawson. Ronnie Blakey joined by Richie Lovett. Rich, it's good to be home, mate.
Great to be home. Lucky to call the Northern Beaches home. And
Are we?
Yeah, real lucky. It's got everything we need here. No need to go anywhere.
Mate, obviously beautiful beaches. The weather this week, though, has been a little different. A bit grey, bit overcast, but there's been a lot of swell. Also, it's been tricky out in this lineup. It's been thumping on this shallow sandbar here at North Narrabeen. Not particularly groomed, but it has been serving up big, chunky sections, and that has meant some big dynamic manoeuvres. And from these two surfers, I think we can expect big numbers. Taro Watanabe, he's been so strong on his road through to this point in the contest. Definitely one of the most creative surfers that we've seen on the Challenger Series, I think, since it started. And he's up against Cade Matson, who's just been bumped off the CT. He wants back on. He had a bit of a poor showing at the first Challenger Series stop on the Gold Coast, Cade, but has been performing well on his road through to this point in the contest. Great matchup here.
Yeah, this is an exciting matchup. Cade Matson, you know, just one of the most passionate surfers you'll find. And, you know, obviously part of that crew coming out of San Clemente, and part of that real cool pack of positive Americans. And they're making inroads, mate. Obviously, the likes of Griffin Colapinto, Crosby Colapinto as well. Obviously, Kolohe kind of spearheaded the movement. And there's no shortage of talent there.
Significant jump in points already for these competitors, making the leap from a 17th to a 9th place finish at worst. But, you know, it really starts to become a keeper result if you can crack those quarters, fetching 4,745 points toward qualification. And both these surfers fell out of the mix early in the contest at stop 1, so they're making ground up already. Great to have Vycobi on board, local business here on the Northern Beaches, based out of Warriewood, making great technical outerwear. It's been put to good use this week, keeping everyone dry around the event site.
Yeah, it's great gear. Ocean Performance is where it sits. It crosses across a bunch of different codes, but all connected by the water. And yeah, great gear, keeping us high and dry and real warm.
Hoping these guys can find some space to put some combos together. Taro's performance for me was the standout yesterday. We saw bigger scores laid down in different heats, but just his ability to throw different stuff at us is, you know, something worth celebrating. And the panel applauded him for his efforts. Really cool fin blows, almost like carving tail release. And he's going to get us going here. Gliding off the bottom. Such a hard section to try and stick a move on, but full credit goes to him. He gave it everything. He got absolutely pounded. He's checking his board to see if it's still in one piece and not buckled. Seems to be all right. He's heading back out. Well, that was hectic.
That was real heavy, and perhaps just went a fraction too early. I know we're talking milliseconds here, but he just got swallowed up by this thing. Let's see what happens. This lip starts looming. He was actually maybe a fraction late, just got caught under it, guillotined, and sliced. Hey, that was a heavy wipeout, and lucky that it didn't detonate his board into a couple of different pieces.
and his rig. He just got caught right underneath that slamming lip there. And Taro, you know, if you're loving what you see in the jersey, be sure to check out Zipper. It's a recent flick. I think it's playing on StabMag at the moment. Check it out. He's surfing alongside Chipper Wilson, Felipe Toledo, Bobby Martinez, Harry Bryant and Dion Aegis in that one. And yeah, I know they're all fans of his approach. It's really cool to see him start making some heats. This is his first real run at the Challenger Series, 21 years of age. And this is already feeling like it's a sign of things to come as he loads one up on the forehand here. This is where he impressed us yesterday. Nice flow, hammering down the line, swings the tail around. No real fireworks in that ride, but just a quicker start. Cade Matson still stalking the predominant bank here, waiting for his first opportunity. Cade, 21 years of age too, and we've seen him coming through the ranks for some time. Kind of had your more traditional kind of climb through each of the divisions. Great junior, amateur career. Ploughed his way through the Challenger Series last year. Big unit.
He is a massive unit, and definitely grew substantially in the last 2 years, which is always a tricky time for a surfer, but he is a real nice guy, a gentleman, very structured way of surfing in his style. It's like he's got a beautiful looking peak here.
Well, let's see what he can do with this first section. Whips it through the top, quickly gets on top of the roof, trying to hang on for the finish. You saw that exploding whitewater, that impacting whitewater shooting back up at him. And it just stopped his forward momentum to get out in front of that wave. But Cade, he's had some back issues, Rich, a surgery even, and, you know, was questioning whether he'd be able to get back on the board and performing at a high level. He's done that. But you've had some back surgeries yourself, so you're well aware of just how hard it is to, you know, not just get back physically, but mentally get back into an attacking mindset, especially in conditions like this.
Yeah, when it's real punchy conditions and there's so much pressure going through the body. So Cade, a couple of years ago, he had to have micro discectomy surgery. It's a bit of a mouthful. I've actually had that operation done twice. So basically, L5, S1, there's a herniation in the disc where it goes into the spinal cavity, presses against the nerves, and I can talk from experience twice that it is one of the most painful injuries to have. It gets to the point where you must have surgery. So he went through that. There is a recovery stage, and there's a stabilising that you need to do all through your course. So Cade, you know, at the real early stages of his career, being challenged physically and able to come back, but he came back bigger, better, stronger. He's a lump of muscle, this guy. And, well, he's also adjusted his technique around that injury as well. You can see he's very, I was saying it before, structured and stable in his approach and the way he stands on the board, his hand movement, everything's really calculated.
Yeah, impressive. I love his power. Just failed to execute on that last ride. He was on his way to a decent number too. Combinations have been hard to come by this morning. And Cade had two decent turns there. 4.33. Still got the best number of the heat. But we will see how Taro responds here. These guys are the perfect contrast in approach. Cade, you know, what he does really well. Powerful, but you kind of know what you're going to get. And Taro, every time he gets on his feet, you know you're going to get a surprise.
Yeah, super unpredictable. And it is official.
Just hit himself in the face.
Look, he's just giving himself a little wake up. Perhaps somewhat rattled from that earlier wipeout. But, yeah, this guy's gone into my top 5 favourite surfers.
Oh, yeah.
He is right there. He grew up in Topanga in California. And just a really nice kid. And a friend of ours, Jesse Fain, actually introduced him to Pat O'Connell and Bob Hurley. And it made a connection with that brand and has been with them ever since. But obviously leaning also into the expertise of Brad Gerlach for a long time now. And the technique, the flair, this guy is the full package.
Yeah. No, I've been trading texts with Ger just about Taro and just getting his background, and they've been working together since Taro was about 11 years old. And you can see Ger's influence in there. It was much the same when he was working with Connor Coffin and Parker. I remember actually seeing Ger out here travelling with the Coffin brothers, and yeah, for me, Parker, you know, goofy-footed, but had some of those similar qualities, you know, just really focused on technique and fell in love with just, you know, emulating the best in the business and their kind of trademark turns. And Ger used to do it from a pretty young age. He loved a big frontside carve, and actually there was a Sydney surfer who retired at a pretty young age, probably too young, Richard Cram, who was regarded as having, you know, the most mean frontside carve in the game. Performers, the old Quicksilver movies, you know, you could see that. But Richard Cram lives up at Avalon now with his family, his growing family, got a swag of grandkids now, but still ripping. But yeah, I remember Ger sort of always just picking his favourite surfers apart. Even recently got Mark Okalupo on a trip over to the Maldives so he could pick his brain and introduce some of Oki's just natural, innate technique into his wave key movements. And you see it all in Taro surfing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that, you know, I really noticed about Brad when I was, you know, younger than him and watching these guys.
I was doing this yesterday. I kept saying Brad, and it just sounds so unnatural. You got to say Ger. Yeah, I think he even pulled me up one time. I was calling him Brad on the commentary. He said, please, call me Ger.
But yeah, there was one thing I noticed. It was around that era where, you know, board design was a little bit limiting, and a lot of the surfers, I used to jump around and hop around between sections, and I noticed that Ger used to just flow between the turns so eloquently. He kept his board moving side to side, and he never really hopped around. And I was like, man, that guy's doing something different to everyone else. And it's that flow element that he's able to connect his turns with, and I became a huge fan of Brad surfing. And, you know, down the line became a good friend, and we had a couple of surf trips, trained together under the O'Neill label for a while there. But, yeah, amazing stuff. Watched him win the event out here.
Yeah, 91.
It was the Coke Classic.
91, and so Ger does have that relationship to this location as well. Definitely one of his favourite locations. And he'd be watching right now with keen interest to see how Taro deals with his first opportunity to have a crack at the quarterfinals here. Only the third Challenger Series event that he's competed in, and you know, to have made the jump already up into this position is he's trending in the right way, isn't he? Yeah, he really is. And I think to have come into the competitive arena at this level and to be putting manoeuvres on the line and really, you know, not showing any signs of surfing conservatively is a real, you know, it's a real benefit for him. It's working out. Well, here he goes, finding some space down the line. Clean flow to get up into this first turn. Drives off the bottom swiftly. Oh, fails right out of that move. So just the failure to convert on some pretty solid scoring opportunities here. Wasn't going to be a massive number, but still can maintain pace with your rival. Force the rotation, force K to go after the lead at some stage here. Let's have a look what went wrong at the end of this one.
Yeah, good looking wave here though. Comes up, just cuts that first re-entry short, and then just again gets detonated by that wave as it explodes under his board. So that's twice that's happened in this heat to Taro. So I'll be looking to clean that up. 13 minutes on the clock. It's starting to get into that time where you want to be having a score on the board. No one has really opened up in this heat.
13 and a half minutes to go. Cade still holding priority on the outside. And we've got more to look forward to in this heat. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. The sun's out, the crowd has flocked in to see the amazing talent we saw for the men's round of 16 this morning. I'm at the Bailey Ladders leaderboard to look at the round of 16 of the women, and 3 heats have really caught my eye. This all-American affair, Alyssa Spencer taking on Kira Pinkerton. They've grown up competing against each other, so that's going to be an exciting one. Sally Fitzgibbons, Bronte McCauley, the veterans heat. And down here again, another all-Australian affair. Isabella Nichols and India Robinson, both working out of the HPC. They kind of know the ins and outs of their competitive history too, so that's going to be a really interesting one. And all the rest are going to be extremely hard as well. So another massive afternoon of action coming up.
Oh, it's going to be awesome, Jess. Thank you very much. Well, we've got the opportunity and we're taking in this beautiful vision. We want to acknowledge the traditional custodians and the country and waterways on which we gather today. And by these words, we show our respect to all Aboriginal people. We acknowledge elders past, present and emerging, and the spirits and ancestors of the clans that lived in this area. And you don't have to travel too far to see some of the amazing history around the Northern Beaches. Ku-ring-gai National Park is definitely worth having a look at. Get up towards the Resolute picnic area, and just in a short walk you can check out Red Hands Cave and see handprints that are approximately 2,000 years old, which is just amazing. Worth seeing.
Incredible stuff. So much history here just on the Northern Beaches and all the way up and down the New South Wales South Coast actually, and it's a special place where we live. Very thankful.
So out here at the moment we've got 10 minutes to go and no real solid scores to speak of. 2 of the real performers up until this point in the contest going at it, and Taro Watanabe just showing some frustration toward himself, just not being able to convert there, trying to slap some sense into himself here. The good news for him is that Kate Matson hasn't really caught fire just yet. He's been out there super patient at the moment, 9.5 minutes to go, and this heat is really anyone's. So I think we'll see both surfers put up better numbers than what they're hanging on to at the moment.
Yeah, it kind of hasn't even started this heat right now, but can't help but think that Taro is just feeling a little bit off this morning. Whether he's just trying to wake himself up, whether he's feeling good. Good-looking peak coming into our competition zone. It's a no-brainer for Kate Matson.
Yeah, moving into position, big section standing up, but you've got to move so fast. You know, it looked like it was going to give him opportunities for a couple of moves. It gave him nothing. And now Taro's going to get the opportunity to maybe drop the biggest number. Limbering up for it. Well, he waits for that set to roll in. Let's check in and see what kind of buzz Geordie Lawler's feeling at the moment. He's with Jessie Starling.
Geordie, doing it for the hometown, but doing it for the Aussies as well. The sole Aussie left in the draw. Massive heat win for you then.
Oh, really? Yeah. I didn't realise a bunch of the Aussies bowed out. That's unfortunate, but yeah, happy to fly the flag for everyone, and yeah, let's go.
How was it out there? It felt like, you know, people have been really struggling with the conditions all morning, but you just look like you're at ease out there.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it just comes down to knowing where to sit. But yeah, it's really, really tricky out there, and it's sort of just following my gut instincts out there, and yeah, it's working, so yeah.
I was down there on the beach with all of the Narrabeen, all of the local community. I actually had someone stop by and give you an Irish Lucky Charm, so there's that for you. So you've got the whole local community supporting you. Are you feeling the love?
Yeah, it feels like I've already won the comp or something. It's crazy. The support's just amazing, and yeah, really, really grateful for it, so yeah.
Maybe an AOS win at Manly round 2.
Oh, 100%, yeah, let's do it.
Amazing, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in the quarters. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Jessie. Yeah, Jessie referring to Geordie's victory down at Manly. Well, that one is special. A victory here at Narrabeen in a Challenger Series when you're not even campaigning full-time on the Challenger Series in 2024 could be huge. Taro up at the moment. This is a replay of a ride during that interview. Wow, and he converts on this one, stays on his feet.
Oh, beautiful snap off the lip there. Keeps that nose of the board pointing down the line. So much speed. He had to get around this section. Blasts that oncoming section. You can see the fins just kicking free out the back of the wave. And this was Cade behind him. Just a one turn. Punches the tail out, but just gets detonated. So Cade and both Cade and Taro, they've had their moments
Busted
here.
board here for Cade Matson. And it couldn't have come at a worse time. 6 minutes to go. If Cade rode out of that turn, it was going to be a big one. He flashed all three fins. He was drifting beautifully across the lip, but he went hard down in the impact zone. He's sucking in the big ones here at the moment because he fought hard to get to the beach here.
And I don't care what board it was. Sometimes these waves just detonate so hard. And foam and fiberglass just has no hope whatsoever. And Cade, he'll grab another Biolis driver 3.0.
Yeah, Eli Hanneman running that board down to him. Numbers are starting to roll through for Taro on his last wave. 6.5. The importance of staying on your feet clearly on show, especially at this point in the heat when no one had really dropped the number. Taro now back out there with priority. Only has to get rid of a 3, and this requirement's going to get pretty significant here for Cade. And he's still got to fight his way back into the surf.
Yeah, he's got 5 minutes. This is like the ultimate training drill right now. Needs to get back out and, well, you would think have to find 2 waves or 1 big number because Taro is likely going to replace that 3.0 in the next coming minutes. And Cade will be up against it.
Be huge right now for Taro if he could get a wave, better the 3 and get back out there for priority. Just so that Cade's got something to think about. You know, something in the 6-point range, high 6-point range would be massive.
Yeah, absolutely. Cade just somewhat conserving his energy as he's paddling back out. But he'll hit that little alley rights rip bolt and he'll be back out there in about 30 seconds.
Talk to the viewers, Rich, about just the difference for those that haven't put the jersey on. I know many of you probably have, but the difference in, you know, the way you're taxed physically and mentally in a heat compared to just the free surf.
Yeah, it's amazing, actually. I was just having a conversation with one of the lads about that just this morning. It's a different level. You know, you've got your free surf level, you've got your competition level, and everything is heightened. The output of energy, not only physically but also mentally, you know, is probably 10 to 20% more than you do in a free surf. It's just super hard to emulate these competition situations other than being out there with the jersey on. You're putting everything into it and just so focused on every decision, every second that ticks by. Total engagement at this level.
Well, Taro unable to find a wave while Cade was out of that lineup doing the board change. So the situation remains the same. Cade's after a 5.18. Taro's got priority though, and he's starting to move in now. Just looking to take a bit of control here at the takeoff zone. But Matson's still right in it at this point, 3 minutes to go. 5.18 is attainable with a single turn. I mean, I think his last wave, had he ridden out of it, might have even been better than Taro's 6.5. Put so much into that big fin throw.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a big one. We've seen some huge numbers dropping for a big single turn like that, and that one was critical.
So we've seen just the, you know, it's not like Taro's competed without competitive smarts or strategic smarts, but he's just been performing so well on his waves that we haven't seen him in this situation just yet, where he's covering someone and he's got a decision to make on what wave he's going to go. So this is a different kind of test for him.
Yeah, this is what we call a pretty scrappy heat, actually, where none of the competitors have really gone out and dominated, owned the heat, controlled it. And, well, Taro here, he's just using his priority under 2 minutes now. So he will stick really close to Cade Matson here. So it's come down to a one option for Cade. He needs one wave and one wave only. He's run out of time to do it in 2. But what he's hoping for right now is a 2 or even 3 set wave.
Bit of movement here from Cade, just almost moving himself to will some motion out of the depths here, to give himself an opportunity here. 75 seconds for Taro to hang on and make the right decision. Cade, you can see he's just sidestepping Taro at the moment. And he looks at this one. Taro has to pull the trigger, and now he wants to better that 3. Draws off the bottom. Not a whole lot in that turn, and this wave already starting to fade away. He'll chip away at it the best he can, but there's not a lot in it. He checks the clock. Cade, job done, selling Taro on that wave. Now trying to get himself a bit of space and an opportunity to turn this heat in the final stages. Not really feeling like the requirement's going to grow here, Rich.
No. He's only going to need that 5.18. But he just needs this wave. He's looking for something, anything. Just give him the opportunity. One big hit, that's all it's going to take. And he will get this done.
20 seconds to go. Well, he and his crew have had some big moments in the dying stages of heat throughout this contest. He needs another one now.
Is this a little bump? He's stroking. 10 seconds.
Okay, he's got to perform, and he's got to surf hard on this wave. He needs a 3.5 now. Taro just managed to up the requirement a little bit, chipping away at this one. Foam on the face, doing his best. But it was a small wave. And Taro, well, he'd be super nervous right now. He did up the requirement. Just a little bit. 3.17 for his last wave. So as you can see, the score required is a 5.35.
Well, let's have a look at it. Clearly, a smaller inside wave. Cade gets to work. Quick snap. Keeps that speed, momentum down the line. There's another one. So 2 quick succession backhand hits and then a little pivoting turn off that final section. But big question mark just around the wave height. No question around the performance, but...
And no question from the judges, really. They didn't give it to him. 3.9 was the score. It was great small wave surfing, but I think even Cade knew when he finished that final turn that it probably wasn't going to be the 5.35 he was looking for. Taro Watanabe, he's on his way to the quarterfinals here, and he is celebrating. This will be his best finish in a Challenger Series event, no matter what happens. But he definitely has the talent to keep this roll going, and he has better performances in him than that. We'll take a quick break. When we return, just one more heat for the round of 16 for the man. It's Kai O'Belly up against Gassion Delier. Welcome back to the show, and happy Mother's Day to all the mums out there watching on. Probably a few watching their kids battle it out to get into the quarterfinals here today. Another great clash to round out this round of 16 and set up our quarterfinals. Caio Abelli of Brazil, the veteran, going up against the man we just saw finishing off his opening ride, Gassion Delay, who has been impressive. Has cracked a final on the Challenger Series before. Over there at Bolito. It's the only time he's made a final series. Caio had a field day in this lineup yesterday. 3 incredible tube rides.
Wow.
And he's going to open up this heat with a really strong backhand display.
Isn't it incredible how each heat just starts a little differently? And Caio just finding a nugget there where he could just explode off the back 3 times. And now competitors in the heat prior, they struggle to find anything. But let's have a look at the replay here. Gassion here. Big snap to start things off. Drives off the bottom, off the top. Big, powerful hits. Taller surfer. Contrasting style here. But you can see Caio just accelerating out of that first turn. Quick succession snaps to finish off. But watch this here. Gets up. Now he drives through it. Real expressive in the back half of that turn. Gets down low. Connects with it again. Gets some tail release. Brings it around and then gets a vertical hit. So great variety between those 3 manoeuvres. Opening blow goes to Caio Abelli.
Yeah, Caio, one of the most accomplished surfers left in the event. Former world junior champ. Claimed that title up on the Gold Coast where he's living now. He's been there since about October. Loving his time here in Australia. Had some of his best competitive moments on these shores. A runner-up finish at Bells Beach back in 2017. He was Rookie of the Year in 2016. And he feels like he's got more to give at the Championship Tour level. That's why he's here battling it out on the Challenger Series. And he's getting the job done and kind of progressing through the round so far with no dramas, no trouble at all. He's looked really sharp.
Yeah, he's looked really good. I think he's tapped into something here. I think pressure was a big thing for him over the last couple of years. He was laying it on thick and maybe crumbling under the weight of it. And post-heat interview yesterday revealed something about his shift in mentality, just opting to, you know, just saying, I sort of forgot to have fun with what I'm doing and just enjoying it for what it is and enjoying the competitive process. And it's definitely freed him up.
Yeah, just referring to himself as a veteran and talking about, you know, wanting to find the edge on the Groms. Well, Gassion, he's out there at the moment, but you'd hardly call him a Grom. He's only a few years younger than Caio, 27 years of age, been campaigning on the Challengers for some time. 2022, he finished 14th. And that was the year that he cracked the final at Bolito. He finished runner-up to Rio Waida there. That's his only finals appearance on the Challenger Series. So he's desperate to break through this round again and start that climb to the top end of the Challenger Series ranks.
Yep. Yeah, it's time. It's time to go. It's time to get it done.
Nice close exchange to kick this heat off. 6.67 to Caio. Really nice flow between his turns. Looks rock solid. Kind of thumping away at the lip. Gassion, he had a 5.83.
Yeah, they were 2 big explosive moves from the Frenchman. And Caio just taking an inside line here, moving deeper on the bank. And Gassion opting to just stay a little wider. But far from straightforward conditions out here at North Narrabeen, which is it's generally the case. It is one of the most consistent and quality breaks on the northern beaches. And it's normally pretty straightforward the way the sandbar lines up. But at this time of year, given the amount of weather and rain, and how much movement there's been on the sandbars, coupled with the direction of swell. So Kaio just having a little look at that one. Beautiful vision there, looking down the coast to Longreef Headland. Beautiful golf course there. And thankfully, the skies are starting to clear.
Gassian comes from Guadalupe. Originally, obviously spends most of his time on the road chasing the championship tour, or campaigning to get there at least. But you've been down there,
I
Rich?
have, yeah. I went to Guadalupe in my early qualifying years, went and did a QS. Super fun, beautiful spot, really fun, yeah. Number of reef breaks around the area. Good vibes.
It sounds like a beautiful part of the world. But all these competitors just really do relish the opportunity to visit these different areas and immerse themselves into the culture of the places. Kaio's one in particular that just really seems to lock in. Adriano de Souza kind of was the original Brazilian who'd just get to events, 2 to 3 weeks early and make himself almost part of the community wherever he'd travel. But for Kaio, it's been years of travelling to Sydney to compete in qualifying events and now Challenger Series contests. But even as a junior, he was making his way out here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I remember watching Adriano de Souza win the World Junior title out here. Incredible. That was really the start of his career. And he sort of, led that whole Brazilian Storm movement. And Kaio, one of the beneficiaries of that movement for sure. He's been solid, Mr. Consistent. He's one of these guys that just always puts a good number on the board. Very rarely do you see him have an off heat where he sort of falters and he's a bit off. But mate, more often than not, if there's a barrel to be had, he'll find it.
It was like a salty old local with, hairy ears and blue tack rammed down them yesterday. He sat out there when everyone else was going for big individual turns. Kaio just sat there, let everything pass by and found 3 really nice little barrels. Seemed to make complete sense of it.
Yeah, well, he is. You're right. He's finding these waves that are allowing him multiple turns.
Oh, here we go. This will be a nice response. Gassian looking to finish this one off. Got a good little flow happening here. Body language is looking pretty positive as he comes through to the inside and he celebrates. I mean, it's only his second ride. But I think that both these competitors, after watching those first heats of this round, are well aware that getting combinations in is difficult to come by today.
Oh, big tall section here, and Gassian just slams it shut. Gets a nice carve down, comes all the way through to the inside, and does some great work as he continues the manoeuvres. And then outside, this was Kaio's wave, so a smaller wave, but he gets up vertical as that section softens underneath him. He brings it all the way through, it stands up again, and he belts it. So, well, you'd have to say that Gassian on that exchange, a much better wave. He sort of reminds me of Federico Moraes in the way he approaches that taller stance, but still a lot of power. Uses his height to advantage, gets a lot of tilt on the board when he really knifes and carves off that bottom turn.
Yeah, Kaio getting the edge on the opening exchange. But Gassian is going to absolutely smoke him on the second. Waiting on the numbers to come through here. Let's check in with Jesse and the winner of the last heat.
Taro, moving on to your best Challenger Series result ever. That's got to be a win in itself.
Yeah, I'm super happy. I don't think I made it past the second round ever, and this is my 3rd Challenger, so to be into finals day, I'm really happy. And that was a pretty tricky heat with Cade. We were just battling for the first part, and then we were just like, it looked like none of us wanted to win. We were just falling on everything. But yeah, I've competed against Cade for my whole life, and he's been, you know, the guy that's inspired me and made me want to surf better for my whole life. So yeah, thanks Cade for the fun heat, and today I got him, so I'm happy.
Watching all those guys qualify on tour last year, that must have been a massive, I guess, push for you to want to do better this year.
Yeah, all those guys, Crosby, Cole, I mean, Jet was close, Cade qualified, Eli. Those guys are all in my same age group, and I've surfed with and competed against them my whole life. So seeing that definitely inspired me, and yeah, I just want to keep making heats. It's really fun, and just want to keep surfing. Stoked.
And you and I spoke about this yesterday. It looks like you're approaching your heats with a free surfing mentality. It seems to be really working. Is that kind of the insight that you're going for, free surfing in a heat?
Yeah, I'm just trying to surf. The times I kind of get in like a weird, you know, thing with heats is when I don't catch waves. So I'm just trying to catch waves, and it's a beach break, so there's, you know, there's always opportunity everywhere, and I just want to surf, and yeah, it's been working out. Keep it rolling.
Amazing. Well, keep it rolling into the quarterfinals. So stoked for you, Taro, and yeah, best of luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jess. I think we're always of the opinion you just want the best person in each heat to win as far as performance goes, but just selfishly, I just can't help to be thrilled to see that guy get through, because I'm such a fan of the kind of surfing that he's bringing to this competition, even though he had a pretty sad heat then, despite getting the victory. How's that one from Kaio? So the numbers in for Kaio's previous wave, 4.17. He's holding on to the lead, but yeah, well, the lease is going to be a short one. He's going to get evicted in a second, because we're about to see a good score drop for Gussian. And it's coming through now. It looks like it's going to be in the 6-point range. Only needs a 5 to jump up in the lead, and there it is, 6.27. So we got a heat on our hands. Not a whole lot separating these two. Kaio now after just a 5.43.
Yeah, again, not a huge number, but in today's conditions, it won't come easy.
Oh.
But hang on.
Don't give this guy too much room. Got some huge turns he can go to. Oh, he was there.
Oh, wow.
Landed on his feet. But you could see how turbulent it was.
Oh, it looked like quite a buttery landing. But then he just got swamped by the whitewash. And Gussian would have heard that. He would have heard the crowd and the spectators, the other competitors screaming.
Well, real unfortunate for Kaio there. You know, he's not the tallest guy, Kaio, but he's stocky, he's built. And those legs almost held in then.
Well, he had it. You could see he was on top of his board. But just that whitewash caught up with him. These waves moving quickly, swamped him.
Right, I think we've all made that mistake, you know, like jumping off the back deck at home or off a bus stop if you're on a mad bender with your friends. That's what these surfers are attempting.
Yeah.
Every time they have a crack at one of these end sections. It's so flat, beyond flat. Almost the water's running downhill. You're trying to find a transition. There is really nothing there. So it's all about your ability to, you know, to stick it. And Kaio almost had that one. It would have got the number that he needed to jump into the lead. 13 minutes remaining here in Heat 8, the round of 16, to decide who's going to surf against Taro Watanabe in that last quarterfinal heat in the men's event. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
That's all right. I'll tell it, and you can tell it.
Okay, guys, I'm down here at the GWM Activation Centre. Don't be distracted by that beautiful car behind me, because you and a mate could win the ultimate surf trip. All you have to do is come down here, have a surf on the green screen, and scan the QR code for your chance to win.
Nice new car, neighbours think you come far. Posh kids, IBs, car close a new deal. Hey, 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 hey. We don't need nobody to show that we've done well, 'cause we employ freedom and that's something you can't sell.
Great to have GWM on board for the Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And I'm going down there. I'm going to scan the QR code, get on the green screen, get a shot, because I've had a gutful of watching other people surf these 4 events of the Aussie leg, Rich. It's enough to make you feel sick, but as good as the surfing's been, with all due respect, we need a surf trip, mate.
We do, and mate, it'd be cool to do it in one of those new GWM vehicles. They got a range of great cars, and well, your chance to drive one. Get down here.
And I think it's the best way to explore the New South Wales coast, is to actually just get in a car and just, you know, round every corner, and even here on the northern beaches, 21 little headlands to poke your head around and see if you can find a wave. Here's your heat leader here at the moment. Gassion has been impressive so far in this heat, but he's well aware that he's got a surfer with a whole lot of championship tour experience breathing down his neck, only looking for a 4.53.
There's a replay of Kaio, found a little sneaky right-hander, just jams a big layback snap, beautiful. So something we haven't seen much of in the last couple of days, but Gassion, he gets a taller wave here, streaking down the line. That section just starts to lay down, so he goes, I'm going to have to do something big.
Well, Kaio, after a 5.43, Rich, could it be the number?
Well, it could be right there. If you've maybe got another turn off, hit that section, it was definitely a critical turn.
Well, we're not waiting for numbers to come in. It's in a 1.27. So obviously not getting credit for a completion there, as we see Gassion almost hanging on for the finish. He was so close. But that turn of Kaio's, that's a surprise to me. We should see it again if we can.
Let's have a little look here. So streaking down the line, slams that way back hack, and well, he looked like he rode out fairly clean, just got that little trip up, but definitely had some control there.
Well, that was an impressive turn. Don't know if it would have got him the 5.43 to get into the lead, but that's hypercritical on the end section there. As we get to 8 minutes remaining here, and Kaio's still got some work to do. Those finishes have been so under the microscope. This event in particular, you basically got to beach it to let the panel know that you've got control.
Yeah, they want to see it. They want to see you ride for an extended length of time after the manoeuvre.
Yeah, we've touched on it a couple of times. It's become a talking point. It's a sort of an interesting thing to throw around. It feels over-critiqued, but it's at times, but at the same time, you can't leave any grey area there.
Yeah.
You know, if you're not going to give credit to one person, if you're not going to give credit to one person for riding out of a turn, you have to maintain that consistency throughout the entire event. But, you know, here we go. Kaio taking off. Bit stuck behind on this one. The smart approach might be to ride the wave all the way to the beach, take your board up to the back of your car, dry it off, unscrew your fins, put them away, put your board away and hop in the front of your car. That would probably be the only way to guarantee that you get the completion these days.
Yeah, I think that's a little extreme, mate. But
maybe.
But what you're saying is right. There's definitely conversations happening within the surfers. and around the event site and with the spectators as well. You know, what is the line between make and not make? And the 5 wise men up there.
Yeah, well, there's 5 people making that decision. You know, it's not one individual having a say. So, you know, majority would win, and that's what I'm happy to go with, the majority for sure. 6 minutes to go here, and Kaio Abeli just fighting on the inside. He's found a bit of room to move, but hasn't been able to turn in the number he needs here.
He's been busy, hasn't he? He's ridden 7 waves up to this point, the first 2 being his scorers. And he's looking for something. 5-4-3. The Gassion, excuse me, has been, you know, he's put together a really good heat management on point here. Really identifying the ways for him to put his weapons on display. It's that big power carve, that big aggressive, powerful snap.
Yeah, no easy heats, but Gassion would have been thinking, wow, I'm going to have my hands full here coming up against Kaio, the form he's been showing through this contest. And Kaio's so well-rounded. You know, he's got a lot of power. He's got airs he can go to, and he showed yesterday that he can sniff a tube out.
You'd have to say that Gassion is a little heavier footed in his approach. Just cuts a slightly deeper line. Here goes Kaio. Not sure what he was thinking.
You think Gassion cuts a more heavy footed than Kaio?
Oh, I just feel like Kaio sits on the water just a little bit higher and is perhaps a little bit more agile. I just feel like, just by sheer nature of Gassion's size, when he cuts his line, he's just maybe a fraction more powerful.
I'm going to disagree with you, but I respect you and I love you. But yeah, I just think that Kaio, you know, when he lays that board over, he does it with authority. Let's see what happens though in these later stages. He finds a bit of room to move here, Kaio, and he does try to get himself into the pit. Probably not the right option there, as that wave was just clamping up. And again, he's taking himself out of the lineup for just a brief moment.
Yeah, well, with each opportunity that you take, you potentially leave opportunity out there in the lineup. And that is why wave choice is so important. And you'd have to think that, you know, a 5-4-3 would have to be a fairly good tube ride to net that number, and that thing never had it on it.
Nah, it would be. So he's in that position, isn't he, where he's just Gassion makes some decisions here and just trying to make him second guess his wave selection and get him to use that priority. And here we go, Kaio again. He's going to tuck in. Wow, deep in the barrel, and he's going to punch through here. Not a clean exit. It was a dirty exit.
Wow.
But it was a pretty impressive ride.
And he's got himself distance. That's what this wave has done. I don't think it's going to be the score, but he's put himself on a different part of the bank here. He'll try and shoot out, but Gassion, he's onto him. He's going to paddle up the northern end of this bank and just stay with him here in these final minutes.
He's playing it smart, isn't he?
Yep, he sure is. So backdoors this section. Kaio drives through it. It wasn't clean, and as a result, the score will stay very conservative.
Numbers rolling through. Richie's spot on, 3.77. Not close to that 5.43 that he needs. But it still would have been a nervous wait for the number, for the man leading this heat at the moment, who's looking to break into the finals for just the second time in his Challenger Series career here. We're under the 2-minute warning, courtesy of NRMA Parks and Resorts now. And what's these situations, Rich, when you're on the cusp of breaking into the quarters, they must be so nerve-wracking and, you know, really difficult to make the right calls on priority.
Yeah, it's those moments where you need to be confident about your decision-making. And I think at this level, you know, basically Gassian's looking at all these waves going, is Kaio going to be able to get a 5-4-3? He's going to have a crack at it.
Wow, he's giving it some space. Kaio ditches the fins, has to push hard, knowing he's on a smaller wave, and as a result, overcooks it and goes down. 1 minute remaining now. Abeli running out of time. Gassian is chasing him down the line toward the southern end of the comp site here.
Yeah, he would know right at this moment that Kaio did not get the score. So he's just going to try and flex his priority in these closing seconds of this heat. Big result. You know, he's staring down the barrel of the quarterfinals. He understands that's big points. That's a keeper result at this stage. And for this man, it hasn't come easy.
Well, I know one person who's going to be super proud of the way he's played this heat, and that's Alain Rieu, the French coach. He would have been very aware of Kaio's ability to manufacture scores on smaller waves, and that's scary. And Gassian, he hasn't put a foot wrong with his priority decisions so far in this heat, and he's having a look at this one. Kaio, Gassian has to go at this point. Only a few seconds to go. He's made the right call again here, and he's going to earn his spot in the quarterfinals. And have a look at just how stoked he is about it. Abeli, a pretty decent run through the contest for him.
Oh, this is an upset. This is an upset right here. Kaio Abeli, he has been surfing just so well. The veteran and the relegated championship tour surfer is out of the competition.
Well, that is impressive stuff from a young campaigner just breaking into the quarterfinals for the second time in his Challenger Series career. That's 3 years battling away. I did mention earlier he has made a final before. Let's see if he can repeat that effort. Second time into the quarters. Let's see if he can go all the way.
Yeah, well, it's a big result. And, you know, that quarterfinal hurdle, it's a pretty big one.
Let's have a look at the Bailey Ladders bracket now and see how our quarterfinals shaped up. On the top side of the draw, all Brazilian, so they will have a finalist in this event. But on the bottom side, we just said goodbye to Kaio Abeli. So we're going to have a challenger from a different country, but who knows what country that is.
Yeah, well, it's Eli Hanneman up against the local lad, Jordi Lawler, and then Taro Watanabe against Gassian Delahaye, which is going to be the Frenchman who just took out one of the big names in this event.
Well, stick around, because up next we're going to get into the round of 16 for the winner with Nikki Van Dyke taking on Vaino Ferreiro. Stay with us. We're going to bring in Matt Chernowski, Felicity Parmentier, and Jess Starling for the call.
Sunny today, we like it. Who was that?
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by NRMA Parks and Resorts, the official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. We are straight into Heat 1 of the women's round of 16 here at North Narrabeen Beach. I have Felicity Parmentier in the booth, along with Jessie Starling. Amazing time on the beach, great hits on the sand there with the North Narrabeen crew. You buzzing this morning or what, Jess?
Oh, I'm buzzing. Absolutely. I mean, the sun's out, swell's still here. Competitors are on fire, and I've just been loving chatting to everyone after their heats. It's just, I think win, lose or draw, everyone's just been happy today.
Yeah, and some amazing action in the surf, but looking forward to this heat coming up. The women hitting the water. Who are you looking forward to the most?
Oh, I mean, this first heat, obviously stand out for me. Nikki Van Dijk, obviously so many years and experience on tour, coming up against Vahine, who, I mean, she's just been right there a few years in a row, almost qualifying. Obviously, we know she's from Tahiti. She's put in amazing performances out at Cheruboo, but I mean, this whole round of 16 is stacked, but my eyes automatically go to Heat 5. Sally Fitzgibbons, Bronte McCauley. For me, they were two women that were super in form up on the Gold Coast, and Sal obviously getting second here last year, as we see Nikki.
Up and riding, 29-year-old, just good for that single turn. The sun's starting to shine here on the Rivermouth left, which is the alley. And Vahine, she'll be licking her lips, a goofy footer, a smooth style, maybe one of the smoothest we have in the women's draw. And she'll be enjoying the combinations that are happening this morning on the wave. But big turns being rewarded for single turns as well. Jess, talk us through this.
Yeah, Nikki just getting this heat underway. She's been looking on point all event. Just one turn there for Nikki, and then Vahine wants a piece of it as well. I totally agree with you, Maddie. I think she has one of these silkier styles in the women's division, and she puts it up there for one turn, gets the finish. So both singular waves for the ladies out there. Vahine maybe with a little bit more spice on hers, but Nikki's was probably a bit more critical in the pocket. But I think it's going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, light-footed Vahine. She's obviously charges big waves. You mentioned that before, Flick, but super soft on her feet, and just reminded me of a women's version of Rob Machado.
Good call. Good call. For me right now, this heat is pretty evenly matched. If I think back to we'll get back to that in a second. Looks like someone's going to have a look here.
We have Vahine up again. Nice little wrap to get things started. This wave tapering away, a little bit of backwash to deal with, but she does great. And taps that one off the whitewash. Can she ride out? And it gets the best of her. The combos, the order of the morning so far here for these two surfers. And Nikki up and riding, hard off the bottom. Hits in the pocket, lose it for a moment, and able to ride out of the whitewash, nice and clear. So the first completed wave of this exchange so far. What did you make of that one, Jessie?
I really liked it. I think Nikki's looking really sparky on her feet. That second turn, there was a lot of turbulence to try and come down from that one, and she really made it look so effortless and easy. Second wave of the set, a little bit cleaner on the face here. Love that first turn, kicks the fins out the back, but reacted so quickly, and then that one, she manages to get up over the foam, and I think that's why she came down so easily. But yeah, this first turn, so much spark in it. I loved it. It's ever so stylish too. I mean, Nikki, she knows exactly what she's doing. And yeah, like I said, just got out in front of that foam, and I think that's the reason why she got the ride out on that one.
And growing up Phillip Island, Victoria, used to that raw Southern Ocean and those southerly winds. She said yesterday she had the first heat of the day, and with a joyful smile on a post-heat interview, I was happy to get that one out of the way. And coming from somewhere, a colder climate yourself, Flick, growing up surfing many heats, how does that feel to have the whole day off? You get through that first heat, and then you just sit back and watch your competitors duel it out?
Oh, it's great. I mean, of course, first heat of the day, some people love it, some people hate it. Depends, I think, if you're a morning person or not. And depends on obviously the conditions and if you like getting up early and having that morning surf. But yeah, Nikki did well the other day in her first heat, but she's just done a really good job at really picking the eyes out of it. The women have had a couple of days where it's been super challenging conditions. The first day the women ran, it was tricky, and Nikki did such a good job at just finding these little runners where it was just really conducive to her sort of style of surfing on her backhand. And I mean, she's rewarded for that 2-turn combo already.
Yeah, healthy 6-point ride to get things started. She's out there. She's traded the wetsuit for the shorter spring suit right now. But we are in autumn in Sydney. Typically, it's offshore all day. The wind fluctuating a little bit throughout the event, Jess. But for the most part, super competitive waves here at Narrabeen.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, last year we saw not so traditional Narrabeen. We saw all the competitors sitting down there at car park rights. But this year, definitely seeing more traditional Narrabeen, those lefts filtering through. We have the river mouth open. We have water flushing out, which is why we're getting these really beautiful lefts. But yeah, like you said, usually this time of year, we kind of have dreamy winds all autumn. So yesterday was kind of one of those days that we're not really used to having in autumn, but even with the wind there, we still had great surfing and great moments that I have even still been talking about today.
15 years on the tour for Nikki. She has been a regular here at Narrabeen, but back when the Sydney Surf Pro was at North Stain just a few years ago, she had a runner-up finish to Nadia, and she put in a great innings there. We had good lefts on finals day at Narrabeen for the QS, for the Challenger Series. So this event, it's been good for her, and it's also been good for Vahini. She had some momentum last year, and she had a second at Bolido actually in 2022. So going into the next stop on the Challenger Series, these surfers carrying a lot of momentum, but we're expecting big things from this heat, and Vahini Fierro in particular, now chasing a 5.68.
Yeah, I think it's really nice. For me personally, I think it's really nice to see Vahina on her forehand. We see her so often on her backhand, and we know that she's incredible on her backhand. And you know, we see her on her forehand, but in different waves to this, we see her in waves of consequence.
Yeah.
So I think putting her in a beach break lineup that is predominantly a left, it's nice to show that her forehand is just as good as her backhand. She is so powerful, so technically great, and I know style's not a part of the criteria anymore, but she's stylish too, and I really appreciate that in her surfing.
I would say, I mean, I agree with you on that's not part of the literally written in the criteria, but the judges do pay attention to that flow aspect, and in amongst that, with speed, power and flow, if you're stylish doing them, they're doing comparisons, you may get an extra point, give or take, and that's where the human nature aspect of the judge comes in. Big barrels, someone's coming out like Jerry Lopez, or we see some of the women super stylish coming out of the barrel. It always looks better than someone with a bad, ugly style.
Yeah, for sure. It's an interesting conversation, that one. But I just think surfing's subjective, you know, and we all have our favourites, and for different reasons as well. And I think it's especially because of where you grow up, what waves you surf, and what you start to appreciate, and everyone's idea of that is different, you know. But for me, I just think I mean, some of my great favourites, I think about Joel, just effortless, creates so much space on the wave. Yeah, Joel Parkinson is a favourite for mine. I mean, and then if I think about the current championship tour, just on the men's side, as we get back to that, Nikki up and riding.
Yeah, throaty right-hander spits behind her. She does a re-entry, just good for the one turn. With some of the rights coming into play as well. So you see that high tide's already passed. It's going to start to drop out now, the tide, and create a lot of these variable peaks up and down, and style. It's definitely, as you said, Steph. What we're talking about, I had Steph on my mind, as we said.
Hello,
Flick.
Gilmore.
But, I mean, for me, style is always someone that makes it look easy, and especially in complex situations. And Steph Gilmore, one of the most stylish to ever ride a surfboard. Who's your most stylish surfer, Jessie?
I mean, Steph's a pretty big one. I have to agree with Flick. Joel is definitely one of my favourites, but I can't go past Mick. He's the guy for me, both in water and on land.
Yeah.
And the style that we know in modern day surfing is actually influenced, goes all the way back to ancient Polynesia, but the Hawaiians, they really influenced the Californians, who then influenced the Australians, and it was just this, it's come back and forth through different waves over the years. There was a certain beach boy style that the Hawaiians possessed that the Californians adopted back in the 1940s, and then it was Phil Edwards, most stylish surfer of all time, passing the baton to midget Farrelly, Nat Young, who grew up at the other end of the beach at Collaroy. Phyllis O'Donnell, the first world surfing champion, famous soul arch of her at Narrabeen, at Manly when she took out the world title, and that just passing the baton through the generations. Australia's had surfers in amongst it, and we still do these days. I think surfers like Ethan Ewing, Steph Gilmore, as we said before.
Yeah, there's just, I mean, Australia, there's so many stylish surfers. And yeah, like Flick said, I feel like where you grow up, it's super subjective to see the type of surfing that you do. But yeah, growing up here, I think, you know, even when I was being coached as like a young Grom, the term graceful was always flown around, you know, be powerful but be graceful. And yeah, I think we're really lucky to be brought up in this country. Definitely a lot of powerful, graceful surfers.
And stylish on land, not just in water, and being humble in the attitude is something that rings really true. And our Frenchman, Gatien Delahaye, is down on the glass with Laura Enever, the winner of last heat.
Yes, guys. Hey, you got to finals a couple of years ago over in Bolito, second in the Challenger Series. You've had a long road since then. An ACL, knee injury, out for 6 months. How good does it feel to be back in the finals day action and your name right there in the quarterfinals?
Yeah, it actually feels really good. Dedicated so much time to this and trying to get back to 100%. As you said, last year I got injured, didn't come to the Australian leg, and came back to Bolito. I wasn't ready at all, so last year was a year I'm not going to be thinking of anymore, so I just trying to move forward. And yeah, this year is another year, and yeah, I'm just trying to give it a crack again.
And obviously that heat coming up against Kyle Belly, an amazing competitor and surfer. How did you approach it, and you know, talk us through it?
Yeah, I knew Kyle, well, he's a city guy, so I knew he's got like way more experience than me, so I knew I had to do the difference in my turns, wave selection, strategy and stuff, so I just took it really easy, kept on breathing the whole time, like trying to stay as calm as I could and to make the right decisions. And yeah, everything kind of came my way. Nerves-wracking at the end of the heat, didn't know what to do. If I had to let him go, I had to go on a wave. So yeah, like I said, everything kind of came my way. I'm stoked on that.
Absolutely amazing. Well, we're so stoked to see you into the quarterfinals. Anything you'd like to say to your family and friends back home in French?
Tout le monde à la maison, merci d'être là, de regarder. Je sais qu'il est un peu tard. À mon cœur, au chat, à mes parents, tout le monde qui me supporte. Merci à tous et on se voit demain.
Merci beaucoup.
Thanks, Laura, and great insight there from Gatien. Concentrating on that breathing, remaining present, which we hear so often in today's surfing. And he's a stylish surfer himself from Guadeloupe in the French Caribbean, one of the more dominant regions for the French surfer. But here we have one from Tahiti, Vahini, and we're going to catch up with Nikki Van Dyke. Jess.
Yeah, Nikki just keeping the ball rolling in this heat. I love that she's turning heaps of waves. Pretty much airdropped out of that one. Huge finisher there for Nikki. So 3 turns. And then, yeah, love this wave of Vahine. We were talking about this earlier. Her backhand is so great. This one looked like she almost over-rotated a little bit, but managed to react quick enough to it and get the ride out and get back out there for first priority. So she's thinking like a really great competitor would right now.
Scores still to lock in. She was chasing a 6.83. We expect that to have extended a little bit more. I think Nikki might have replaced that 3.33. The beach starting to get packed for Mother's Day down here at North Narrabeen and Sydney's northern beaches. A phenomenal wave, a consistent wave, and this is Nikki staying busy under priority. And have you had any duels with Nikki over the years? I'm sure you have, Flick.
Oh, I've had plenty of duels with Nikki, but...
I meant in the surf.
Oh, yeah. No, I keep my jewels in the water. But not as many jewels as fellow commentator Laura. But yeah, we've had our fair share. I mean, Nikki and I are only a couple of years apart. So I'm pretty sure that she has the higher heat percentage win over me. Someone who she's just been so consistent throughout her whole career, and as I look to those years when she was on the world tour and just so consistent, and then even some years, you know, having to do both tours, the qualifying tour and the championship tour at the same time. But yeah, I think Nikki's surfing's right there. I feel like she's still just as good as what she was back then. She deserves to be on tour, and I'm stoked to see her actually giving it another crack, because she was kind of questioning it there for a little bit of, oh, do I do this again? You know, it's been a while. Like, do I have another crack at this Challenger Series? But No, I'm stoked to see her here, and I feel like she's just got a bit of a different perspective of, hey, I'm coming at this from a fun angle here, and I think it's showing.
Yeah, it is, and she just locked in a 5.17, extending her lead. But we'll wait to see what that score of Heaney is after a Bonsoy brew break.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Vycobi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia. And by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to North Narrabeen for the 50th year of surf contest being held here at this famous beach. This is the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, and we are into the second part of Heat 1 of the women's, round of 16. Nikki Van Dyke, Phillip Island Victoria in the lead from Heaney Fierro. A great day of surfing so far, Flick.
Yeah, it's been super exciting. Conditions still tricky. A little bit, I'd say it's improved since yesterday for sure, but we're still having those big one-turn moments, those exciting finishes, and there's still, like we've said already, there's still a lot of south in the swell at the moment. There's kind of two swells at the moment, the east and the south. I was speaking to Davey Cathles this morning, and he was saying that south actually has about 17 to 18 seconds in it. So that's why we're still getting those really big, crazy sections, those dramatic finishes. Yeah, it's been an exciting day, and I mean, this heat is, it's starting to take shape now. Vahine's locked in one nice score, and now Nikki sort of locking in her backup. So the things are getting her a bit tighter here as, time's ticking down.
5.97 for Vahine's last wave. And that puts her in striking distance. Just another mid-range score required to take the win, a 5.2-1 there to take it off Nikki. And she's got the priority to the experienced Tahitian competitor, 24 years of age. Been competing for a long time, since 2013 on the junior tour, and making her way through the ranks. She's been, I guess you'd say, earmarked as a future world champion for many years, and I feel like she's really coming into her own this year. The style that she's possessed, Jessie, has been phenomenal leading up to this point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, she's definitely someone I've watched for a while now, and I think even before I met her, I was still just watching her clips on Instagram, just thinking, wow, this girl absolutely rips. And I think the only thing that was, I guess, ever her enemy was probably competitive edge, but I really feel like you said, she's grown into that this year. And last year, I know she spent a bit of time with Matt Myers, this year traveling with her mum. So I just think, getting comfortable competing in your own skin is so important, and she definitely looks like she can do this on her own if she needed to. Yeah,
missed the cut for that CT quite a few times, coming in 10th and 9th respectively. That's her best finish on the Challenger Series. But this could be the year and she needs to get a good result here. This is a breakthrough heat. If you can make the quarters, it's a keeper result. But on the women's side, generally semi-finals is what will be end up part of your results towards the end of the season.
Yeah, a keeper isn't a quarters for the women. There's no doubt about that. You have to be making semi-finals and you have to be consistent. I mean, we've seen so many women win even events and still not qualify. It's just such a small pool of women that really end up qualifying. It's absolutely incredible to me, the women that actually get the job done and maintain that consistency throughout the year. So, I mean, obviously this is an important heat to get through, but even more so to make that semi.
And here she goes now, Vahini. Nice opening carve, lining up this section, and she hits it and able to ride out with control. So at 6.5 minutes remaining, a nice shot fired there from Vahini. She rides out clear of the whitewash. Where do you think the judges would go with that one, JJ?
Oh, JJ? I don't think it'll go as high as her 5.97. I really loved that finishing turn, and like you said, had heaps of control coming out of it. But personally for me, the first turn on her 5.97 was better. Let's dive into it a bit more. Kind of a down carve opening slash to get up to that section, make sure she gets there early to get out over it. But yeah, I feel like she kind of cut that turn short to make sure that she could get to this next section and make sure she can get the ride out, because there's no point going for that and falling off, because she knew that'd probably be a waste of her priority if she didn't capitalize on that section. So Nikki now.
Yeah, Nikki's answer back. Lining up this foamy section, looking to drop a low of the 5.17. And that one, she gets a completion, but a tricky looking wave. And we'll see what those scores get logged in for the French woman. And that paddle out, the current stripping it from north down to south with that lagoon running out, making things a little tougher than previous days, Flick.
Yeah, definitely. I think we saw that current there yesterday, but you're exactly right. I mean, Vahina, I spoke about it this morning already earlier in the booth with you, but she was someone that I spoke to, and she said that that current was just so extreme in the early hours of the morning. She had a free surf, and she was like, it was like, you know, I was on a travelator, but like paddling against it was pretty radical. So she actually went out and she said she caught a couple of rights in her free surf. She wasn't actually going too many lefts just because the paddle out was so extreme. You can see how far down Nikki actually is in the lineup right now, and compared to Vahine. And priority isn't established right now, so you can see Nikki kicking pretty hard just to make sure that she can get that, and Vahine just being held in that one little section there.
It's a fifth wave. Vahini's gone under, and there's more to come. She just goes to the lead, and look at that right, barreling out the front. Let's go catch up with Laura Enovar, who's out and about down at Northie.
Yes, guys, down here for an Oakberry surf conditions update. Heading into the afternoon, it's 12:30 right here in gorgeous Narrabeen. And the wind's amazing today. It's going to be west-southwest all afternoon, super light. We got that low tide running out until 4 p.m. this arvo, so it'll be interesting to see what the waves do out there. Still got 4 to 6 foot swell. It's going to be fun to see the action unfold.
Hey Laura, you'll be coming up later on after Heat 8 in the Legends Heat. Any board choice change, or you think you're still going to take out the normal shortboard?
Yeah, I've got a quiver up here. I'm just going to really analyse the conditions and see what happens. But I'm thinking the 20 probably won't go too well out there today. So maybe a board that I don't care if I snap, because they're all pretty old, to be honest, all my thrusters.
Thanks, Laura. Great update there. We appreciate it. And Vahini is out into the lead. Now Nikki chasing a 6.38, the first time she's been behind in this heat. And she goes under at a just converging amount of whitewash there. You can see it bailed the board. And you've done that thousands of times yourself, Jessie.
I have got so flogged out there. I won't sugarcoat it. Yeah, car park rights can definitely hurt your head a little bit. But yeah, Nikki, just that big wall of water coming her way. I don't blame her. She's probably easier for her to stay in that one spot if she just threw a board right then and there than to duck dive and get washed back to the shore and then have to paddle back out and get swept down in that rip. And yeah, like you were saying before, I've spent so many hours paddling towards the pool, just wishing I could get closer and not moving. So yeah, Snapper's not the only spot that has a big sweeper on the Challenger Series, but these ladies make it look easy.
And Nikki snapped her leash yesterday, made her way in with an exchange, paddled out via the alley rip there next to the pool. And equipment malfunctions we do see occasionally, but not as many snap boards as I would have anticipated, Flick. It's so heavy in there, and It's been pretty incredible to actually see the equipment coming up unscathed.
Yeah. I think we've seen one or two, but considering the surf we've had, you're right. It's just unbelievable that we haven't seen more broken boards, and obviously knowing that these guys and girls, their boards of glass so light for the level of surfing that they're doing. And I mean, yeah, it's pretty surprising actually, because we've had some heaving, monstrous sections that these guys and women have just been absolutely putting their body on the line for. But I mean, right now, a crucial time for Nikki. I mean, she hasn't really ever been on the back foot in any of her heats yet. She's always had sort of a commanding lead, or she's always just felt like things are going her way. So right now, this is a bit of a crucial moment. Minute 30 on the clock, and Nikki under priority.
Yeah, taking this one a little high line to get things started. She comes around the section, she finds the lip, but a softer section. Not as much risk, you'd say there, Jessie?
Yeah, I wasn't really feeling that one for Nikki. I completely agree with what you're saying, Flick. She has never really been on the back foot in any of her heats. Very risky, though, of Vahine to let her go with a minute 15 on the clock. And what looked like a good little two-turn left-hander kind of ran off on the bank quite quickly. But, yeah, that was smart but risky there from Vahine. Yeah, let's take a deeper look, Nikki. Yeah, check turn, nothing really happening right here, but I love that the fact that she's going, you know what, I'll put it up there anyway, but yeah, I don't see that being just shy of the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, 45 seconds remaining, and you've got the feeling that she may just close this one out, Vahine, and there she is paddling towards her opponent. And yeah, she'll be just marking with her priority, just watching the move of Nikki as she trails her back up the point. A great performance there from the French woman. But it's not over yet. We've seen clutch moments. Trailing over there, the experience coming in. Having a look at that. She's going to let it go. This is a small wave. Nikki gets another opportunity. 15 seconds. That one not materializing. Her last wave of 3:10. It wasn't enough. Dying seconds of this heat. Vahine looks like she got a little bowl. She may just take this victory lap in. And she's up just on the hooter. This one may or may not count, but it doesn't matter. She's taken the win here in the round of 16. A stylish goofy footer will make her way back to the shoreline with her mum and her sponsor there from Channel Island Surfboards. Brent Powers on hand, and Nikki. Well, a great performance, a great heat. It was a good match. And in the end, it was the smooth, goofy footer who gets the win, Flick.
Yeah, it was pretty close. I mean, not much in the point separating the two. And I mean, I feel like both surfers still, though, have more to give and more gears to click into. I feel like Vahine's got a lot more to give. Obviously, Nikki, you know, she didn't get the win, but I just feel like there's more there. So, I don't know, Vahine through to finals day, and I'm looking forward to seeing her click up into another couple of gears, that's for sure.
We're going to go to a break. We'll come back for Heat 2, round of 16, the women's shortly. Don't go anywhere. The action's just heating up. Yes, the beautiful northern beaches, the Longreef Marine Park to the south, and of course the national parks back to the west. Northern beaches got lots of little lagoons, estuaries. We have point breaks, reefs for surfers, and a great culture. Jessie, well, you're a local. How good is it to be back here at Narrabeen?
Oh, it's just so amazing. I mean, waves like this, it just makes it so nice to be home.
And Nadia from the Basque region, from Zerouts, opening up her account with a big tail slide and unable to ride out of that. She's loving her time here on the northern beaches. She's having a ball at the moment. And Zoe Benedetto out there from Florida in the United States. She come right through the junior system. The regional quals looking fantastic. Flick, this is another goofy and regular foot battle.
Yeah, it is, and it's two women that are yet to crack that championship tour. Two women that are super eager, super keen, and I feel like I got my first good look at Zoe last year up on the Gold Coast for that first Challenger Series event, and I loved what I saw. But she actually had I think it was a priority interference or an interference in one of her heats, and her campaign was just cut short so quickly at Snapper. But I loved what I saw, and then later on in the year, I got to see her in Portugal at the Challenger Series, and she looked so good. I'll get back to that point in a sec, but this is Nadia's, one of her opening waves here, so a slash into the lip and then goes up for the second one, but just gets absolutely karate chopped in the face there by that piece of foam. But yeah, I got to see Zoe at the Portugal Challenger Series event last year in Ericeira, and her surfing on her forehand on that sort of right point break, where she could go to those open face carves, just really impressed me. She got a third place there. And I'm just excited to see her now on her forehand here. Obviously, we've got a predominant left. But yeah, starting to string through a couple of good heats. And I mean, at best, a ninth place finish. Obviously, she's going to be wanting more than that. What did you see here, Jess? Obviously, in and out.
Just a bit of a closeout. No, but I completely agree with what you're saying, Flick. I feel like I've seen Zoe compete for a while now. We're around the same age, and she's got a really solid finishing turn on her, and she knows how to connect a wave from start to finish. But I feel like if you can finish a wave with more pizzazz than your start, it's the last thing the judges see. It's the last thing in their mind. And I feel like she ticks that box really well, and she knows how to start a wave well too. And I think that's such a skill that she has, and it's probably why we've seen her drop big scores like we did over there in Portugal last year. I think that was the best I've ever seen her in competitive form. But yesterday she was looking driven and really driven to make heats too.
Yeah, looking really strong and stable. But Nadia, we'll see her coming up in Tahiti in the Olympics. But off to an early slashing turn there. She's an absolute ripper and shredder. She's traveling the East Coast with her boyfriend Guilherme, and they're loving Sydney. And she was all smiles this morning. She was stoked with the conditions, and she said her local beach breaks rounds are out. It's pretty soft, but no stranger to the wild weather systems that the Atlantic Ocean digs up. On the other hand, Florida, full of beach breaks, predominantly beach breaks, where Zoe cut her teeth from, her coach Ryan Simmons, and she also cites Corey Lopez and Shea Lopez as some of her early influences over there. And I mean, the East Coast America, Kelly Slater, Lisa Anderson, some of the world's best surfers hone their skills in those beaches, Flick, and perhaps just a bit of determination. When you do get the good waves, you can really turn it on.
Yeah, I relate to that. I'm from Western Australia, and I, predominantly spent a lot of time in Margaret River, but I'm actually from Trig Beach in Perth, which is a small, every dog has its day. It definitely fires when it's good, but predominantly it's quite small. So yeah, you get this appreciation, and for when the waves are good, and even when they're not so good, you're still excited because chances are that it's probably better than the 2-foot wave that you learnt to surf in. So, it gives you a different sort of appreciation. I mean, there's no secret. I mean, Kelly comes from Florida, and he's 11-time world champ, if not the greatest athlete of all time. He's completely transcended surfing, and and Lisa Anderson, Frida Zamba. There's so many great surfers that have come from Florida, small wave joint.
It's such a good point you make, and Kelly obviously adapting on the world tour as he was traveling a lot. He had natural gift, as we know, and Lisa Anderson as well. And we'll see that from Zoe. We'll see her travel to these destinations and learn on the fly, and we look forward to seeing the journey. Nadia, on the other hand, competing at Teopu in the Olympics. We know she can get barreled. We know she can do some big carves, but I mean, she's anticipating this big change, but she could go all the way. She could be a gold medalist in a couple of months.
How cool would that be? just to say that you've won a gold medal, you're sitting alongside Carissa Moore. I mean, it's just such a cool achievement. And, you know, with the Olympics coming up, it's a variety. You know, there's just so many different athletes that you're not really sure what to expect. I mean, you know that there's women and men who are going to go out there and you expect to do well, but there's also a lot of women. Shino Matsuda comes to mind. She's spent the last 2 months there getting used to that wave, just surfing Chopu every single day. So I feel like we're going to have a lot of dark horses in the Olympics, and I think Nadia could be one of them.
Yeah, she missed the Narrabeen event last year, and the Australian leg, but she regained some composure over there in Bolito, and she did okay over in US Open with I think it was a quarterfinal finish or 9th place finish. But this would be a great result for her. She can punch through here and take that confidence into that Olympic campaign, as we just talked about. That's going to give her a big smile on her face, and she's pretty joyful. She's happy to be a professional surfer, and in this day and age, so many events. We've got the different types of tours, the regional quals, Challenge Series, but the CT, that's really where a lot of these people want to get to. And to have someone from the Basque region, the women's side representing, she was close last year. She was in 8th place, but we've also seen the Portuguese surfer that we'll see coming up, Teresa Bonavlant. She's a phenomenal surfer representing the Atlantic Ocean there, and we look forward to seeing a similar style goofy footer coming up soon.
Just to echo off what you were saying before, you know, Nadia missed the first 2 events in Australia, which she then went to finish, what you said, 8th on the Challenger Series. That's an incredible performance because, I mean, we've spoken about it so much up in the Gold Coast, here in Sydney. If you don't get off to a great start here, things are incredibly difficult moving forward for the rest of the year. The pressure's on. You only get 2 throwaways. And if you've had 2 shockers, you have to perform in those last 4 events. So she didn't come to Australia, and then she backed it up with a 5th at Bolito, a 5th at the US Open, a 9th in Portugal, and she was right in it to the very end, fighting for a spot on the tour. When it came down to Sakurama, it was between her and Isabella Nichols. And I know Isabella got knocked out before her, and she was literally waiting on the sideline to see how far is Nadia going to keep going with this. And I think Nadia was 1 heat away from qualifying. So she is, in my eyes, when I look at that year she put together last year, so impressive. And yeah, I'm just loving what I'm seeing from her. Just, yeah, competitively savvy and stringing great heats together. She performed, well at all those 4 locations, and now she's got a full crack at it this year. So, yeah, the world's her oyster.
We have some great info on the competitors coming up. Laura Anova, you have some news for us.
Yes, guys, coming to you with the Bond University Athlete Health Check. We know Nadia Aristabe is out there. Yesterday, she actually took a board to the back of her neck. She had a nasty gash there, but after getting checked by the medical team, they deemed she didn't need stitches. So I think she is rocking like a pretty big bandage out there. And I know she's pretty sore. Her neck's been, you know, she said she couldn't move her neck, and she actually went on to get an 8-point ride after having that happen yesterday. So she's an absolute trooper, and obviously out there trying to put up some more incredible scores.
Terrific insight there for the Bond University Athlete Health Check. Thank you, Laura. And you can almost see some medical tape on the back of the neck there. A few of these surfers carrying injuries, but persevering through. And look at her kicking for this one. Under priority, that one. It's going to break away. There's conditions starting to turn on. That tide's on the other side, on the drain out. And the Narrabeen starting to look really inviting out there, JJ.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like it's definitely a little bit more friendly on the higher tide. You don't have those super, super shallow sets breaking on your head. Probably a little bit more time on the face on the high tide, but honestly, growing up here, I always knew that the perfect tide to surf this wave on was mid-tide. We always knew that that's the time that you wanted to surf. Unfortunately, before school, sometimes that wasn't in your favour. But yeah, I feel like these ladies are getting out there right now at the right time. I think we're going to see plenty more time off the bottom and off the top. And I think surfing becomes a lot more effortless to watch when we see our competitors have a bit more time on the face.
Absolutely. We saw those 2 waves roll through then with no takers. They were some pretty high-scoring waves. There's a lot of potential there, starting to break further up the point, so maybe some more sand deposited. You can see the line of whitewash up the screen there. That's what we've typically come to expect from pumping North Narrabeen, but we do know it does have its fair share of right-handers as well. And Zoe, pretty quiet in this heat, a 3.83 and a 0.5. She's off to the right of the screen, quite a distance away there from Nadia, who's paddled away up to those waves that broke through. So a different game plan for Zoe. What has she spotted down there, Flick?
You know what I actually think it is I think Nadia is just trying to move deeper so that she can have whatever choice of waves that she wants. There is waves that are breaking deeper in the corner there. They've got a little bit, or cupped out, a little bit more of a wedge. She's just trying to create that distance, so when a wave does come through, she has that first choice of opportunity. And, I mean, Zoe, Zoe's moving towards her right now, though, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens here.
And the sou'west swell rolling through with a little bit of east in there as well, so it's been very variable between the direction. And a long period underlying south, which is causing those closeouts and some drama for the fans at home. Some big scores throughout the event. And Nadia taking a look at that. But here goes Zoe Benedetto. She's racing this fast wall, coming off the bottom. Identifies a gap on the end. Gouging turn there. And this one's going to peter out to the inside, but looks like she'll stay on her feet for a completion. So a 3-turn combo. That first one with a little more oomph to it. And on the 16-minute mark, a 4.21. Where do you think that'll sit, Jay?
Yeah, I liked it. I would have really liked to have seen her get vertical at least once. I feel like on that face there was definitely opportunities for that there. And I know she's working with Matty Cattle, and I can honestly hear him thinking the same thing. I've worked with him for so long. I know his strategies. I think it was a really fast wall, great wave selection. If she had have almost highlined that start there, she could have kind of got up. I guess it was super fast, but yeah, I was hoping for at least one vertical turn, but she raced all the way down, still managed to get 3 turns. 4.21's not a big ask, and I really love that first turn. Oh, there goes Maddie, super coach.
And then doing the runaround, we haven't seen that very often. Obviously, Nikki Van Dyke with an equipment change over there with the leash yesterday, and I saw Yolanda Hopkins doing the run as well, making her way up halfway through the heat. So that was good. She caught that one way down the beach, identifying what we spoke about in the previous heat with the current dragging down the beach. But while we wait for that score to be locked in, we're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break and catch up with the rest of this heat after the break.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Destination New South Wales, strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back. Second half of this heat with Zoe Benedetto needing a 4.21. Her last exchange of 3.23. She's made her way back out into the lineup using that rip along the rocks to get back out. JJ, which you've done a lot with Jessie Starling in the booth along with Felicity Parmentier and Matt Chinosky for the call. What's Zoe need now? 4.21. What type of wave is she looking for, Jess?
She's definitely looking for one of those ones, I think, that we saw Vahine get her 2 turns on. That second section, maybe a little bit more foamy, but she can kind of bounce back off the foam, really push her tail hard into it. Or potentially a wave similar to what she had, but one big turn, potentially a high line drop back up into it one. Even that little inside one there that had potential for 2 turns on that. So there's definitely waves out there. 4.21 isn't a massive score, especially for someone at Zoe's caliber. It's maybe a little bit strange for her to be out there with 2 3s in her lineup with this heat over halfway now.
Definitely is strange. We're expecting big things from her right now, as we are with Vahine Fierro, who's moved on to the quarterfinals. She's on the glass with Laura Enever.
Yes, Vahine, this is your first time cracking the quarterfinals since your final over in Bolito last year. It must be so good to be back in the finals day. Firstly, talk us through how tough it was out there.
First of all, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. They're like the true world champions. And I asked my mom this morning, oh, what do you want for Mother's Day? And she's like, I just want you to win that heat. And I was like, okay. So, but the conditions are a little bit bigger, but it's so like lumpy, like a lot of current, or it's like dumping or it's flat. So I was kind of lost out there. And I mean, the scores reflected it. I got like mediocre waves, but tried to surf it as best as I could. And against Nikki, she's so consistent. Like her backside is, I feel like it's her weapon. And I knew that I needed to like show up in that heat. And I'm glad that I won that heat, yeah.
And talk us through the moments when you feel like you're lost out there. What is that you always go back to and just like back to your plan A?
Well, I felt like I was lost the entire heat, but I kept reminding myself. I was like playing catch up the whole heat, so I had prio, and I knew that at some point a wave is gonna come through, and just to like stay on my feet and make get the job done.
Well, you got the job done. You're into the quarterfinals. The best gift of all for your mum. You don't need to buy chocolates or flowers. Anything you'd like to say in French?
Merci à tous les supporters sur la plage avec des Français, sur les Tahitiens sont aussi là, et merci à toute la Polynésie et la France de me soutenir, et on continue.
Merci beaucoup.
That was a lovely message to the mums, and how good is that, giving your mum a win on Mother's Day. And she'll move into a keeper result almost, the quarterfinal. I mean, it's not too bad, a 5th place finish over here. Any messages for your Mother's Day?
Oh, I'll give Megsy a little shout out. Yeah, I feel bad I'm not with my mum on Mother's Day, but she knows I'm here doing what I love, which is really cool, so love you, Mum.
Thanks, JJ. And within 10 minutes to go on this heat, it is Nadia who's up and riding now, the current heat leader. And coming off the bottom here, a little snap to get things started, and identifies the lip line. And that one is a controlled finish. She pin drops out of there, looking to drop a low of 3.53. I feel like it's right there, maybe a little higher flick.
Yeah, I'm going to need to have a look at that again. It was sort of a smaller wave. I mean, she's got 3.53. I mean, this heat right now for me, it's just so wide open. Sort of just waiting for someone. Let's have a look. Nadia trying to improve on that 3.53. Jams it up there in the lid. Gets a little finish. I feel like she's going to do it. So she's going to make that a little bit harder for Zoe right now. But even though she's going to make that bit harder, it's still completely within reach. It's one wave, basically. I mean, we just heard Vahine talk about it in that post-heat interview. I think, I know I say this quite a lot, but the webcast and the broadcast, it sort of masks sometimes just how difficult it is. We've seen, I mean, Vahine said it's hard. There's a lot of water moving. There's like, yeah, it looks like there's good ones, but it's sometimes heaving or the wave goes flat. So it's tricky to get a good read on it right now. And I feel like, obviously, even Vahine said it, her scores reflected that. These women's scores are reflecting this as well. So it's not as easy as it looks. And it's wide open. I do believe Nadia's just ever so slightly going to improve on that situation. But, I mean, 8 minutes left, you've got to think Zoe's at least going to have another couple of rolls at the dice.
Well, we did see some barrels about this time yesterday, and that wind started to breathe offshore as well. So starting to improve the surface conditions, and Zoe only needing, well, now needing a 6.67. It's going to come down to something pretty serious, perhaps a tube or a really big Rio, because a 6 was just logged from Nadia.
Yeah, I feel like whoever doesn't make this heat might be kicking themselves a little bit that they didn't go out and get a little bit more aggressive at the start.
Look at that one rolling down the beach there.
Yes.
That was a beautiful looking left going unridden. That one closing out at the end. Oh, maybe actually some
Still
scoring
going.
potential on that one.
Wow.
So then we saw Zoe duck diving that. So a big set as that wind's breathing offshore, conditions improving. Nadia in a commanding position right now, which is exactly where she needs to be. The urgency in her paddle. She's looking for more. She's not done yet. And if you see her just identifying that one, kicking out of that. Barrel time, JJ.
Oh, I would love to see the women pull into some barrels today. It'd just be amazing. I mean, we know they can do it. Might not be as dreamy as Snapper's barrels, but they definitely pack a punch. And I feel like, you know, we definitely saw Reef out there. We saw Geordie identify a few. I know the ladies can do it if they wanted to. I'm just hoping that we might see a few more opportunities. 6.5 minutes to go. It's definitely not an easy paddle back out today. So if we're looking for 2 more waves, if you're a Zoe or if you're Nadia, if you want to get 2 more waves, probably about the time where you pull the trigger on one, so that you can get back out there in time to get another.
And doing the runaround, she was speaking to her coach as we just see Erin Brooks there on the screen. She's going to hear her name very shortly, unless she's got the speakers in listening to her music. She'll be identifying those barrels perhaps and hopefully going big on the end sections. But what do you think Coach Matt Cattle would have said when she was running around, Zoe?
I think,
caught inside again.
Yeah, this is a real shame because that is a great looking left-hander. That is traditional Narrabeen right there.
And capitalising the heat leader so far, looking to drop a 4-5, hits a lip line again, and that is some smooth surfing there from Aristabe, the bass surfer who's feeling Narrabeen and getting it. The first time she's actually been out here when it's pumping too.
Yeah, I think she just identified a really good looking wave. It was one of those 2 turners we were talking about that Zoe was going to need in this heat. Love that kind of opening slash she got. See, she's got it down the end. This wave was actually reeling off from up from the alley rights. Beautiful opening carve there. This is what it looks like when Nadia really opens up, gets an inside floater and just maximizes on a missed opportunity there for Zoe, who had priority but was caught inside. That carve was just so electric. Gets back up there and gets the finish. So had to drop a 4.5. She got a 6 for 2 similar turns on her last wave.
And the goofy footer inside you, Fleet, getting excited looking at these beautiful lefts.
Yeah, that was more like it. That exactly what you said, Jesse. That was more traditional Narrabeen. That was a sick little wave that came through. I've just got to think, you know, I think she's going to improve on that 4.5, no doubt. She's going to make this harder for Zoe. However, I'm just thinking, oh my goodness, imagine if she could have got into that thing a bit earlier, because, I mean, she took off basically where you would have been doing your second turn. And she's still going to get a great score for those 2 turns. But imagine if she would have got that 1 extra turn in.
Well, 7.83 drops for Nadia. And Zoe, well, she's almost in combination. She needs a perfect score, a 10-point ride to move forward. So, I mean, there's still enough time, you'd think, to maybe get a quick wave and chip away, but it's starting to get away from her there, and she's going to hear that come through. You can see the medical tape on the back behind her ear where she had that board hit her yesterday. So persevering through injury, a brave performance and stylish as well, teeing off in these beautiful waves, Jessie.
Yeah, it looks like she might even be swinging again right now, but decides not to go. But yeah, Nadia, she's found her rhythm out there, and I think Narrabeen's found her as well. That we haven't seen a wave come up through like that maybe all morning. That was just one of those really beautiful traditional waves, and like you said, Flick, imagine if she got on it earlier. I mean, I wish we could get pumping traditional Narrabeen one day where you actually take off on the alley rights and you get to go left all the way down to car park rights. That was definitely glimpses of what I'm used to here.
Yeah, National Surfing Reserve, obviously because of its phenomenal waves and its variety, but also the surfers that grew up here and the Board Riders Club and the board designs that were designed out of here. And Nadia starting to reap the benefits of this wave playground, and Zoe unable to capitalise. You kind of feel for her too, because it's not a grovelly heat. There's been quality waves, and it's almost like she went out there expecting something or worse, like, you know, having to just string together a few turns, but it's kind of cooking, and she hasn't got any of those sets.
Yeah, I feel like she's tried to play the sit and wait game, and it hasn't really worked. She's played a bit of cat and mouse, paddled out, probably felt like she's too far out, paddled in, missed bomb sets that Nadia's been capitalising on. So, yeah, it's going to be a great heat. You know, I mean, there's still 2.5 minutes. Crazier things have happened, but it might be one of those heats where Zoe can look back and really identify, like, okay, I probably should have turned more waves at this part of the heat. I really should have been sitting further out because look at that left that Nadia capitalised on. So, and she got a big set on the head prior to that too. So, yeah, wondering if after she got that set on the head, maybe she could have identified, okay, maybe I should be a bit further out right now. Yeah, 2 minutes, so a 10, still in reach.
Maybe a little less of that south swell involved at the moment. Is this a bit more predominant east swell?
Yeah, I definitely think so. We've seen a mix of both throughout the last 3 or 4 days of competition, but that south is definitely starting to ease, and it's so funny. I was talking to Brett Bano this morning, and he was just saying, imagine if it was straight east, it would be absolutely pumping. So that wave kind of glimpses of that.
And not to be outdone, Zoe takes off on that. That one's not going to materialise. You can sort of sense some defeat in the body language there. She's in that rip current. She may still be able to get a banger, but it's going to have to be something, the best wave of the event so far, a perfect 10. And within the NRMA 2-minute warning, 1 minute 20 left, you can just see Nadia starting to pull out the claws and the competitive prowess. She's going to sit on her competitor.
Yeah, right now it's things are looking slightly grim for Zoe. I feel like it could be all she wrote. Yeah, it's going to be really hard for her to spin things around right now because obviously Nadia is just going to stick to her like glue. And if there's any opportunity that comes through, Nadia's going it. I mean, Nadia knows just how important it is to keep advancing here, especially on the women's side of the draw, just knows how important consistency is. She already had a pretty good result up on the Gold Coast, so I mean, just wow, okay, Zoe almost had an opportunity there, so Nadia saying, okay, that wave isn't the 10.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assumption there, Flick. We'd know when a 10 comes in, but a priority change perhaps. Nadia partner for that, yes. Zoe back with the P next to her name. The ocean does look a little flat. See the crowd developing on the beach. We do have the Masters heat coming up after Heat 8 today, and an action-packed day ahead. And this heat's had some phenomenal waves, beautiful offshore conditions now at Narrabeen. We've seen it all during this week with the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. Nice drone angle there, just showing our lineup here, and the next heat ready to go up the point. And it's going to be the Basque surfer who takes the win. A good battle there, but Zoe, she'll feel that's a missed opportunity. It didn't really get started in this heat. But well done to Nadia Aristabe, who moves forward into the quarterfinals. 13.83, defeating Zoe Benedetto from Florida. We're going to go to a break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to bring in Richie Lovett and Ronnie Blakey.
It's a new day out there. The sun is shining here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, as we continue to set up the quarterfinals for the women. Rolling through the round of 16. Heat 3 is going to be a beauty. Ronnie Blakey joined by Richie Lovett. Great to have your company, Rich.
Thanks,
looking forward to these next couple of heats. Some fresh faces campaigning for a quarterfinal spot.
Yeah, there's going to be a couple of great heats coming up. Alyssa Spencer in this one. Keen to see what she can do. But two exciting matchups that we've already had. So we're establishing the quarterfinals already.
Yeah, looking good to Alyssa Spencer. Just bumped off that championship tour, cracking the ranks, the elite ranks for the 2024 season, but couldn't stay above that cut line. Very difficult to do on the women's side. She's got a tough draw here too, up against a competitor that she no doubt would have surfed a lot of heats against on her rise to that championship tour spot. Kira Pinkerton, one of the real power surfers on the Women's Challenger Series, who's been putting good numbers up. Conditions are cleaning up. Alyssa Spencer had this one during the break.
Yeah, Alyssa just getting a little two-turn combination there, but unfortunately unable to get that last manoeuvre. This is Kira Pinkerton outside. A bigger wave, just connecting with that second turn. And just riding through that little foamy section.
Yeah, really have enjoyed watching Kira surfing here at Narrabeen this year. Just lays it over with so much authority. Doesn't muck around. You know, there's nothing too flashy about it, but what she does really well, and that is place those turns beautifully and, well, unleash an unrivaled amount of power on the back end.
Yeah, quick check turn, the first one. The second one, you could see the angle was a little bit more acute, and then that final little moment there, just a little wobble, but it was really those first two turns. So I think Kira's going to get the benefit of the opening exchange here by finishing her ride. Alyssa, unfortunately, just coming unstuck. I actually went down there on and spent a good 20 minutes to half an hour watching the conditions and just seeing how shifty this whole lineup is. There's definitely that south swell energy starting to lift. It's going to pick up all through tomorrow. But it's anything but straightforward out there. So our competitors doing very, very well to find these little moments, the corners where they can get some good scores.
Yeah, it's appeared difficult. The numbers would suggest that it hasn't even been as easy to connect with quality sections, with the big individual turns even, throughout the round of 16 in the men's and women's so far. So let's see if just a cleaner lineup here doesn't give them the opportunity to find a bit more freedom, to get a bit more of an attacking approach happening.
It definitely feels like it's improving, and as that tide runs out, that outside sandbar will expose itself a little bit more. And I think we're going to see some peakier conditions into the afternoon.
So Alyssa Spencer, obviously coming off the CT, automatically is straight into the Challenger Series events for the rest of the season. Kira Pinkerton, well, she made a late charge to elevate her place on the regional QS. A victory recently, saw her finish up in third position. Been doing some great surfing in the lead up to the Challenger Series kicking off, and she was absolutely gutted to fall out of the mix in the first heat. Her first heat up at Snapper Rocks. But she's been enjoying her time here in Australia, while some others, you know, took a flight down here to quickly get acquainted with the sandbar. She just moseyed her way down the coast, stopping in, taking in the sights and checking out all the different locations along the way. Up at the moment, doesn't get a lot out of that one. But her ranks have been impressive since she came onto the Challenger Series. Kira Pinkerton, 2021, finished 17th, climbed to 14th in 2022, dipped back to 19th last year, but has sustained a great level of consistency and always brought decent performances to her heats.
Yeah, you get the feeling it's just been that one big breakthrough event, that one big moment where she really connects and gets some momentum through the event, some consistency. She's certainly got power on her side.
As she drives up into a section here, there's some of that power needs to hang on to show those judges she's got control, and she does. She's captured the attention of the commissioner's office before over there in America when the Championship Tour events roll into town, given a couple of wildcard opportunities at the US Open back in 2018 and then at the Surf Ranch in 2021. So a marked talent that hasn't had a full crack at the Championship Tour just yet. And Alyssa in the same boat. She'd had her opportunities as well as a wild card, but got there for the first time in 2024.
Well, so Kira, just the one big turn, and she did this the other day. It was a clutch moment in the heat right at the end where she needed a huge score, and she pulled it off and got one of the highest scoring rides of the day, just with one big hook like that. That one not quite as big, but she had to do a bit more work to show the judges, but at this moment right there, okay, she's gone, yep, I've ridden out of that clean.
6.67 on her first wave. Second ride's probably going to go into the sixes as well here for Kira Pinkerton. And we'll see what kind of response Alyssa can serve up. Alyssa from Encinitas, California. Just down the road from Kira, who's just dropped a 6.33. So hefty requirement now for Alyssa after a 9.67. Of course, she's got time to break it down in 2 rides. But Alyssa, a really different kind of surfer to Kira Pinkerton, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. You know, when you look at what Kira brings to the table, it's that big power turn. She displaces a lot of water. Alyssa, more agile, positioning perfect, and she's a very sort of neat and well put together. It seems like it runs across her whole act. You know, in and out of the water. She's very composed and you know, really reliable. She's got a dependable style. She gets that back arm, especially on her backhand, but we're seeing her on her front hand here. She is standing with the right foot forward. One of the more favoured goofy footers in the field.
See that wind starting to puff up again. It really backed off for a moment. Alyssa finding a nice little pocket to work with here. Up into the first section, a nice carve, backs it up, gets through the inside, banks off that foam. And like you said, it's
methodical.
Yeah, well, also a style that sort of lends itself to a lot of control, which will be handy here because we've seen so many people get knocked off and not get complete control after their finishing turn. She gets so low, probably one of the lowest centres of gravity of any of the campaigners out there. And she easily finishes that one off. Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, she takes off. Beautiful looking wave in front of her. Clean snap off the top. Little shimmy there. Now she carves back. Carving cut back all the way through the inside, then gets the phone hip. So a well put together wave. Mixes it up. That first snap. Throws the arms up. Gets some weightlessness in the approach. Gets down low. And then a carving cut back with a bit more tail release, and then drives down the line to finish off just a little mini exclamation point there, and rides out clean.
Let's see Kira in the background watching on. But this will be an interesting number. You know, Kira just loading up, going into the one big turn. Alyssa chipping away at her ride. A couple of nice little carving turns out at the top to start, then a finish on the foam. As we said, different approaches.
Yeah, you'll notice Kira's stance a little bit narrower. She stands quite tall, but still manages to get some really good angles, get all that leverage, and obviously a slight advantage in power. It's a good matchup, this one. Also, obviously, the natural footer, Kira Pinkerton, she'll be performing on a backhand. What that does, feels like these natural footers, I don't know if it's an advantage, but it seems to be just a tighter turn off the top on that backhand approach. Being able to pivot, really put all that pressure on the back part of the tail with the surfboard.
Well, the bottom side of the draw on the women's side is so heavily stacked with competitors that have been to the Championship Tour before. So there's a lot of experience there. We saw last year this event was dominated by those surfers who'd been relegated back to the Challenger Series.
Well, Alyssa's the lone competitor left in this part of the draw, yeah?
That's right, in that top side, who's come from the CT. But down the bottom, it's going to be interesting. The good thing, I think, for some of those younger campaigners is in a couple of those matchups, you've got those championship tour surfers battling one another. So Sally Fitzgibbons and Bronte McCauley, you'd call those two of the most informed surfers based on their performances up at Snapper Rocks. They're going to fight it out in Heat 5. And then Isabella Nichols and India Robinson, who both went a long way through the draw here last year, Isabella winning, they're going to knock one another out potentially in that last heat of this round. So it's kind of shaping up for a fresh face to go a long way in the draw here, to elevate their position. Kira Pinkerton currently holding on to a lead over Alyssa Spencer, and the judges, you know, I think right on point with their breakdown of Alyssa's ride. It was a 6.33, matches Kira's score, but, you know, it's a really good indication that, you know, those committed turns will fetch you as many points as multiple moves. As we see, Kira just got a little bit thrown on the bottom turn there.
Yeah, she just came into that turbulent water. She was just preparing to get nice and low. Rip into the bottom turn. She hits the eject button there, opts to bail out. It's also a better option at that point. You know, trying to duck dive when that lip crashes right in front of your nose of your surfboard, kind of asking for it. So the better option is to just ditch the board.
16 minutes to go here. Nadia Aristabe is through to the quarterfinals, and she's with Laura.
Yeah, she is, Nadia, through to the quarterfinals. Wow, the perseverance from you in that heat was admirable. You know, you just kept paddling and paddling, trying to get up to the takeoff zone. You spent so long without even getting any scoring waves, but turned it around in the last 10 minutes. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was a pretty hard hit. I had a planning at the beginning. I wanted to be deep, like catching the smaller ones, because the big ones were like close out to try to unoff the lip. But I wanted to try with the deeper ones, smaller ones. But once I paddled out, the current led me out of the place, and I kept paddling, trying to get to the place. And finally, at the last 10 minutes, I got a couple fun ones. So happy I managed to find those ones.
And you are carrying an injury at the moment. Has that been, you know, hindering anything?
It's all good, yeah. And I had a little bit my neck sore. I knew I did some mobility this morning. They treat me really good here, so I was ready for the hit. I wasn't thinking about the injury at all.
Amazing. And talk us through your mindset when you're pretty much paddling for 20 minutes. You don't have any scores on the board. How do you stay positive?
I mean, I knew so we didn't have a score either, so I knew like it was so open still, but and I knew if I did like 2 turns or an off the lip or something, I will get a 6 or a 5 range wave, which already was like a difference between so and me. So try to stay on the feet, not fall, and that was all.
Amazing. Well, you're on fire this year. Another huge result already. Quarterfinals, finals day. Anything you'd like to say to your family, friends back home?
Yeah, hi to hola a todos los que estáis despiertos. Muchas gracias por verme. Un beso muy grande a toda mi familia y seguimos adelante a Finals Day y con suerte llegaremos más lejos que la última vez. Que ricasco.
Thank you.
14 minutes remaining here in heat number 3, round of 16, and it's Kira Pinkerton out in front. Alyssa Spencer chasing a 6.67. We'll be back right after the break. We know sport can be a powerful tool to help create change and do good for our planet. WSL Pure provides critical funds to NGOs around the world working to protect and conserve our one ocean and provide hands-on opportunities for surfers to learn about grantees through the event activations and local impact projects happening at each of the stops on the WSL schedule. If you want to find out more, go to WSL1ocean.org and get more information. Well, welcome back to the show. Heat 3 rolls on with Alyssa Spencer still looking for a number to get herself ahead of Kira Pinkerton here. Kira on the inside, so we might have seen some action during the break. We'll get you caught up in just a moment. The conditions look to be improving there for a sec. We've got little bits of wind sort of rolling through this lineup, and it's so variable at the moment. It really is mixing things up. So these surfers have got to be able to pivot and adapt.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the replay here of Kira Pinkerton. Drives up into that first snap. Comes through to the inside. Another little check turn. Couple of snaps all the way through to the inside. She stick this last turn. Yep. Just about. Maybe not.
Oh, I don't think you could give her that one. But 10.5 minutes to go. Kira's going to be still hanging on to the lead. She's trying to improve on the 6.33 though. And that one falls short, 4.83. Something to be said for someone who just completely throws themselves into the experience of travelling through a new country. Kira just looks very at home and comfortable here at the moment.
Yep.
Travelling with her friend Ellie. And she's got more travel left. The trip's not going to end here with the completion of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. She's heading south for a couple of weeks.
Well, there is
living her best life.
Oh, absolutely. Why wouldn't you take advantage of being one of the most magical places in the world?
She might upgrade the high car as she gets a victory here.
Well, she absolutely could. And well, at the moment, she's actually just struggling to make her way back into the lineup. Alyssa.
Good looking section here for Alyssa. And she makes it count. Gets above the lip. Just the one turn, but it is a turn of quality. And Kira now punching through the impact section. That was impressive. Looking into her coach, Matt Myers, and he's saying, hey,
do the run around.
Forget that. Forget trying to punch your way out of there. Get back to Ali Wright's. Take the free ride, the travelator, out to the takeoff zone. This should be a pretty good score. Needed a 6.68. A quality turn, Rich. Is it going to turn the heat?
Let's have a look. She drops into this. Bit of an airdrop, comes around this section, picks a spot, hammers it, gets some release there, bit of flare off the top. That's what I was talking about. Just her positioning is always just so on point. You know, there's power in these turns. She slices. And,
scores coming through. Looking good, and she's getting word now. 7.23. Easily takes the lead here. Smashes the ball back into Kira Pinkerton's court, and she's got to return now a 6.9 to get herself back out in front here.
Yeah, well, Kira's just going to have to take a couple of big, deep breaths because she's been paddling for about 5 minutes, and it's a bit of a workout.
So much talk, Rich, about the evolution in the performance of women's surfing over the past decade, really, but especially this year with the first championship tour spot. The Pipe Pro giving us just groundbreaking performances from Molly Picklum, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and of course the event winner Katie Simmers. But it's continued. It's been an ongoing theme through the 2024 season, and it hasn't stopped with the Challenger Series coming to life and some magic rides, 10-point rides at the first event at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, it's been an amazing period for women's surfing, no doubt about it, and such a steep movement in how fast the bar is getting lifted. And it's exciting stuff, exciting to be a part of it, and all these women would no doubt be feeling inspired to really lift their own performance. You know, sometimes you have to, there has to be those trailblazers that show you the way and go, hang on a minute, like for our generation it was Kelly. You know, we looked at him and went, hang on a minute, we never thought about approaching a wave like that.
Yeah.
And the women are now doing it, girls like Katie Simmers, even Sierra Kerr, these youngsters.
And that there has been those kind of athletes on the Women's Championship Tour, you know, supremely dominant forces. There's been a few of them. In fact, Lane Beachley was really the first. And Lane proudly from the Northern Beaches, but then Stephanie Gilmore came on. She dominated. Carissa Moore brought a whole new level of performance as well.
Yeah, I think it'd be fair to also mention Lisa Anderson as one of the early trailblazers
for sure.
in women's surfing, really dominant in her era.
And there's, you know, there was people that inspired a hard charging approach as well that weren't necessarily winning world titles, but the likes of Kiala Kennelly and Rochelle Ballard ripping, Jodie Cooper, her performances at Sunset over the years.
It's a gutsy approach, no doubt about it. And also with the event of social media, it's right there. We can see it happening. Carissa Moore over in Tahiti at the moment.
Yeah.
Tapping into the power, getting more and more comfortable.
I think with the, you know, the trailblazers in the women's sport too, you know, they were so up against it. There was so much adversity to chase that dream of chasing world titles and following the tour. There wasn't a lot of financial support. We've seen big changes in that area. The introduction of equal prize money, the fact that the men's and women's events now run at the same time is just awesome. And the performance levels, I think, as a result of all that opportunity just continue to blow your minds. And even here at Narrabeen in tricky conditions, just the commitment to some of the heavy sections out here, you know, is worth putting your hands together for. And we're going to see them ramp it right up as we get closer to crowning our champions here, which could be tomorrow, could be Tuesday. The forecast looking pretty good for Tuesday now too.
Yep, had a quick look just before. And tomorrow, through this afternoon and tomorrow, we have this new Energy Southwell. It's got a real punch, a real line to it. And then it is quite south, though, in its direction. And then it swings back around more east on Monday, which we've been talking about all week, is more favourable for the sandbar here at Narrabeen.
Fun talking about, you know, the greats who really set the early standard. And plenty of them from the Northern Beaches and Sydney too, mind you. But who are some of your favourites, Rich, that you looked up to as a Grom?
Look, the first names that come to mind were the two heroes that I had at Manly Beach, Barton Lynch and Robbie Bain, just because they were so accessible. But then, you know, we think about the women's side, and well, Lane and I actually grew up in the same era, but Pam Burridge was always, you know, one of the locals down at Manly. I remember watching her win the Coke Classic down there at Queenscliff. But so many inspiring women.
Yeah, Pam was one of my favourites for sure as a Grom. But then when I got into commentating surf events, Chelsea Hedges was just emerging, coming from Avalon. She was incredible. And yeah, also Pauline Mensah. She was from Bondi, but when I was in high school, Pauline actually moved up to the New Brighton area, and I'd see her out in the surf around that time. But she was another great from Sydney who went on to win a world title against all odds. But yeah, there's always an exceptional amount of talent, and really Laura Enever's kind of the Northern Beaches GOAT at the moment. She's really just racking up the accolades as a hard-charging competitor, and she'll be out there this afternoon in our Bonsoy Legends Heat. How fun is this going to be? Rob Bain, Grand Masters champion, world champ, Tom Carroll. Everyone has a soft spot in their heart for TVC. Laura Enever will be out there, two-time world champ Damien Hardman, and Nathan Hedge. You know Hedgie will bring the fire and get everyone ramped up for a good battle out there.
Yeah, Hedgie was texting me last night with such a froth on, just so eager to get out there. He's going to be coming in hot, and he'll want to put on a show. Just a stalwart out here on the in the Northie lineup for so many years. Has been a linchpin in all of their teams' events. He's Northie through and through.
Well, a 2-minute warning on screen now. And Alyssa Spencer keeping her cool under pressure, turning the heat, and giving Kira Pinkerton a 6.9 requirement to chase down here in this final minute and a half. Kira's got the priority. Let's see if she gets the opportunity. Whether it's a right or left, it won't matter. She'll have a great shot at it. So much power in her moves. Something standing up on the outside here, and she is battling to try and find the corner of this one, because she needs to get up into this pocket and let go of one of those big trademark turns, just a little out of position. And that one shut down pretty quickly, though.
Yeah, that one ran off. It looked like it was going to be a nice peak, but it just walled out. So she'll head back north again, trying to get right on the tip of this sandbar, right on the edge of it. And she's running out of time, though. 1 minute on the clock.
Oh, it's like she's got a wave allergy at the moment. It's everywhere she paddles, the wave goes somewhere else, but she's trying to get herself in a position.
There's more approaching.
Well, that was a pretty good right, but she'd actually paddled to get herself in position for a left. 35 seconds to go. And Kira's not going to go this one. It's a straight closeout. Is there something behind it? After a 6.9. This section is looking a little ugly, and she takes off and really doesn't even get the opportunity to lay into it. Frustration for Kira, elation for Alyssa, who is going to be powering through to the quarterfinals. Matt Myers is happy.
Yeah, far anything but straightforward, and well, Kira just devastated there.
Yeah, it's been tough, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Just to connect with quality waves out here today. A lot of great work being done with individual turns, but Kira just couldn't find one. So Alyssa gets the jump into the quarters. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, we'll see the number one on the Challenger Series rankings, Erin Brooks, taking on Portugal's Teresa Bombolo. Well, welcome back. Having a look at stop number one on the Challenger Series, and what a joy it was to call this wave. Erin Brooks just blowing minds. It was always going to be a 10. Didn't even have to wait for the number to drop, Rich. What a performance from the Grom.
Oh, it was a 10 when she came out of the barrel, let alone powering these manoeuvres down the line. And, well, that was a 10 anywhere in the world, whoever you are. And she just put in an incredible performance up there on the Gold Coast. And she is one of these rising stars that is changing the sport.
Just an absolute phenom, and you know, when you get to the post-heat interviews and you hear her talk, you can tell that she's obviously still very young, 16 years of age, but when you see her in the water in a heat, you know, she looks like she's been at this for 20 plus years. It's just amazing how smart her decision making is in heats, but just how solid her technique is and her read on the ocean.
Yeah, she's just got this innate sense to find waves, and then once she gets on them, it's all instinct. She just knows the ocean so well. She's got such a great read on waves, as we watch her here on an opening ride. Gets off that bottom up to the top real quickly. And again, beautiful snap, drifting. You can see already it's a different approach. There's a radical edge to it.
Yeah, well, that's how the turn got its name. Just it's a full snap in the pocket. And have a look at the number again. You know, going excellent at the very start of the heat. She's made a habit of this through the Challenger Series in 2024, dropping big numbers on her first ride. So impressive. And, you know, as much as there's a warranted hype on Erin Brooks, she's got a tough opponent here. Teresa Bombalot, two-time European champ, has represented her country at the Olympics back in 2020, and also had a victory here on the Northern Beaches back in 2020, the first Challenger Series event. So she is well and truly up to this challenge, Teresa. Very accomplished, but with that start from Erin, it's going to be difficult, and she goes to back it up now, Erin Brooks. Just the one turn on this wave. Teresa on the outside. Has to chase this one down for a moment. Attacks the bowl and gets thrown a little off balance. Can't stick it. So, again, advantage on the conversion there in that little exchange, but also going to get priority back. Erin Brooks in control at the moment.
Yeah, that second wave of the set, always really difficult to surf out here when conditions are the way they are. There's so much water getting drawn off the sandbar and up the face on the second ride. There's not really a clear path. But, yeah, Erin definitely getting, well, the best couple of rides at the start of this heat. Let's have a look at the replay of a second ride. You can see lots of energy, tags the lip. Comes down clean and outside. Surfer in blue up and into that section there, but see how much turbulence and wobble. Really difficult to even get a good connection between the board and the wave.
Big set rolling in here and no one in position. Well, it wasn't really a position to get into. It was a straight closeout. But man, let's bring up another replay of that opening ride for Erin Brooks. You know, connecting with a good wave is one thing, but maxing out the opportunity on offer on that ride in a lineup that's not really presenting much is impressive.
Oh, just how quick and fast she came off the bottom and off the top. Then the second one releases the fins. So a beautiful two-turn combination here. This first one just threw everything at it. There's a speed to the way she surfs. She just it looks like she is in top gear the whole time. It's a big scoreline already, 13.34. And it is going to be difficult for Teresa Bombalot to get back into this heat, but we know she can. She's been surfing the Challenger events for a couple of years now.
Saw a Canadian flag down there on the beach. That's the country which Erin has chosen to represent. And yeah, she's been all over the world in her youth, chasing quality waves. Moved to Hawaii when she was 9. That's where she first started surfing. And it's been a really amazing evolution since then. At 14 is when she started really collecting some big titles. World Junior Championships at the ISAs in 2022. That same year, she surfed her way to the final of the Penang Cup, the only female and the youngest competitor in the draw, finished 4th. That was against some pretty well-known tube riders. Clay Marzo won the event, so she can mix it with them in the best conditions. But really the most impressive thing was her performance in the Challenger Series last year. A victory in the last event. You know, saw her jump up to 9th place. And she's continued that winning form into 2024. And now looking to back up that impressive start here.
Yeah, had to drive down the line on this wave, tags the lip, so a pretty good turn again. And looking to replace the 4.67. But just how fast she accelerates right off the takeoff. It sets up all her waves. It sets up everything she wants to do. And well, looks like Teresa could be having a quick look at that one. No.
Well, it looked like a pretty decent wave. Erin Brooks just dropped a 6. So comboed now, Teresa. Looking for a 2-wave total of 14.67.
I think the first time I really paid attention to Erin and she got on the radar was when she started dropping some of those clips in the pool, and her air game at such a young age was extraordinary.
It's going to get better too. I think that's the most impressive thing. There's a number of surfers that you know that we kind of heap praise on at the moment, just for how well-rounded they are, how progressive they are in their approach. But maybe the thing that's most impressive is how hard they charge. Sierra Kerr, Katie Simmers, Erin Brooks, Betty Lou, like they're just unbelievable in waves of consequence. Let's hear from another quarterfinalist here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Laura is with Alyssa.
Alyssa, you cracked the quarterfinals in the Gold Coast and you're into your second quarterfinal of the year here on the Challenger Series. Firstly, that heat had everything, a bit of a run, lots of paddling, but most notably that 7.23 that you got for one turn. Was that sort of the plan in the back of your head heading out there?
I mean, if I could have had it go perfectly to plan, I would have had 2 good waves in the first 10 minutes, but that didn't really happen. And yeah, I kind of put myself in like a tricky situation. So to get the 7 then was like definitely a big stress relief for me. And yeah, I was just happy that I was at least able to find one section out there. It's really tricky right now.
Yeah, the conditions are super tricky. That current, obviously, it's wreaking havoc today. But coming in and speaking to your coach, Matt Myers, what did he think that the positives and maybe the negatives were of the heat?
Yeah, it was good to kind of have a little reset to come in and talk to him and kind of get, you know, I don't know, a little bit of a confidence boost for him, being like, you know, that way is going to put you in the lead. Just take a breather, run around, reset, go back out and try to like play defense for the rest of the heat. So yeah, it was good to come in and get a couple words from him and just feel good on the paddle back around.
And I guess looking at your year as a whole, it's been such a journey for you, obviously going onto the tour, straight to the challenges. How are you feeling sort of mentally, physically, and you know, it's been a lot of events for you.
Yeah, it's definitely been a pretty long year so far, but it's all been so much fun and so much learning and growing, and obviously it was really hard not to make the cut. You know, it's hard for all of us that are in that position falling off the tour, so it was definitely a real challenge to like switch my mindset coming into these events and really try to like look at the positives of it and just kind of reset and restart. So yeah, I'm happy to have 2 pretty good results to start the year so far, and hopefully we can make a couple more heats.
Absolutely amazing. Well, we're loving watching you surf on your forehand. Anything you'd like to say to your family back home?
Yeah, I definitely want to say hi to my mom, my dad, my brother Ty. I love you guys, and I miss you.
Thanks, Alyssa. Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks, Laura. Yeah, always impressed with the surfers who did make that cut. Their ability to bounce back, prove that they're, you know, a cut above the field. They have to believe it in order to get themselves back on track. And Alyssa Spencer into the quarterfinals. Out there at the moment, though, we've got Teresa Bombalot in trouble here against the 16-year-old Erin Brooks.
Yeah, you'd have to think that she must be feeling a little bit of pressure, given that Erin's had such a wonderful start to this heat. She's put some big numbers on the board already.
Well, she's lining up another one here too, Rich. Trying to better a 6. Up into that first section. And not even Erin can hang on to that finish. It got really tricky there.
That was a gnarly fall too. It almost looked like it buckled her. Saw the nose of the board come up.
Well, she's checking herself out too. And she got pretty pressed on that one. Just having a look at her fins there.
Looks like she popped it.
Yeah, she might have lost the fin. Yeah, she's feeling it here. Bit of pain on the face. Wincing, Erin Brooks here.
Let's have a look. So a gnarly section gets pounded down. You can see her back foot slipped off.
She seemed to fall over the toe side rail as the board flipped. She's popped a fin. She's on her way in here. Let's hope that it's just the board that's dinged up.
Get the caddies down. We'll make sure she's okay. She doesn't look to be...
No, she's all right.
She doesn't look to be
She's got a
limping
smile
or
on her
anything.
face.
She's okay.
You know, it takes the edge off when you've already got an 8.67 in your account, for sure. But let's see what she does here, whether she puts another fin in that board or whether the box is damaged.
Yeah, she may have actually connected with that fin. They normally need a pretty decent whack from behind for them to come out. Of course, you can actually anchor the fins in. Just put a little grub screw in the back hole in that FCS2 system, and it will lock that fin in place. But many people opting to not do that because you know, you can connect with that fin, and if it's locked in, it's going to damage you.
Yeah, well, that's true. I've had that a couple of times and been thankful that I didn't have a screw in. Definitely got a screw loose. 15 and a half minutes to go. Erin Brooks is okay. Sees her dad there on the beach. And she'll get back out there with plenty of time. Just over 15 minutes to go. It's given Teresa an opportunity to own this lineup, and we'll see in a moment whether she's had any opportunities, but it doesn't look like it.
No. Well, Erin's just jumping in right at the mouth of Narrabeen Lagoon here, and she'll get a clean run. She might have to duck dive just a couple of waves here, and then she'll hit that travelator and get straight back into the peak. But this is why all these surfers have a number of backup boards. They'll normally have you know, a number of soldiers all lined up. They'll have the number one and then a couple backed up behind it, identical.
Erin making her way back out. Teresa just praying for an opportunity to get herself back in this heat. And I feel like it's time for a Bonsoy brew break. Rich,
right,
we'll be back in just a moment with more action from Heat 4.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. and by NRMA Parks and Resorts, the official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back. We have the current #1 on the Challenger Series rankings, dominating here in Heat 4. Looking very good for a spot in the quarterfinals. Kicking off this round of 16 heat with an 8.67. Really sharp work on the forehand from Erin Brooks. She's backed it up with a 6. Took a heavy wipe out, busted a fin out of her board, hit her arm pretty hard by the looks of things. But she managed to get back out there without Teresa getting too much work done, but she had this one during the break, Rich, and it might help her break combination here.
Yeah, coming all the way through to the inside. This time, she, well, right till the end moment, she was in full control, but again, falls victim of those soupy, foamy conditions. And Teresa, she needs something now. We're just under 12 minutes, and Erin Brooks just in total control of this heat.
Isn't she what? But Teresa, I mentioned it at the start of the heat, so accomplished and certainly up to the challenge here. If she can connect with some good waves, just it has been falling a bit. 2-time European junior champion, a 4-time Portuguese national champion. She's won that qualifying series in her region, that European region, back in 2021, 2022. And she missed out on qualifying for the championship tour the year she was victorious down at Manly 2022. She missed out by 1 spot. And I don't know, you could speak to it. We've seen a lot of it over the years, but it seems to weigh heavy on a lot of people when they miss out by 1 spot.
Yeah.
You go back through the history books and you have a look at who missed out and how they fared the couple of years following it. And it doesn't really seem to work out too well for you.
Yeah, there's not many who can kind of pick themselves up. It can break you getting that close and not qualifying. So, you know, it takes some sort of special mental aptitude to be able to maintain, come back again, figure out what you did wrong, maybe work on those 1% to, you know, turn the corner.
Well, obviously, you know, you're in event-winning form. You get that close. That's the story for Teresa. You know, one event was right there at the top end of the ranks and ultimately probably missed out by a heat win.
Yep.
But yeah, it seems to really weigh heavy on some people. I know Morgan Siblick in recent times, very close to qualifying, just missed out, and you know, just trying to rally and get a positive mindset back has proven difficult for him. Dylan Moffat, same story.
Jacob Wilcox
as well. But Jacob did come back eventually to crack the ranks. But on the women's side, Amuro Suzuki missed out by a spot and just hasn't really been close to getting back there since. So it is very difficult. Bronte McCauley's doing a good job at the moment, despite the fact she's, you know, only missed out by a heat or two the past 2 seasons, to turn up with great form, ready to challenge once again here at Narrabeen. She'll be coming up in the next heat against Sally Fitzgibbons. But yeah,
that's a cracking heat, by the way, coming up. That's a good one. But again, you know, I feel like Bronte's come back and she's showing us something different. She's worked on the game. She's obviously worked on her fitness. You know, at Narrabeen, she was scintillating. Definitely one of the top 3 in terms of overall performance. Same could be said for Sally.
Yeah, Bronte leaning into the local knowledge of Matty Cattle, a former competitor who's coaching a lot of the crew, rising up through the Australian ranks at the moment. But yeah, he's a student of the game and a master of the game, and
amazing surfer too.
Great surfer. 8 minutes to go here, and it's just not, you know, it's just not looking great for Teresa, especially with the way that Erin is surfing. But if Erin keeps leaving the door open with these kind of opportunities for Teresa to get priority back, she has a chance at turning this around. She had a 5.97 on her previous wave, remembering that she fell on her final turn, so she could have actually probably added another half point to that, which would have brought that requirement down again. So that was a bit of a mistake on her behalf, but she needs an 8.7. Right now, she's probably just thankful for a shot.
Yeah, absolutely. If I was in Teresa's position right now, I would still be thinking it's a 2-wave requirement. I'm not going to get it done on one wave. 8.7, we know she could. It's possible. But the trend of the last couple of hours has really been, 7's a good number.
You just don't, you don't want to take off on a wave, say with, 6 minutes on the clock if she was to get one soon and over-surf it. You want to be on the attack, but you don't want to risk throwing it away. I think you're right, If you get the opportunity for a combination, go at it hard and try and get yourself a score to match Erin's 8.67, but there is still time to improve on that 5.97.
Yeah, for sure. It's a special kind of wave that's going to give you even the opportunity to get an 8.7 at the moment.
Look at Erin, though.
So wily, man.
Nothing sort of submissive about her approach. Nothing shy about it. Sitting right there in her opponent's face, even though she doesn't have priority here.
Yeah, she's just continually pushing pressure, even when she's not, in the box seat in terms of the priority order. She is right there in your face, and that can be off-putting.
Yeah, Rich, you weren't a naturally aggressive competitor, but you travelled with surfers that were, and they would encourage you to do similar stuff.
Yeah, I was always a little bit passive in my approach, and that also kind of fed into confidence, I think, as well. I think, aggression sometimes when channeled in the right way builds confidence.
This is just the reminder and just the application of pressure here from the youngster is so impressive.
Here's some of that new South energy starting to form here.
Nothing Teresa hasn't dealt with before, though.
No.
She's surfed a lot more heats than Erin, been in this position a number of times, and having Erin buzz around her like a mosquito at this point in time is something she could just brush off.
Yeah, as a competitor, if Teresa it totally ignores her at this point, all she's got to focus on right now is finding that wave, keep scouring this lineup, keep looking for that one opportunity.
It reminds me of a teenage Gabriel Medina, though. He was so talented, but he was so fierce in competition as well when he came onto the scene. And he was definitely a disruptor. Definitely sort of maybe, hang on, you're a grommet. Just back off a little bit, and it worked for him.
Yeah, it totally worked for him. I remember Joel Parkinson was really similar as well. Very aggressive, good-looking wave here.
Well, Teresa has a go. Erin pushes her into it. She's going to make it count. Great turn there. Drives up into the pocket. Doesn't stick it, though.
That was the moment. That was it right there. That was her chance to get back in this heat and really give it a shot at making the quarterfinals, and she slipped up. She will be reliving that in her mind as she paddles back out, and possibly all night tonight. Beautiful turn to start things off. Aggressive carve. Comes down and just overextends. Just didn't get the angles right. Needed to really hit that lip and pivot. Instead, she took a straighter line, and the wave just took her off the back. So really, really up against it now.
It's so interesting too, because there was no way in the world Teresa wasn't going that wave. It was a quality wave, but Erin was right there paddling for it in her face.
Yeah, right on the edge of, like, definitely being annoying for Teresa, but right on the edge of, maybe even incurring somewhat of a paddle interference. But man, it put Teresa out there in a free surf, and she wouldn't have fallen off that wave 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, she's still going to probably shave a little bit off the requirement here. Numbers coming through. It's likely going to be better than her previous ride.
Well,
but she could be chasing a 6 in the final stages here.
Yeah, these numbers about to fall in, and they do.
Oh, Teresa She forces Erin to go now, but Erin's happy to take it. She's got a lot of speed, ramping up for the reverse. Chucks it, but can't complete. 6.2 for Teresa on that last wave. The requirement now an 8.48.
Man, there was maybe a point and a half left on that wave.
Maybe 2 points in it.
Maybe 2 points in it.
The requirement, though, 8.48.
As a competitor, these are those moments. She'll sit on this. If she does, in fact, go down here, she will sit on that wave for a while. It stings. She'll surf it in her mind 100 times over again.
We've been talking, as we get to the NRMA Parks and Resorts 2-minute warning, we've been talking about just Erin's approach in the face of her rival. It's, you know, like you said, there's some competitors that are a little more passive in that situation, but it's something that you have to commend at such a young age, because it's just the heat awareness. It's really, she isn't interfering with Teresa at all. Teresa can go where she wants. She has ultimate priority. She can have the waves that she wants, but Erin's just there in her space, upsetting things. And it's, you know, I actually celebrate it. You know, it's
commendable. It's exactly what you should be doing, really. Yeah, I was referring to, I distinctly remember a heat at Newcastle I had, and, you know, I was sort of a couple of years into the championship tours when the Cooley trio, Cooley kids were coming on the scene. I had a heat with Joel, and he was just, he was bullying me around. I was going, hang on, this is not how it's supposed to be.
Teresa up, still fighting to keep herself in this one, but with less than a minute now, it's going to be super hard to track down the 8.48, and here comes Erin Brooks moving in to cover Teresa, to use her priority, to take control of the final seconds of this heat. But, you know, whatever has happened tactically here in a competitive mindset, it's not really about that. It's about the 8.67, the first wave of this heat. That's where the major blow was landed, and backed up nicely with a 6. Even departing the lineup for a moment for a board change hasn't stopped Erin Brooks here.
No, she's in perfect control, has been from the start. And she'll close this one out with just a couple of seconds to go and secure her spot in the quarterfinals.
She is an absolute superstar, this 16-year-old. Another super impressive performance, putting up another healthy heat score total and disposing of a very accomplished surfer in Teresa Bombalant there. Erin Brooks into the final series again. 3 events in a row now. And she'll be hard to stop. We're going to take a quick break. We've got a battle for the ages coming up next. Sally Fitzgibbons will be up against Bronte McCauley. We'll bring in Matt Janoski and Jess Starling for the call. Stay with us.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Vycobi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia. And by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back. Heat 5, a round of 16. This is the women's division. This is Stock 2 on the Challenger Series. We're at North Narrabeen on Sydney's Northern Beaches. My name is Matt Chinosky. I am joined in the booth with big wave extraordinaire Felicity Parmentier and local surfer and journalist JJ. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. I'm happy to be back, and I'm actually really excited for this heat. This was one of the ones I kind of pinpointed. I was like, oh, I want to watch this one.
And Flick, a great day of surfing so far in this heat. The veterans, some of your old sparring partners as well.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, exactly like you said, Jesse, this heat on paper has probably been the most stacked of this round. Obviously, Sally Fitzgibbon's coming up against Bronte Macaulay. Sal off a great... I mean, both of these women, you know, had a pretty good showing up there on the Gold Coast, as we see Bronte.
Wow, Bronte up and over, taking some inspiration out of that last heat, no doubt, with the firecracker that is Erin Brooks, the new gen, sparking something in these two surfers. They've been dueling out for many years. We've got Bronte Macaulay, who did have a nice showing over there in Western Australia, as did Sally Fitz, but we're here on the CS trying to get back on. Talk us through this, Jay.
Yes, Sally opening up her campaign. This one was a 4.17, so carves back, but that second turn she pushes really hard into it, gets down low, makes sure she gets the ride out, and then this turn for Bronte gets up and over, and then the foam was kind of covering how steep that drop was for her on that wave, so she definitely had to react quickly, airdrop down that base and gets the ride out. So, I mean, Bronte, she's no stranger to big meaty sections coming from WA, so she's probably feeling pretty comfortable out there.
Yeah, and on that, coming from Gracetown, just a hop, skip and a jump away from you in Margaret River there. Tell us a little bit about your experience surfing with Bronte growing up and on the tour.
So I'm a couple of years older than Bronte, and she's got a couple of older sisters, Laura and Ellie, who are twins, who I actually probably spent more time surfing with, but definitely spent a lot of time surfing with Bronte. I'd come down south. I used to live in Perth when I was a kid, and come down and stay with them. And yeah, family, mum and dad, Dave and Lorraine would always take me in. And yeah, I've got really great memories growing up with Bronte. But Bronte was someone for me that didn't necessarily have this crazy... She was always a good surfer, but didn't necessarily have a crazy standout junior career. It was when she started on the qualifying series, and I believe she worked with Martin Dunn for a while there and really honed in on her technique and put in some serious time. She, in the space of 1 year, it was like night and day. She had improved so much and started doing some serious damage on the qualifying series, ended up qualifying, yeah, for the World Tour and was on there for a few years and had some great results there as well. Great results at Honolulu Bay, Snapper Rocks, obviously Margaret River, you know, at home in Western Australia, and taken down some big names on the way. So I think Bronte is a very established surfer, obviously coming from Western Australia, being really well-rounded, not only in surfing small waves, but also waves of consequence.
Another well-rounded surfer is the powerhouse Sally Fitzgibbon, needs no introduction. The queen of competitive surfing in Australia, Sally Fitz, three-turn combo there. Just before the event, I was speaking to her and her father on the beach. She said she was smiling, of course, but noting just how tricky it was with the goofy footer out there. Alyssa Spencer taking out the regular footer and Kira Pinkerton. Obviously, the goofy regular foot battle. Tricky waves out there, but a lot of them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Narrabeen, it's a beach break. There's always going to be more opportunity. I feel like we're seeing consistent waves coming through. This last wave for Sally, I mean, it was a great wave, but I thought it was really interesting wave choice for her. There was no real steep section. It was two kind of carves and then had to work her way to the inside, but didn't really have an inside bowl. So taking off on that wave, you could kind of see the tapered wall. But Sally, I mean, she's that good of a competitor. I don't think she'll be fazed by it at all.
No.
She'll probably learn from it and go, you know what, I won't take a wave like that again.
Well, and for a backup score, she had a 4.17 to open. Pretty difficult to find a lapse in a lull, actually. It's been so consistent today. You can see some surfers down at Car Park Rights. A tremendous barrel was had there just over an hour ago, had the whole beach erupting. So there is still a lot of that south swell and you go down to the beach, you see you can see a big churning barrel there. And the turbulence for these surfers when they're teeing off on the inside of that end section, that's creating all that drama, those excellent scores that we're seeing if they can ride out flick.
For sure, I think this has already been telling. I mean, Bronte, 517 just for the singular manoeuvre on a bigger, meatier section, as opposed to, you know, Sally's couple of waves, smaller waves, multiple turns. But for me, it doesn't get any clearer than that, than what the judges are looking for.
And Sally, last year, she had a second place here to Isabella Nichols, looking very similar conditions. She noted this earlier today as well. She said this is just what it was like last year. The big bombs at Kari's with these little interval lefts. Third on the Gold Coast. She's well poised to make a great run through this event. If she can get through here, it'll be a relative keeper result with a semi-final finish. But she's up against a strong competitor, Bronte McCauley, whose father actually had a semi-final finish here to the I guess you'd call it the well, one of the most pivotal victories in surfing. Kelly Slater was beaten by local Shane Herring from DY, and Dave lost in the semi-finals to Shane back in 1992. But here she is now, the daughter of Dave McCauley, up and over. She's going to look for more here. No doubt spoke to her father about Narrabeen. He's giving her all those little bits of advice that he learned on the World Tour. A goofy footer as well. Have you surfed with Dave back home?
Oh, so many times. And you know what? He is, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that he is the best surfer for his age in the world. There's no one better. It is absolutely unbelievable. You go out, you know, any day that lefties is pumping and he's out there and he is absolutely tearing the bag out of it. He surfs just as good as what he did 20 years ago. It's incredible. But yeah, obviously Bronte drawing a bit of inspiration from him, no doubt. But I know she was working with Matty Cattle up on the Gold Coast, and I'm sure she's working with him here as well. So yeah, obviously tapping into the local knowledge. And one nice fin throw there. And then she gets around this section, obviously gets a little bit slow on the inside. But yeah, she's just trying to stick with it, get that one more little turn. But that was all she wrote there for Bronte. But I mean, Bronte's used to these sort of conditions. It's a bit wobbly, it's a bit tricky. We get a lot of this in Western Australia, just where it does really test that sort of ocean awareness and skill. And just big, meaty sections. I mean, I can't really, unless you're going straight up north to, you know, up in the northwest, you're not really getting super long waves. It's usually 1 or 2 turns in Western Australia, 3 at best, and they're on chunky, meaty sections. So Bronte's going to be feeling pretty at home.
And that sums that up at Margaret River. It's a 1-2 turn combo. Dave actually Masters champion, world champion 2018 over there in the Azores. And yeah, as you said, one of the best in the world. Sally, you've seen Sally here compete a lot, JJ, over the years. And what has it meant to you to have somebody like that shining the light, along with Steph, for women's professional surfing?
Sally is, I mean, she's someone I've looked up to since I started surfing, and even watching her time and time again on the CT keep battling, it's something that was always really inspiring to me. And when the CT came to Narrabeen a few years back, it was my first year on the QS, and I remember being out on the surf and she just started talking to me. I was just like, oh my God. But she was like, oh, how are you going with competing? And like kind of told her my story. And literally the only reason I stuck with it was because Sal was like, no, keep with it. Like, you know, you just need to push through. Like, she just gave me so much good advice, and I went on to have my best year the next year in the QS and the juniors. So it means so much, not only for me, but all the Groms and just everyone from the Northern Beaches, to have the pros come to town, because it's just a great visionary to see, like, oh, you can get there. And if you do get there, you can still be a great person, just like Sally Fitz is. Yeah, and we talk about surfing, having that lifestyle connection. You know, it's something we get up in the morning and we just do out of habit. And Sally does that, of course. She's a dedicated athlete, but she's really embraced surfing as a sport, and just her spirit through that. I mean, she's such a classic at post-heat interviews, her infectious nature, exactly as you said. And looking at that one, priority. They have switched there. Interesting. But yeah, I've heard her on the footy show, the NRL footy show. She's a classic, you know. She'd be a great commentator for the NRL, talking about running up the ball and putting in the hard yards. She's a team player. We've seen her successful at ISA, world champion this year as well. Yeah, we love Sal so much, and we love Bronte. A great heat, 33-year-old versing the 30-year-old, both veterans across both tours. Just looking tee off here, but it's Bronte up to the early lead, a 5-on-7 and a 3-7-3. The ocean starting to look a little quiet. Those Masters will be checking it. I saw Damien Hardman in the car park
waxing up his, would you believe it, 28 litre, 5'11", at his age too. So these guys, they're on, they're super ready. I know Laura's got something special planned for her attack at the Masters Heat coming up after Heat 8 today. We've got some still amazing heats. Macy Callan, Bella Kenworthy coming up next. But the Challenger Series, we've got the young gen and the veterans balancing it up. It's so cool to see this. This is actually the first time, believe it or not, in the Challenger that these two have met, which I find that pretty crazy.
Yeah, that is wild. I feel like these guys have probably had so many heats together anyway, and I feel like they're at the stage in their career where I remember talking to Molly when she got on the CT, she was saying it's a whole different game because you learn more about your competitors and the way they compete. Not only just the way they surf, but the way they compete. So I'm sure these two ladies know their competitive strategy in and out, and potentially playing into that a little bit more. You know, Sally, she's a competitor. We all know that. Bronte is the sweetest human, but she has this really competitive side too. So these guys probably have a bit of an edge on the rest of the field with their experience.
And Sally on this one, nice re-entry to get things started. Straight into the next. That one a little better. 3-turn combo, keeping really busy. Very similar wave to the one before, which she got the 267, but maybe a little more spice on that second turn flick.
Yeah, I believe that first turn was great. I think she's sort of going to say what you were talking about before, Jessie, is that I'm sure she's hoping for a bigger finish. It seems like her waves that she's choosing are just, they've got that little bit more taper. Let's have a look here. So this first turn was really great, really good placement, really whippy out of the lip, and then to the second one. So she's got 2 turns done here, extra little third bonus one, but I mean, it's going to be a good score. It's going to go, obviously, she's going to drop that 267, no doubt. There's 2 really beautifully timed turns here. Great technique for the size of the wave and really good surfing. I just think about today in the context of today and what we've seen. I just want to see her on a bigger wave, I guess, because I just know how good Sal is. But I also like this strategy. I mean, Sally's obviously building a good foundation and probably going to want to improve on that.
Yeah, I hear you. We want to see action. We want to see that those big set surf. Bronte with her answer back, and she's able to ride out too. Bronte's needing a score now, a 4.84. Because Sally, she just dropped a 5.83. And for me, it was the connectivity between the maneuvers, and she's up again, driving out of that. And pretty tricky to find those running waves today, but Sally keeping busy.
Yeah, I think that's the strategy. I mean, we saw someone who comes to mind, Zoe Benedetto, in heats earlier, where she kind of played the sit and waiting game. It didn't really pay off for her. Bronte on this wave, she's just in attack mode, slices that first section down, and then, yeah, it gets a bit meaty here, and she just attacks it, gets down low, gets the ride out. So that's going to be another great score for Bronte. But something that you were saying before, Flick, you know, Sally did get a 5.83 on that last wave, and she's one of the best in the world. But I agree, I want to see her on some of those bigger, more open faces. But I love the fact that even after that 5.83, she got straight back out there, found a bigger wave and swung on it. So she's definitely, I think, identifying that herself.
And having another look at this one. If it's a wave and it looks like it's potential, she's going to go. Look at this bowly left, up into the lip, air drops down. This wave's got a nice wall, and she finishes off cleanly. And that looks like it'll be the best wave of the heat, Flick. Well, Jessie, look at that thing, the big foam monster. She's going to duck dive. She's feeling the momentum. She's in sync with the waves right now.
I feel like she was just listening. She basically went out and did exactly what both Flick and I thought she needed to do. This wave, it's just had this beautiful bowl, and she just attacked it perfectly in the pocket, gets back up there for a second turn and timed it beautifully. Wow, that bottom turn, love that hand in the water, and yeah, just placing it perfectly. Just ever so great is Sally Fitzgibbon.
And the veteran looking strong out there right now, about to bank a nice score. And the new generation coming through, they're spicy and they're giving us a lot to look at, but we're going to overcome a raging hot Sally. We're going to go catch up with one of the new gen. Erin Brooks is on the glass with Laura.
Yes, Erin, you are quickly becoming our favourite person to watch surfing. You're so entertaining, but you know, an 8.73 for 2-turn combo then. You had a stranglehold in that heat, but you were just saying you were pretty nervous out there. Talk us through it.
Yeah, Teresa is such a good surfer, and I made a bunch of mistakes with priority that I was a little nervous that she was going to get the score that she needed because she could definitely do it, but I just got lucky.
And I love seeing some of those tactics come out in the heat. You know, is that something that you work on with your competitive edge?
Kind of. I do a lot of like heat drills in Oceanside with John Daniels, and he runs priority, and Katie Silmers trains with him sometimes too when we get to battle. But there's also some younger girls from San Clemente and Oceanside that we train with, and they surf heats like every other weekend for their amateur contests. So they're probably smarter heat surfers than me, so I get to learn from them.
Amazing. And do you kind of find it hard to bring out that competitiveness, or do you feel like you are pretty competitive deep down?
I would say I'm pretty competitive. When I was younger, I got to watch my brother play football and see how hard he worked, so that kind of gave me like inspiration.
Amazing. Well, we love to see it. You know, you've had an amazing start to the year. You've got another jelly kitten on the way because you made it into the quarterfinals. How good's that?
It's really good. It's great to get another good result under my belt. I know that for girls it's a lot harder. You need like at least a semi to be a good finish. But I also want to say happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there, and I want to say hi to my mom back in Oceanside, and hi Jimmy, he's my little dog.
Amazing. Congratulations, Erin. See you in the quarters.
Jimmy's ears definitely spiked up hearing Erin's voice there, and her mum stoked, I'm sure. But we're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break, and on the way back, let's get into this heat, the final 10 minutes. See you soon. Welcome back to the beautiful Northern Beaches. We're in a Heat 5, this round of 16, the Women's Challenger Series Top 2 on the tour. And it's Sally Fitzgibbons out in the lead, leading from this woman here, Bronte McCauley, just up and riding there, using her priority. And unfortunately just getting on the toes there, and no way of running away from her. Great heat so far, 7.67 on the way before last for Sally, into a dominant lead flick.
Yeah, and that was to be expected. I mean, that was the best turn, the best single turn that we've seen done in the heat so far. It was super critical. It was the best looking wave too. It had a really nice bowl to it. It cupped out beautifully. Yeah, and she timed that turn well. So obviously most of those points are literally coming from that one maneuver. Obviously she finished it with that little semi like lip line floater, but for me, majority of those points are coming from that first turn.
Yeah, Sally waiting a 4.03 on her last, the one before last, but looking good. 8.5 minutes to go. Let's go catch up with Richie, who's out and about on the contest site.
Yeah, thanks, Matty. Sunday afternoon down at the surf event. What do we like to do on Sundays? We like to surf. But if we can't surf, we like to watch the surf. And what's better than watching the surf than watching the surf? We're drinking a Cooper's beer. Get down here to the Cooper's bar. It's positioned smack bang on where the locals do all their surf checks in the morning, up on the grass. All the action you can see here. The bar is open, completely flooded with patrons at the moment, filled with locals and people coming and visiting the event. My personal favourite, the mid-strength, the orange. But they've got all the colours available, the blues, the traditional greens. Coopers, we love it. Sunday afternoon, grab a beer, come and enjoy the rest of the action today.
Thanks, Rich. And we'll be seeing the legends coming up after the Heat 8. Perfect time to make your way down to North Narrabeen and check out the activations down here. The Cooper's Bar by Kobe tent. We've got the Bonsoy tent as well as Mexicano. And have a look at this. Bronte, her answer back, needing a hefty 8.33. Think she'll chip away at it, or she's going to try and get it in one, Jess?
I think with just over 7 minutes to go, she definitely could chip away at it. But if anyone could probably do it in one, it's definitely Bronte. I mean, her forehand is so powerful, and if she could get on a bowl like we saw Sally on, I mean, definitely amazing surfing could go down from Bronte. I just think, yeah, right now, we can't count either of these ladies out. They've been put in, both of them have been put in this position so many times before. I mean, like, how many times have we seen Sally lead a heat and then someone come back and get them, or Bronte in second and she get herself up to first? So it's still so open. Even though Bronte needs such a big score, I still just don't think it's heat over yet.
Yeah, no, and I'm thinking back to, we'll watch Sally up and going, using her priority, looking to drop a low of a 5.83. And that, if you're going to do it, it might be one way to do it. She loves it. She claims that one felt sick. And why wouldn't you claim?
That was a good use of priority, because that was a serious section. I mean, it's exactly what we wanted to see Sal do in the beginning of the heat, but she's like, hang on, girls, I need to build a foundation first, and then I'm going to go for turns like that. And that was beautifully done. So well timed. It was such a big heaving section. And yeah, she just put her body on the line, threw caution to the wind here. Beautifully smooth, cupped out face here. You can see it doubling up as it hits the inside. Wow. Always gets a little bit inverted as she moves through that lip line. So great conversion there, and great to use that priority, because that was, could have been risky business if Bronte got that wave.
Yeah, needing 8.33, excellent score for Bronte. It's gonna, you have to feel it there. Well, there it is, an 8.43. She's now in combination situation. The veteran from Western Australia in a dire moment here, 5 minutes 30 remaining, and Sally an 8.43 for that epic surfing. Excellent surfing that we saw. You know, Bronte, look at her faces. She's ready to go, puffing those cheeks. She's motivated. In the round of 16 up in the Gold Coast, she had an excellent heat total. She put on an absolute clinic. She locked in a 9.23 with a 17-point heat total. At this point, needing 16.10. Bronte's on a fire this year. Her average heat total is actually close to excellent. Well, it is excellent, 16.23. So statistics say she will get the score, but time, it's running out, Jessie.
It is running out, yeah. 4 minutes, 45 seconds to go. It's definitely crunch time for Bronte. I mean, if you're trying to think about the paddle back out too, it's definitely time to swing on a wave for Bronte, but it's out of her hands. I mean, this is the nature of our sport, right? You never know when that next good wave is going to come through, and she can't just swing on anything. It has to be a good wave. She has to get into 16 points. Sally has an 8 and a 7, you know, so it can't just be anything. She's got to find herself on one of those mid-sized sets that she can either tee off once like Sally did, or twice like Sally did too. So
good news is there's waves coming. This is a smaller one. We can see some sets building on the outside. She needs to get the ball rolling. Needs to at least get a 6.23 on this wave. And a bit foamy, nice turn there, lays back, and she rides out too. She's got a couple of 5s, which isn't a bad heat total right now, but she's got to climb out of combination situation and get 2 new scores. You see the score spread up there at 8.43 for Sally, well rewarded. And typically in her CT career, her championship tour career flick, she's always made quarterfinals or semis. That's just what we've known from her. A 5th place is very common for Sal.
Yeah, it is. I think there's actually some crazy stat, Joe knows it, but I think there was a time in Sally's career where she was surfing, and in every CT for 46 in a row she made quarterfinals or better. It is actually crazy. She was so consistent. She still is so consistent. And she's showing us that right now on the Challenger Series. It could be even like 47 times. But yeah, she was consistently making those quarterfinals. And it just speaks to her career. I mean, you think she's had runner-up in the world multiple times. She is Miss Consistent, you know. It's crazy. To be able to perform at such a high level for so long.
Yeah, she's a high operating athlete, absolutely. And, you know, I actually feel she'd have chosen many of the other sports that she's talented at. If it was a team sport, they're missing someone like that. You know, Australian sport, honestly, like she is an absolute leader and in a team environment. She's the type of person you want to be around. She lifts the morale. That's why we say she's so good for that next gen. She's so good for Australian surfing, and that's why she's an ambassador for some major companies, not just surf related too, Jessie. And you do work around the media. You do work as a journalist. You speak to a lot of surfers, and Sal's a unique one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if not the unique one, I'll get back to that point in a second because Sal...
Yeah, and she goes right on cue. She wants the surfing to do the talking, but we're talking about her in the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, Sal is just... I mean, she's one of those women who, like you said, she could do anything she set her mind to. She's just got... She's got an edge, and her edge is athlete mentality. I mean, she has a never say die attitude, and I think that is why so many brands take to her who are outside the surf industry. I know Boost Mobile obviously getting more involved in surfing now, but they didn't really get into surfing until Sal, you know, really took the reins. Obviously, she's just been an absolute icon through all the different phases of her surfing career. She's never not been relevant.
No.
I think that's what makes her so special, because not only has she probably inspired you, Flick, and inspired Bronte, but she's inspired my generation and the generations below me too.
And the men too, of how to be humble and in defeat and gracious in winning as well. Bronte goes down, unfortunately unable to really get started. She had a 5.27 on the wave before last, so narrowly improving her total, but still looking for the 6.10 to climb out of the combo, and then she'll need a perfect 10. But yeah, she's just so good around the comp site, you know, antics. Yeah, we can't praise both of these women enough. I love them in pro surfing, and it looks like they're going to still have a rich career ahead of them, Flick.
Oh, 100%. I love hearing Sally's perspective on things, especially in the last couple of years. I mean, her career is so decorated, we've just spoken about it, but just hearing her mindset about, you know, not making the cut and how she's had to reframe and not looking at it as a step back, but, you know, just an opportunity to level up her surfing and compete against people, seated surfers that she wouldn't usually compete against, and how it's pushed her and drove her. It's inspiring, you know, and a great example of resilience and what it really means to be an athlete and just keep showing up in your sport and to create longevity for yourself too, and I think a role model for both men and women.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, Bronte, she put up a good fight. It wasn't it was a commendable heat total. But the good news for Bronte is she's going back to somewhere she's had success. She won in Bolito last year on the 3rd stop of the Challenger Series. There you go, the two old mates. You know, she's no doubt giving some encouraging words. Oh, it's all right, mate. You know, you can just imagine those words. Like, it's okay. You've on to the next one. You'll crush it. And
debrief in the heat.
Just taking a moment to observe that. But a great heat total, 16 points. Excellent for Sally Fitzgibbons against the veteran Bronte McCauley. We are going to go to a break and be back for Heat 6 shortly.
One of my favourite parts of the Northern Beaches here in New South Wales.
Yeah, Sally Fitzgibbon stoked with the Groms. Obviously the fan favourite. She just took out her heat in excellent fashion. And she'll be down there for about 20 minutes, no doubt. And we'll find out how long it takes for her to get up to the post-heat interview with Laura. And she's got her on FaceTime there. Great heat. But we're setting up this one. Who have we got in the water, Jessie?
Yeah, we've got Macy Callahan and Bella Kenworthy. So we've kind of just had our veterans in that last heat. Now I'd say both of these ladies are new gen. I mean, Macy, she's been around for a long time, but she's still so young, only 23. And Bella, she's definitely new gen, and here she goes.
Ooh. Coming from a skateboarding background originally, Bella Kenworthy with a progressive approach to surfing, part of that young generation, 17 years of age. She had a great performance over at the World Junior Titles, a semi-final finish, and yeah, she's one to watch. She's part of, I mean, she could be with one training with Erin Brooks too, just from San Clemente. They all do heat drills together and they spend all day, every day surfing.
This is a super exciting heat because...
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah. Last year, these two women met in the quarterfinals here, and Bella Kenworthy actually got the jump on Macy Kenworthy. So, on Macy Callahan. So this is a rematch right now. And obviously Macy with the more experience, Bella, the super grom, and she got the jump on Macy last time. So Macy is going to want to get one back on Bella right now. So this is a really exciting heat.
Great research there, Flick. I'll tell you what. I actually did know that, but when I was reminded by that from that, it just sat up at my chair. So you've got the bitter feeling of losing in this round last year. You got Macy just, you know, wanting that, and then the rookie, or not the rookie, second year in the Challenger Series, but she got nothing to lose. JJ, you've been in this position. Here she is under priority, keeping really busy, looking at these little peaks. And she's got Brent Power from Channel Islands down there. I think she's in the corner of sitting next to Maddie Cattle as well. Do you know if they're working together?
Yeah, they are. And Bella, she had a great result here last year and worked with Maddie Cattle for the first time at this event last year. And then went on to work with him up the coast at Snapper, and then they're back here. Maddie Cattle's home break, working together again into the round of 16. And yeah, like you said, Macy probably feels like, you know, I want to get the jump back. Probably has a bit of a bone to pick with Bella, where Bella...
yeah.
She's probably got a point to prove, being like, no, it wasn't just a fluke last time. You know, she probably wants to prove that she can take on Macy again. You know, Mace clearly the one that has more experience here, but Bella, she's a fighter and she's a smart competitor too. I really love the way she surfs heats, and I know she spends a lot of time with Sierra Kerr, so definitely a part of that new generation coming up.
Yeah, and Macy, she had a decent run at the beginning of last year, but you know, Bella, she ended up 15th on the Challenger Series, and it was just unusual to see Macy not at that qualification line. That's somewhere that she belongs on the championship tour. She's been there before. She fell off the year before last, and she wants to regain her momentum and jump on the Elite Championship Tour, the Dream Tour, which will be heading to Tahiti next. But in this heat, 25 minutes remaining. No one's really fired any shots of significance. The beach really starting to pack right now. Everyone's down here for that the final two heats and the legends that are coming up after Heat 8. There's the priority board up the top, the judges, the VIP tent. They're all tuning in now in the VIP tent. Obviously not the judges. But it's all going on. It's a carnival of activity down here at Narrabeen, Jessie. Oh,
there's so much going on down there. There's plenty for the Groms to get amongst. I know that there's a green screen surfboard over there at the GWM activation. Plenty of delicious food going around. We've got some of the local restaurants providing us with food, but then we've also got some oakberries. So there's so much opportunity, I think, for everyone just to get amongst it and feel like they're a part of the event. You know, they're not just rocking up, see what's going on. I think this is a really cool venue where it's kind of like a big family. And I can hear a few little beats in the background.
Yeah, I can hear that too.
Yeah, there was a young local boy, Ash Adams. He's probably about 18 now. He was on the decks the other night playing DJs up here, so I was like, oh,
Sounds like it's popping off right now. I can hear it.
I can hear it in the background. A shout out to Timothy Stoyle, one of the legends on the Championship Tour and the Challenger Series. We have this is stop 2 on that Challenge Series, straight from the Gold Coast Pro up there in Snapper Rocks, and down here in Narrabeen, and they're looking ahead. The next event, Bolido, over in South Africa, the O'Neill Bolido Pro. US Open of Surfing in August, back to Portugal in September, over to October, and finishing in Saquarema in Brazil. You've been there before, Flick. Any comparisons for that event leg to what we have here at Narrabeen?
Just a crazy beachy. And I think I think maybe less predictable than here. I feel like here you kind of can guarantee, okay, I'm going to be surfing a left predominantly, maybe a few alley rights, but Saquarema, I feel like it's a mixed bag. You don't know what you're getting. Bolido, similar sort of story for the next event, maybe predominantly a right, but you've still got lefts. Obviously, US Open of Surfing, you got the left going into the pier. You've obviously got a couple of right options too, and the reform on the inside. And then Irasira, I mean, you know what you're getting. It's a right-hand point break, long too. So open face, big carving maneuvers, series of linking turns. But I think it's just getting tighter, and we're coming down to crunch time where this is our second event. Any athlete right now that's had, a couple of shockers is thinking, oh my goodness, I've got to make it happen on these next 4 events of the year.
And the rankings that we look forward to jumping on that championship tour, this is how it works. And we see the top 10 and men and 5 women qualify for the CT next year. Your top 4 results count. And with 80 men, 48 women, and we've got a couple of CT entries that become wildcards thrown in the mix as well. We saw Kelly Slater up there on the Gold Coast, and we'll have some other surprises in the next couple of events. But this is the next tier after the regional challenger, the regional tour, I should say. But the aim is to be on that dream tour, Jessie.
Oh yeah, the aim is definitely to be on that dream tour, but honestly, I wouldn't be complaining if I made the Challenger Series either. It's a really cool tour of their own. Obviously 2 stops here in Australia, but then you get to go and travel the world. And I think speaking to a lot of the athletes, they all have a really cool connection. I actually don't think there's any enemies between all the competitors. They all know how hard it is to get there to this championship tour, and they all just obviously will compete in the water, but want to be supportive on land because it's a cool journey for everyone to be a part of. But yeah, of course, the end goal is the CT. I mean, who doesn't want to be there? I think I've dreamed of surfing bells since I was a little girl, so these guys working hard to get towards that dream. And it's always exciting to see who's going to get there each year.
And the challenges that come with the championship tour. First event this year, Pipeline. Second event, Sunset Beach. Are you kidding me? 2 of the best, most testing locations in surfing's calendar, and you're thrown in the cauldron, and it's a real test of their training. And a lot of these surfers competed since their groms. What's it like paddling out Sunset, Flick, with a rashie on?
I'd say confusing if you haven't spent time out there.
Yeah.
It's a big playing field, but I guess like a realization of dreams and just, the history of these waves. Every single wave on tour has so much history, so many amazing surfers from those areas. There's so many stories, the narratives, there's icons of our sport. I mean, you mentioned bells, Jessie, and for me, that's one of the most iconic events on the tour. It's it's the longest running event. It's always run around Easter every single year. There's just, I think, also what you said, I feel like everyone realises just how hard it is to qualify for the championship tour. So there's a really healthy respect for one another amongst this tour as well, because it is tough. But I think, you just got to be proud of yourself if you make it there, because, it's really hard.
And to stay there as well. We talk about the different boards and people got to, you go from Saquarema, a couple months later, you're lining up a pipe. And then you got Sunset. Sunset's 15 foot. You need a different type of surfboard. And some of these surfers, I mean, you've surfed Jaws. You're an exception. You and Laura are absolutely wild. 2 of the most phenomenal big wave surfers of all time on the women's side of the draw, if not, between both men and women. But for most people, that's an intimidating wave. And that's why it's testing, right? And some of the other stops have got, are you kidding me, Tahiti next, Jessie?
Oh, I just think,
so cool.
I think that point you make is so incredible. I mean, to get there, yes, be so proud of yourself, but to stay there, that's a whole other challenge. And not only are you coming up against yourself, and I'm sure a lot of people might on their first year have a bit of imposter syndrome, be like, am I good enough to be here? How did I get here? And then to be thrown into a wave like Pipeline, I mean, we just had COVID for 4 years. Say we have an 18-year-old from Australia who's just come onto the Challenger Series. The last 4 years, they haven't been to Hawaii.
Yeah,
you know,
this is true.
It's a really interesting time.
How's this thing cupping out? And that one's not going to be a bit of seaweed moving across and a reset for these surfers now. 18 minutes remaining. No one's fired any shots. Macy had to go. It looked good that wave, but a different type of lineup to what we've had in the last few hours, Flick.
Yeah, definitely. And about now is the tide starting to drain out again. So I think it's going to get a little bit more challenging. And just noticing all that seaweed kind of getting through that inside section too. And I noticed it. Sal was actually pulling a bit of that seaweed out of her leg rope in the last heat. So that sort of can wreak a little bit of havoc. But, I mean, you know what? Yeah, okay, so much time's ticked away, but none of these women have a score yet. So it's kind of even Stevens still at the moment.
I'm not going to lie to you, it is a little random to see seaweed at Narrabeen.
Where's it coming from? What's it
doing?
doing?
It's always at Collaroy.
Yeah.
It's always down the other end of the beach. It's never really up here. So, yeah, when you said that before, I was like, that is strange. It hasn't been here all day. It's just popped up now.
Well, I must say, Collaroy blame Narrabeen for the seaweed. They say it drifts down. So a little bit of conjecture there between the... what's your postcode here? 2103?
2101.
Yeah, 2101.
And then rips.
Okay. So the 2097 are blaming the Narrabeen postcode for that seaweed. But, hey, you've got the lagoon there as well. You've got lots of things that are coming out of that lagoon, like lots of marine life. Obviously... Yeah, anyway, 16 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Yeah. Here we are, North Narrabeen. It's cooking. The waves, they're settling in. We're going to go to Bonsoy Brew Bake. We'll be back for the remainder of Heat 6 very shortly. We are live from North Narrabeen. This is the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Matt Janowski in the booth, joined by Felicity Parmati and Jessie Starling. Macy Callahan out on the water, Bella Kenworthy. This is the rival match. These two matched up last year, and it was the youngster from San Clemente. He got the win, and in the break, this is Bella, Jess.
Yeah, Bella taking off on this one. good-looking bowl that almost did it spat. Wow, huge turn there from Bella, just a single manoeuvre, but really loved it. You can see this wave spit behind her, and she just gets up there in the pocket, times it beautifully for a backside Rio there. So we've got this heat underway.
Yeah.
That's going to be the first substantial score of this heat.
And you'd have to say that there's 13 minutes remaining. If they warmed up a bit, she would have pulled into that. She would have made it too. Narrabeen serving up some tubes for a dominant southeast swell today. The car park rights has got some waves, not very makeable, about a 1 in 20. But if you do get one flick, pretty extraordinary like we saw last year.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Kaio did a good job at finding the tube last night in his last heat of the day. He found 3, so, I mean, yeah, they're out there. Few and far between, though. But I tell you what, Macy's got to answer back because time's ticking down, and she's got to get a score on the board here because Bella's just locked in something kind of substantial in the context of the heat.
Here goes Macy, and her real wave, first wave of significance, going down the line. She opens up the nice turn, and second one to cover her body language, sort of not too activated on that one, but caught up a little bit on the second. But she gets started. She's in the heat, Jess.
Oh, absolutely. That first turn was so beautiful. I mean, Macy, her backhand, it's so great. I think she's obviously got a really strong forehand, but her backhand, I think, levels up to it personally. This wave here, I love how she drops that first turn, gets around it. Beautiful carve. She really pushes hard off that and gets up there for a second snap. She needed a 5.38 on that wave. I actually really liked it. I thought both of those turns were really beautiful. So we'll see where that one kind of comes in, but in context of what Bella just did, that was a great return.
Here goes Bella, her answer back, up and over, and almost riding out of that interesting turn there. She sort of ditched the fins a bit, and it looked like she was going to ride out of it. But Macy, growing up at Avoca, surfing for North Shelley board riders on the Central Coast, but now basing herself on the Gold Coast, which is where she had that 10-point ride at Snapper Rocks, of course. Waiting for those scores to lock in for both surfers. Just a .93 for Bella, but now Macy, she's going to be eagerly awaiting the scenario, and it's going to be an 11-minute heat for her.
Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, she's going to lock in this next summer. It's going to be her highest. I've got to agree with you, Jessie. I feel her backhand, well, I feel her Macy's backhand is stronger than her forehand. I feel like her forehand's great. She's got that big open face carve, but for me, it's her backhand. She's just so sharp. She's so on point. When that last score's come through, she's kind of keeping it pace now with Bella, but it's sort of pretty even in my eyes right now. 10.5 minutes left on the clock. I feel like there's going to be at least a couple more exchanges go down.
Yeah, and I mean, statistically speaking, this is the slowest heat that we've seen. There was as many as 35 waves ridden in some of those 4-person heats to get the event started. It's so consistent throughout the event window. The tide just finding its way through the Narrabeen shore break. And Bella really bringing it to Macy. She's locked in a 4.17. Now needing just a marginal 2.27 priority. She'll get that. She'll just stand up, do a few turns, and that'll be eclipsed. Bella really in the commanding position. Looking to drop a 0.93. Her fans and friends, we back home right now. It'll be early in the evening, and they'll be sitting on the edge of their chair, really wishing her to get into the quarterfinals for another finish like she had last year. And here she goes, Macy. Up into the turn. Just good for the one. It'll probably be the 2.27, but maybe not too much higher, Flick.
Yeah, it's always hard to tell from that angle. It kind of looked like she just went up there a bit early, and it was kind of like she was almost in two minds whether or not she wanted to do 2 turns or just that one. And therefore, the one she did looked like, let's just have a look here. So this wave, Macy just eyeing off this section. Look, it's one turn. It's probably going to be that 2.7, and there we go. She's dropped to 2.5. So it was what she needed, but this is a low-scoring heat right now, and the door's wide open. And if the last heat is anything to go by, Self ended up finding an excellent score and backed it up with that 7. They're out there, those scores, and I feel that we're going to see movement here. We're going to see more exchanges go down. This isn't the totals that we're going to be ending up with. I hope. I hope I'm wrong.
And there's some legends that'll be watching this right now. They're always, you can't get rid of that competitive spirit in them. I know Tommy Carroll's probably observing, if not meditating. Robbie Bain's socialising. Hedgie, he's doing burpees. And you know that Laura, well, she's having a beer. And Bella off the bottom. Nice snap to get things started. And second turn there. And she rides out of that. We just got confirmation Laura's actually having an oakberry. She's refueling for the event, getting some energy for the afternoon surf. The Legends coming up after Heat 8. That's going to be the requirement to get Bella into the lead. A 1:17 required, Jessie.
Yeah, that's definitely the score every day of the week. That second turn, I feel like she just really wanted to make sure she rode out of that wave so that she could put another score on the board. She's definitely found two turners. You can see Macy was having a look at this wave too. Really beautiful bowl at the start here. Love that opening slash. Really pushes hard off it. And yeah, that second turn really made sure she got the ride out. Even came down over that second lump because we know the judges have been really picky with those ride outs and wanting to see you out clearing the foam. But yeah, she puts it up there and you can see her eyeline. She's just ready to ride out. Gets down over that next hump, so that's definitely going to be the 1:17 she needs. Now Macy is going to be on the back foot again and needs to answer back.
Yeah, that shorter board from Bella, looking spicy under her feet. Well and truly a small wave board required in this heat. Sally, in the previous heat, she opted for the round tail, the Glen Pang, the same board she had in Western Australia. She really likened this spot to Super Tubos over in Portugal, or she was saying before the heat, Le Gravière over in France. A lot of those similarities, but just a classic Aussie beach break out there right now, and a 5:17 commanding position for the Vans. Team rider Bella Kenworthy. You're right in between these ages, Jessie. You're smack bang between Macy's 23 years of age and Bella's 17. In this heat, your scenario, would you be intimidated by either one of them?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've had plenty of matchups against Macy on the regional series over here, and she's just one of those competitors who always seems to get the wave, even if she's on the back foot. And Bella, I mean, being so good, so young, who isn't going to be intimidated by that? And Bella has an air game too.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just like both of these ladies so accomplished in their own ways. And I think anyone would be probably a little bit nervous to come up against either of them, whether you're a Sally Fitzgibbons and Erin Brooks. I think these guys both make great competitors for everyone in the draw.
Yeah, great addition there. Thank you, Jessie. But I'll tell you what, this next heat, Yolanda Hopkins lining up against Kiala. Those two, I wonder if they're going to be changing strategies with the slow nature of this heat. 25 minutes past, just minimal keeping waves. I mean, if you have a 4 in your scoreline or a 5, it really hasn't gone on to help you for the rest of this whole event, even from the round of 64 onwards. So a great battle here between these two. Once again, we saw it last year. It was the youngster who got the jump on Macy. But points-wise, we talked about it earlier. You really want to get in the semi-finals for a keeper result. Erin Brooks spoke about it. The work's not done. You're through the round of 16. Quarterfinals is great, but to get on that championship tour and to make the cut, you need to be in that top 5.
I also don't think these ladies would probably be happy to leave this event with the 4s in their lineup. You know, I feel like if you're going to get knocked out, they probably want to get knocked out with a good battle, with a pair of 6s, a pair of 7s. I just feel like the type of competitors that all the women are in the Challenger Series now, they're probably thinking to themselves, a 4 and a 2, not good enough, you know?
No, that's definitely right. And just to sort of bounce off what you were saying before, Jessie, Macy has this sort of demeanour where she's looking cool, calm and collected at all times, right? And I feel like if that wave, like you said, if a wave comes to her in those dying seconds, she's going to be able to pull it off, right? She, even on the Gold Coast, when she did drop that 10-point ride, she was already on the ropes. India Robinson had her on the ropes. India had 2 great scores already, and then Macy just absolutely turned it around. I mean, Macy had 1 good score, but she just maintained composure and evenly throughout the whole heat, and we saw her do that with her 10. So, I mean, it's a 6.5 right now. I mean, that's a good score. You know, an average to good score. It's not a major excellent number. No. It's completely doable, and with the mindset Macy has, I think it's achievable.
She was surfing so stylish up there on the Gold Coast, that 10-point ride. was just the deepest tube we'd seen up until that point. We're going to go catch up with someone else who's caught a 10-point ride, Laura Enova over in Fiji, but you're with Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yes, I am, and Sal, just relishing in the energy down here on the beach. I was going to almost send out a search party. You've been down there signing every single autograph. How good is this to have a packed house at Narrabeen?
Oh, my head is huge. All the groms just came around, just made me feel so special. And just on a Sunday down here at Narra, and you know everyone's down here to watch. And obviously, yeah, they're swell, and that's what we always want on days like this. And yeah, just that energy around, everyone bringing their kids down on Mother's Day. And I don't know, it just felt real special to go out and perform today.
And perform you did. Talk us through that heat, because you were finding gems, lefts, rights, everything. Was that the plan?
Well, it's just a mixed bag. It's a lottery. You know the recipe, but trying to find it is a bit of a treasure hunt. And just going up against good mate B-Mac, Bronny, she's just such a strong competitor, and we've had a million heats together, and you just want to get the jump so bad, but there's that turning point in the heat, and I felt like I was going and attacking that big section, and I felt so nice to ride out and yeah, to see the crowd.
Absolutely amazing. And anyone you want to shout out today? Surely Mezzy.
Oh, for sure, Mezzy. All the mums, especially my beautiful mum back at home. Love you, love you, love you. And yeah, it's just so special, all the mums, everything you do.
Amazing. We'll see you into the quarterfinals.
Yes, Al. She'll be stoked. She's running the ball up, taking the hit-ups for the family right there. She'll be stoked. Her St George Illawarra Dragons got the jump on the Rabbitohs last night. No doubt fired her up, and she's the ultimate sports person. The NRMA 2-minute warning. No change. Bella didn't improve on her circumstance right now. The score's getting locked in. It's going to be under. And that wave we saw in the break, a 6.5. Still needed. Macy Callahan, and here she goes. 23 on up onto the lip. And she rides out. So, I mean, it's a pretty sick turn. She nearly pearled, but she pulled it up, Jessie.
Yeah, I was a bit nervous watching her ride. I was going, ooh, ooh. But she actually made it. And we know that the judges are loving the theatrics of those one big hits, and Macy just showing how forward and strong her backhand is. Yeah, I'm actually really excited to watch this replay. Puts it up there and looks like she's going to bury her nose, but manages to pull it out, and she stands tall quickly. She lacks the feel of it. And Macy needs a 6.5.
Yeah, it was critical. It's just we're used to seeing that drama with the airdrop when people are projecting off the float and not so much with digging the nose. What did you make of it, Flip?
I don't know if it'll be the 6.5. I think it'll be. She's obviously going to drop this 2.5, but I'm interested to see where they're going. Automatically and immediately, my thoughts are no, it's not the 6.5. I think she's got more work to do. So she's out there now, and she hasn't got priority, so she's going to have to try find some space. But look, I could be totally wrong too, because it was vertical, it was late, it was into the lip. She did stick it and convincingly make that turn. So just going to have to wait and see where these chips fall.
Look at the space between them. Bella, you see Bella's really left a lot of distance here, maybe trying to improve on her 5.17. Maybe thinking she needs a score, but we need the surfer to know the update. The final 5 seconds now. It's going to come right down to the wire. Someone's paddling outside. It could be Macy. It is. She's up and riding. Hits the lip. Comes down just good for the one turn. At this point, she's looking to drop a 2.5 or a 4.17. Scores still to drop. Interesting times here, and maybe not the best heat of her life, but did everything she could.
Yeah, did everything she could. I'm interested to see where the last two scores come in for Macy. First indications of that previous to last wave, it was a 6, so now she only needs a 4.67 on the back of that last turn. She basically could have turned the heat in the last 2 minutes just now, so 4.67 for that last wave. This is getting really close.
Both surfers, typically the no-claim claims. I know Bella doesn't claim at all, coming from a skate background, and Macy, she's pretty relaxed. Let's talk it through, Flick.
Yeah, it was a nice turn once again. She got a little fin release and a little slide up in the lip there. Wow, okay, it's just, for me, it's close. It really is. I mean, I'm sure they're comparing that to, you know, that 5.17 from Bella Kenworthy. There's all such similar scores to drop here, but judges are starting to drop them in right now.
Scores on the screen, about to get logged in, and it doesn't look like it's enough. It's not. She falls short to 4-1-3. Macy Callahan out of the draw.
I'm so sorry.
Bella Kenworthy, in her second year on the Challenger Series, moves forward to the quarterfinals. The Californian is poised for a good run through this event. Let's go to a break and bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call.
Welcome back to the show. Still got a couple of big heats to come this afternoon to lock down our quarterfinal matchups on the women's side. Gearing up for Heat 7 now, and it's going to be a really fun one. Ronnie Blakey joined by Richie Lovett. Rich, anticipation starting to build for the Legends Heat as well. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of the legends starting to rat around the contest zone, waxing up, getting their equipment ready, and looking super excited. Yeah. And conditions are improving. Wind's dropping. Things are starting to smoothen out a little bit. Excited.
Yeah, heard the Hogs trotters. On the footpath. He's psyching. We knew he would be. As he hits the lineup with some of his surfing heroes, Damien Hardman, the two-time world champ, Laura Enova, world junior champ, Guinness world record holder. She'll be out there. Tom Carroll, the great Tom Carroll, and that man on screen, the Grandmasters champion, Robbie Bain. And he will be looking to rectify Manly's loss the other night with a big performance here at North Narrabeen.
Yeah, one of the Tsunami brothers. And
yeah, you guys have got plenty of history.
Yeah, we do.
The Chain Gang.
Yes.
Once threaded together with piercings. Yep. More on that later on. But right now, let's get into Heat 7. Kayala Tomoda Bannett. She's out there in the red jersey. The surfer from Kauai has been looking really strong up against Yolanda Hopkins, who just seems to be relishing these thick, punchy conditions here at North Narrabeen. The Portuguese surfer is more than up to the challenge of whatever Northie's dishing up at the moment. Just a feisty little thing.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup here. Great opportunity for both these women to move into the quarterfinals. And Yolanda Hopkins, oh, she's feeling good. She's been bringing the good vibes. Surfing well. Looks like she's going to take off on this one.
Oh, you'd love to see it. Locked in. Trying to find the exit, but gets clamped. But Yolanda Hopkins, she had an amazing effort on the Gold Coast too. She's found a left as well. Couple of nice hits here. But wow, on a wave that she didn't make. Blows our minds. Just fell out of the sky, right underneath the ledge. Got some cover, went searching for the exit. and got absolutely pinched.
Wow, she got some proper vision in that barrel.
Oh, it would have been a great photo from over at the pool. It was an angle often sought out by Mark Honorati, great lensman in this area, but she did so well to even get to this point, Rick.
Hey, and then she tried to get that doggy door, which takes a whole lot of courage. So just to have that instinct inside the barrel, everything's going at triple, quadruple time. And well, she knifed it too, man. That was a late drop, got in there.
She's not playing around, Yolanda Hopkins, 25 years of age, and she wants to crack the quarterfinals for the first time. Her surfing looks stronger this year. She's really come back in a big way. The best result, 9th, that was last year at this very venue. Kayala Tomoto-Bennett. She's had a pretty good finish here on the Northern Beaches in the past, getting a 3rd place down at Manly. And here goes Yolanda again, hanging on for the finish. So a couple of rides for her. 2.33 for the barrel attempt, so still getting some credit for the drop and the ability to get under the lip. But her 3rd wave came through at a 6.83. Nice little sequence of turns on the backhand. Kayala's not going to get much out of her 2nd ride, but she did get a pretty decent opening wave as well. So we're going to have a pretty close heat on our hands here.
Yeah, this is a great exchange from these two women. Heat number 7, round of 16. Let's have a look what Yolanda did on this last wave. Gets a little right-hander, gets up, tags that closeout section, has to deal with this little bump in the front, this little wave. But this was Kiala here just streaking down the line. You can see she just had to hit the eject button. No opportunity on that wave, but we do know that she got a decent ride to start things off, a 6-point ride. So really not too much separating them.
No.
Less than a point.
Let's hope one of those rights rolls through again. That was so cool. It's amazing. You know, you see it sometimes in events, highlight moments for low numbers. 2.33, just Yolanda's showing this year there's a real willingness to just go all out. Give it a really good crack, and had she come out of that, she would have got a monster score.
Yep, would have been a big one. You know, she's a very compact, busy surfer. Nice and fast, only surfer in the entire field, men's or women's, from my recollection anyway, who's opting for the full deck grip on the board. Front foot pad, I'd say 99% of the field using a tail pad. She's got the front grip running as well.
Well, she would definitely count representing her country as her greatest achievement at the 2020 Olympics. She lost out in the quarterfinals to Bianca Bakenduck, who went on to get a silver medal at the Olympics. So, you know, a pretty impressive finish for her there. But has seriously got her sights set on the championship tour this year. You can tell in just the way she's showing herself into these heats. Everything that I've seen from her this year has been done with nothing but commitment. You know, a willingness to throw herself into the toughest sections on her backhand out here, paddling deep behind the rock and trying to get herself barreled. Well, she's going to get herself another number here. Oh, just gets blasted. She did the hard work, but the exploding lip there behind her got the better of her.
Yeah, just tapped her on the tail of the board and literally just got exploded behind her. She'll head back out there. And Kiala, she was really interested in that wave, but was down there in 2nd priority, so she needed to be a bit careful here. I think as soon as she saw her out of the peripheral, she called back, but that maneuver there from Yolanda, excuse me, was just, wow, so close, 90% completed. But the 10% counting at this point because she will not get the payoff for it.
Yolanda punching her way back through the impact zone here, taking the early lead, but it's a narrow one at this stage. Cowler just needs a 3.17 to get in front. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Back with a special guest in just a moment. Welcome back to the show. Heat 7 out there in the lineup. We're looking for quarterfinalists in these last two heats, and then finals day will be set. We'll get to see those amazing matchups on both the men's and women's side. Looking forward to checking those out in the WSL post-show. But right now, a special guest joining us here for Heat 7, a legend in these parts, a Narrabeen local, Nathan Hedge. Good to see you, mate.
You too, Ron. Thanks for having me, mate. Rich?
Yeah, Hoggy.
Stoked.
How are you, brother?
Oh, it's fantastic to be here.
Stuff.
How are you? We were talking about you before, mate, saying that, the exhibition heat, it's going to be fantastic this Savo. The Bonsoy Legends heat, you're going to be out there with some of your surfing heroes, but we can always rely on you to bring fire to even an exhibition heat, mate.
I know. I think at some point, it's all fun and games, an exhibition, but I think at some point between everyone that's out there, their eyes are going to roll back and it's going to get intense.
Oh, it always
has
does.
to, doesn't it?
We love it. Look at the lineup for this Legends heat. So good for you, Hedgie, because I know even Laura Enever, who's younger than you still look up to her.
Absolutely, and seeing Laura come through as a Grom here too, like now to where she's reached in her heights in her surfing, it's just such a celebration. And I vividly remember riding up the beach for the early morning surf and riding back going, Dad, Damien Hardman was out there, Duma was out there, and then when you'd see TC run over the sand dune, surfing with TC was just, it set up my whole surfing vision and life. So it's just what an honour to be able to be out there and surf with the calibre of the crew out there to surf, and Bainey.
Oh, mate, what is it about this place and goofy footers as well? Laura's going to be getting any rights she wants out there.
She can have all the rights. That's right, eh? A couple in the corner, apparently.
Oh, man, but we're looking forward to it because it's a celebration of great surfers from the region, Narrabeen in particular, but the Northern Beaches, and there's so many that won't be out there in the water with you as well. This place has just always produced so many incredible title contenders, world champions, and just icons of the sport. Even in the surfboard shaping realm, there's just so many greats from the beaches.
Just the depth, growing up here was just the epicenter of surfing. We had pioneers, we had world champions, we just had it all going on. Kind of like what sort of like Snapper and the Goldie sort of had their run for a while. It was here at North Narrabeen, all the Northern Beaches, from Manly up to Palm Beach. So it was just, if you wanted to be a surfer, this was the spot, and you had so many people to look up to and inspiration. It was just right in your face everywhere.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Hedgie, but the whole of the Northern Beaches, and when we get into the heat, we'll rattle off a bunch of names, but there's something about North Narrabeen. It's the quality of the wave, it's the competitive nature of this place. It seems to have a different vibe to it than all the other beaches.
Yeah, I think just to get yourself on a wave and what you have to do to paddle out and get a wave, and it just breeds mongrel and competitive nature, and I think that's what it brings out.
You're a product of your environment, mate.
That's it, I guess so.
15.5 minutes to go. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat. It was a big win, Laura, for Bella Kenworthy.
Yes, it was, and there's something about Bella Kenworthy's connection with North Narrabeen. You got your breakout result last year, a third place in this event. You're into the quarterfinals this year. How are you feeling, and what is it about Narrabeen?
I'm feeling really good. I don't know. I just love this wave. I have an awesome coach helping me, Maddie, and yeah, I just love this wave.
And heading out today, you know, everyone's just said how tricky this lineup is. You seem to be having a lot of fun out there. What was Maddie telling you leading into the event?
Yeah, he was just like giving me lineup spots and then just helping me like learn the wave, and yeah.
And coming up against Maisie Callahan, obviously she's just a competitive beast. So was there any nerves, or just running your own game?
Yeah, I'm always a bit nervous, like surfing against all the older girls that have had so much experience, but happy to, I don't know, get the win.
And I know your whole family will be tuning in right now in America. Anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, I just want to say hi to Mom and Dad and Loyal, Waylon, Peter, and Indy. Love you guys.
The whole Kenworthy clan, we love them all, and I'm sure they'll be over the moon that you through the quarters.
Yeah, sorry to stress you guys out.
We love it.
Yeah, big shout out to the Kenworthy fam. Thanks to Laura there. And it is a massive result for the youngster. I think any time in these Challenger Series events, you can get the edge over someone who's competed at the championship tour level and who obviously, you know, in conditions like this, Macy, for me, would be one of the favourites on paper left in the women's draw, Hedgie. She's, you know, proven time and time again that she can, you know, stay rock solid on her feet. She almost turned the heat in the final wave there.
Yeah, well, it is tricky when you're a new surfer, like rookie coming through, and you see the bigger names, and you haven't, you know, you hope and you believe in yourself to a certain extent, but when you haven't felt it in your DNA and your cells, and you haven't actually had the win, there's still a level of doubt there. But once you've actually had the wins and you feel, you know, you've beaten those bigger names, it takes you to another level. So I guess that's where Bella Kenworthy's in that right now.
Well, look at this for just commitment and just hanging in there, wanting to get the completion, understanding that she's only trying to improve on a 2.67 here. Yolanda Hopkins hangs on. Did you happen to catch her attempt at getting barreled before, Hedgie? Because we might try and pull a replay up of it, because it was a nugget, and Yolanda blew our minds on the Gold Coast. One of the first women in the draw to really go deep behind the rock and have a crack at one of those drainy ones.
Well, I know she's got a lot of intent. She loves the barrel. I missed the one early today, but here we go.
This is at the start of the heat.
Wow. Insane doggy door. Love the intent.
Yeah, really had that, you know, thought that she wanted to make it. She didn't just lock in for the vision. She actually really tried to make this foamy hit here on the left-hander, and just watch the Tenacy here just gritting her teeth trying to make that wave.
Incredible tenacity there, and
that was the word I was looking for, mate.
I actually enjoyed watching you trip over. It was unreal.
I've almost used all my words up for the day. I promise I'll come good again.
No, you're all good, mate. Sweet.
Boys, was that written out? I know I was listening, you know, intently on the way to Narrabeen. There's been a bit of a theme about riding out the nose.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely been like heavily scrutinised, and you know, I think it's one of those things too, Hedgie, and you've seen enough heats, and in recent times, you know, the finishes, you know, you really got to let the judges know that you got control of it. Sometimes it feels like a bit of overkill, but you can't leave any grey area. You know, if you say that one person's incomplete, you kind of got to carry it right through, and the competitors are aware of it, so they kind of know too.
Ronnie, is there, like, I was well and truly stoked with that ride out, but is it the time in between when you really get out in front of it? Is that a factor?
The time taken to recover?
Yes.
I think 100%, you know, but one thing that we have seen rewarded in this event is commitment to heavier sections, and even if there is a bit of recovery time, I think that's forgiven depending on the size of the section and just how meaty it is. And it looks like Yolanda's going to get a pretty reasonable score for her last ride. It's rolling through now. It's going to push the requirement up for a rival. 5.7. So Kiala now after a 6.54.
Well, they did pay it off.
Yeah, they liked it. I mean, I've liked the theme of the judging so far, look, we have had a challenging bank. It's had a little bit of south in some of the days, the angle. So it's made it quite clear for the surfers, from what it seems, paying the one big turn.
Yeah.
Now, it's a pretty simple recipe. Yeah, it's throw everything, caution to the wind. But, you know, this bank's provided big, dramatic turns, and the judges are paying, and I love it. It's good.
The judges are actually the ones that promote the approach from the competitors. They give them scores for combinations of mid-sized turns. The surfers will stick to it. They'll look for those kind of waves. They throw a number for a big individual turn, an air out onto the flat, say, even a big power hook or a lip line float on a tricky section. They throw a 7 at that, and all of a sudden you've got surfers wanting to line up big set waves and hoik themselves into it, which is great for spectators.
It's the best for fans and watching it, and how exciting is it, rather than just seem like a shoulder sort of peter out this big meaty section. That's what Narrabeen's providing this week. Look, we don't have the amazing northwest wind, the classic conditions, but it has delivered on the pound for pound pack on the bank. You know, we've got that in spades, don't we?
Absolutely.
But no shortage of highlight manoeuvres. And Yolanda is pushing it out here at the moment. And just with Kiala holding that priority out the back, she's taken a lot of chances on some of these closeouts. And, you know, again, she's already been informed by the panel with her last score of 5.7 for, you know, a pretty reasonable hit on a tricky section. It's a pretty good number, so she knows she can do more.
Let's have a look what happened here. It was such a tight little section for her to do a bunch of work. Goes for the carve down, gets up high, and you can see all that water drawing up into the wave, and she just could not outrun it. There was no bottom on that thing at all.
Well, both of you guys have taken on, you know, the heaviest waves on the Championship Tour schedule, and both had incredible rides. And obviously this is, we'll get back to the point in a moment, as Yolanda again gets on the attack, finds a wave that offers the opportunity for 3 turns. Pretty good flow on this one.
Oh, man, she made lemonade out of that thing just there. You know, this is what she does. She's staying so busy. The wave count's 10v2 at the moment. That just is an indication of the different strategies here. Kiala is opting to stay patient with priority. But Yolanda's just saying, no, I'm going to build numbers under priority. Comes around this section, quick snap off the lip. Sort of pivots tight off that second turn and then gets the closeout section. So that one tapered, but she got the 3 moves.
This is kind of reminding me too of her performance at Super Tubes. I know it was a lot bigger there, it was heavier waves, but just the intent and how she's getting busy and how she's putting it together, it sort of reminded me of that performance. It's in a smaller version here at Narrabeen. It's pretty straight. It's a little bit tricky. There's flash strips coming up and down. It looks like she's put the same recipe over the top of this bank here at North Narrabeen.
I think so, yeah. 6.2 does increase the heat score total, and again, ups the requirement for Kiala, who's got to stick to her guns a little bit, because earlier on in the event, in tricky conditions, she was patient with her priority and she got dished up in incredible ways when no one else could find them. So she'd be thinking back to that a little bit. You've got to be able to pivot and adapt with each heat, being you know, very paying attention to how the conditions might be changing.
Well, she just lost priority then, had a look at that wave, and she has relinquished it, giving it straight back to Yolanda Hopkins. A mistake there.
Yeah, I was going to touch on before the fact that you guys have surfed and competed all over the world and hit, you know, some of the heaviest waves on the schedule when they're unloading and doing their thing. And you wouldn't today say that this is, you know, death-defying stuff, but it is punchy, it is powerful. And Nathan, you've spent so much time in this lineup. Just tell us a little bit about what the surfers are dealing with, even though it is sand bottom out there.
Well, things happen, you know, really abruptly, and it's probably only for the viewers out there who are wondering. I'd say it's only about knee deep on that end section, you know, 1 foot deep. So he's kind of landing, you know, there's water sucking down to come back out to, and then you've got a triple up, you know, sucking bank. So, and even then, if you do get to the section early and try to ride out, you've got conversions of a little bit of east with a south swell, so they come together and they converge, and so it's very. It's pretty violent for, you know, pound for pound for the size of the weight, the size of the wave. It packs a lot of punch, definitely. So it's tricky, and you've got a little bit of this bump and rip up the face too, so you don't have a clean canvas. So I think, you know, the people who have done it right today, who've been successful, have gone sort of mid-face. They've got there a bit early and they've managed to either project or get to the party early and ride out. That seems to be the theme, with the commitment, of course.
Absolutely.
Nothing safe. We're not going for 5s, but yeah, just surfing smart.
Yeah, just we've seen competitors get ragdolled, Rich, but probably the best contrast to draw would be, say, thinking about, say, Bells Beach on a set wave. When it breaks, there's still a transition for you to come down if you, say, do a big floating re-entry or whatnot. There's still a little bit of a downhill that you get to land on, to ride out. Even at Margaret River, you get that same thing. But here, you're basically landing on an uphill. That's how much water's sort of drawing off the bank here at the moment.
Yeah, there's such a comparison between the actual wave, the vertical nature of the wave here today versus kind of most waves that you sort of see on the tour. You know, it is super steep. Live action.
Really punchy. Maybe that comparison to Portugal is the best one yet from Nathan Hedge. But Felicity Parmentier wrapped it up beautifully. She said it's like trying to jump onto a running treadmill, you know, and the water is actually coming back at you, drawing off the beach, off the sandbar. And we see a lot of people land and then they can't carry any forward momentum to get away from that impacting water behind them, and eventually they get mowed down.
It's kind of like a little stationary wave underneath sucking under, and like typically with a northeast direction swell here, you kind of get that easy push down the beach, and it's a little more forgiving, whereas if you've got this south direction, it kind of flips your rail almost and comes like a bowling ball to take the pins out from underneath your ankles. You get floored.
You can see it there, those waves drawing out, just churning up. Very difficult.
Got a 7-10 split out there at the moment. Got a bit of space between our competitors. Yolanda, though, moving in. And she's in that position now where she'll likely just get inside the mind and just aura here of Kayala, just trying to upset her rhythm just a little bit, because she doesn't need a whole lot when you think about it. You know, sometimes those requirements seem a little heftier than they are, but there's been a sort of a lack of quality sections in this heat, and as a result, I feel like one big, incredible turn could turn this one.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I feel like Kiala's also looking for a particular type of wave where she can perform on a forehand versus Yolanda. She's willing to roll the dice and take her chances, maybe on that backhand, being able to get up and pivot. I was going to say the angle's much more acute today as opposed to, well, Bells Beach, your example, Ron, where it's more big open face, sweeping turns, longer lines. Everything's fast action, fast twitch maneuvers. 3 minutes on the clock, or just under. A 7.03 is what's required.
Hedgie, how much can you upset the rhythm of the opponent, or shift their focus when you don't have priority in this situation like Yolanda?
Oh, you've still got heaps of influence. You know, you can sort of look for ways, just keep asking them the question and keeping them honest. You know, you just sort of trying to sell them on a wave and asking the question, trying to get them to make a move. And, you know, because just applying that pressure, you can't give them too much space. So there's still lots of work to be done here, even though you don't have priority. Staying close, just getting them thinking about you, even possibly, you know, just looking at a bunch of different ways and having them second guess themselves.
It creates doubt in their decision making, doesn't it?
And then all of a sudden that sort of attaches to another negative thought, and then they're starting to think about you all of a sudden, and it's like they're off, you know, their game. That's the idea anyways at the end. When the screws are tightening, it's probably not as much blood going to the brain, making the right decisions, and that's when you see mistakes. They might pick a crappy wave, or they might go for one and miss, then priority changes. That's what happens.
A minute and a half to go here. 6 times Yolanda Hopkins has been to this round, and she hasn't broken into the quarterfinal. She had a 9th place finish up at Snapper Rocks. Ooh. So there is a bit of a stone wall she's trying to break through here, and at the moment she's looking pretty good, because we've got a minute and 20 seconds to go. Kiala's not going to just surrender this heat. She's focused, fixated on the horizon, looking for her opportunity for a 7.03 here. And there is set waves approaching. She's got to get well positioned here, and probably the smart decision would be to try and get 2 turns in, make the most of the first. She's lining this one up, 50 seconds to go. This is the wave for her. She drops to the bottom, straight up into it, hammers the section, but gets knocked off. 40 seconds to go. Hopkins waiting out the back, looking at the clock. Is she going to break into the quarters for the first time here?
Wow, this is massive. Just that, what we're talking about, hey, Rich?
Yeah.
Just came together right there. Just looked a little bit extended away from the board. Had to get a bit closer, close the chest over the front knee, try to get a bit lower. I know it's easy from the couch here, but just had to kind of get the shock absorbers on for that ride out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the chest is very close to the knees here on the couch. Very, very much in control, very balanced. But this is a huge moment for Yolanda. She was busy in her approach out there, Rich, and that attitude of just absolutely attacking has paid off for her here, and she's on her way to the quarterfinals for the first time in her career.
Yeah, that's a little bit, well, not a little hurdle, it's a big hurdle that she's overcome there. You know, you can get stuck in these moments and it becomes a big task to break through that round, and now she's done it. And she can free up even some more, but she's surfing really well, very busy.
Yeah, gutsy performance.
Yeah, really good performance.
Got to put your hands together, and we're expecting a gutsy performance from you this afternoon, mate, in the Legends Heat. Are you ready for this?
Mate, I'm ready. I had my little free surf before. Got my favourite board under my feet. I'm just so stoked to get out there and surf with TC, Laura, Bainey, Duma.
Who's the biggest threat? Amazing. Who's your biggest threat in this
Oh, I think if I don't get dropped in on TC, it'll be a miracle. Okay. It'll be like, we going? What do you reckon?
I reckon Duma's going to be all over you.
Duma's going to be clinical, isn't he? I can't wait. I've got to not be a fan guy and actually try to get a few waves myself.
Mate, we look forward to watching it all go down. Thanks for joining us.
Stoked. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, we'll take a quick break, and when we return, we'll have that last heat of the round of 16. It's going to be Isabella Nichols, last year's champ, taking on India Robinson, and we'll bring in Matt Janoski for the call.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Destination New South Wales, strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back. We are into the final heat of the day. Isabella Nichols taking on India Robinson, and the Legends coming up after this. An action-packed heat. Matt Janoski on the call with Richie Lovett, a local legend, and I live down the road myself. We're so stoked to be calling this heat, and the next one's going to be a banger as well. Isabella and India, they matched off last year in this same event, but it was Isabella who made it to the final, and she took out the win.
Yeah, Isabella's got good vibes down here at Narrabeen, no doubt about it. But both these competitors coming off the championship tour, looking to bounce back. A quarterfinal carrot dangling in front of them right now. And, you know, conditions, Matt, really similar to what we had here last year, in fact. You know, this is anything but, you know, typical Narrabeen. It's challenging. We've got different swell directions. So Isabella's going to be really, really in tune with this, even though it's 12 months down the track. She knows exactly what wave she wants to find to put her best surfing on display. So another battle of the natural footers here.
And
shaping up to be a good one.
India really put on a great performance on the Goldie. She was just knocked down by an in-form Macy Callahan, who got that 10-point ride. Unfortunately didn't make the cut there at Margaret River. She also went through an absolute rager there. Isabella, on the other hand, had a slow heat, didn't get any chance to to really open up with that opportunity for a second backup wave, and we're seeing both of them on the relegated to the Challenger Series with a hope to get back to where they feel like they belong. Isabella did it last year. She re-qualified through this series, and India Robinson, of course, she did as well. But that last heat, wow. I mean, fireworks from Hopkins, and I think both these regular footers will be inspired by that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Yolanda Hopkins, she stayed busy. So whether these competitors are going to adopt that same strategy, seemed like it was the winning formula in the last heat for sure. That wind, that variable wind, seems to be just turning around a couple of degrees again. Maybe it's preparing to go offshore for the Legends heat.
Most likely will. Some great aura around a lot of those surfers. We talked about those Legends coming up, and it was so good to have Hedgie in the booth and listen to his insight about how shallow that bank is. There's Isabella looking back to the beach. She was training there at the Surfers Gym, and I'm sure Maddie Granger's in her corner as well, as per usual. And India Robinson, she's no stranger to Narrabeen and Northern Beaches as well, but coming from Bells Beach, different conditions. This is not the reefs that you deal with at Bells and Margaret River. This is a shifty sand bottom beach.
Yeah, it's a totally different wave, really, the way it breaks. You know, the speed of it, even the texture of the water is somewhat different. But, you know, India has proven that she can perform anywhere around the world. Had an amazing result up at the Gold Coast last year. And some really good performances at the Championship Tour level, but unfortunately just falling short marginally from making the tour. Isabella Nichols, we've seen courageous performances from her over the years, real clutch performances right when she's needed it. So the two Aussies matching up here, both a product of High Performance Centre up there, northern New South Wales.
And Isabella, FCS team rider, she's got the glass fins in there.
She does, mate. Yep. Leaning into the solid glass technology, performance glass, as we call it.
Getting back to the glass on fin style.
Yeah, it seems to be a choice for a lot of the top pros at the moment, just opting for that solid fiberglass fin. The feedback is it feels somewhat connected to the board, just a little bit better. You get the instant feedback.
And we're going to get some feedback from, as we just watch Isabella look at that, from Jesse Starling. He's got a special guest out and about.
Yeah, guys, I've caught up with Tommy Carroll. I haven't seen you in so long, Tommy. How are you going?
I'm doing good. Yeah, doing really good.
You've just come out of the wave pool, and now you're ready to take on the alley lefts.
Well, that's it. It's got to be a bit different. The wave pool's all nice and organised. Well, you're going to get a wave. Now I'm up against the worst of the worst, right? You've got Damien Harbin. You've got just saw Robbie Bain. You've got Hedgie. And you've got Laura, right? And it's just going to be a froth fest. So there's no free waves there. No.
Mate, you're the biggest frother of them all. Let's be real. We were just talking, I was eyeing off this board. This just looks so magic.
Yeah, this is like it's a Mikey Wright schooner made by JS Surfboards. It's 5'9". I literally haven't surfed it for a year. So it's going to be a kind of a new experience, because I had surgery last year just after this event, and it's taken me a good 10 months to kind of get back into surf mode after the surgery, and it was just flowing back in. And now I thought Narrabeen had some chunk, so I thought I'd pluck this out of cold storage. I want to see how she feels. I mean, I love the look of it. I always love the look of it. So I put my favourite fins in, and I'm ready to go.
Well, if I was your competitor, I'd be nervous to know that you've been training in the wave pool, but we'll let you get your leggy on, get your wetsuit on, get out there and have a good time, Tommy. Good to see you.
Lovely watching it on here and getting all the info.
Thanks, Tommy. Thanks, guys. Looking forward to seeing him out there. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jess. Thanks, TC. That board's looking epic. And just suited to the bowling North Narrabeen lefts, Rich.
Yeah, it's that little rounded pintail, Tommy, always a real favourite down here. You know, man, he's the list of accolades. We'll be here all day talking about him. We will get into it in this heat when these legends hit the water. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they all ride.
Yep.
Laura, perhaps a 20. Bainey on, you'd have to think that Bainey and Dummer are going to take a very sort of traditional shortboard approach and take this somewhat seriously.
Saw Simon Anderson Heritage thruster there with the fanning fins in the background, so I don't know whose that one belongs to. We'll soon see. No doubt. I know that Duma's going to be riding a loss to Mayhem. He'll be riding a 28-litre 511, so conventional shortboard. Pretty low literage for someone of that age. But 20 minutes remaining, no shots fired in this heat of substance. Isabella Nichols and India Robinson, both of them sparring partners in the past. 26-year-old Isabella, clutch performance, as you said. And it's her 4th year on the CT, but relegated back to the Challenger Series again. And she clawed her way back onto the CT, and Isabella knows what perseverance is.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, she's found herself in a couple of sticky situations where she's really needed to perform under pressure. And it hasn't always worked, but she's has risen to the challenge numerous times. And yet again, we have this variable wind now swinging back around, so instantly the lineup looks different again. This is a more southeast wind that's just crept into the zone.
I think it's going to be swirling to Ridge, but someone who doesn't care about the conditions, determined, 7 hours a day practicing surfing. They don't care. Yolanda Hopkins, perseverance in one word, is that lady sitting on the glass there with Jessie Starling.
Yol, you're one of my favourite competitors. You're into the quarterfinal. How was that heat for you?
Man, it was always a little bit nervous because I've never made into the quarters, but I was just trying to keep my rhythm and trying to put pressure on her. She's a great competitor, and I knew if she get a good one, she could get the score for sure. So I was just trying to play a bit ruthless and yeah, just trying to give my all.
Yeah, Kiala is an incredible competitor. She's been looking really on form the last few events. Did you kind of stick to your experience to know that you could get an edge on Kiala?
I was trying to go for the bigger slams, and if I could hit one and ride out, I haven't seen her make many of those, and I have a quite high probability of making them. So I was trying to go for it. I try to not let her get in my head and just almost do my own free surf out there, and yeah, just try to smash some big turns.
Yeah, you definitely were doing your own free surf out there. Almost made a barrel on your first wave.
Yeah, that was incredible. Starting probably would be close to a 9 or something. It was a pretty hollow one. I was almost out, and it just clipped the edge of my board as I was getting out. And for next time, but I was trying to get some revenge for Snapper because I never make those kind of mistakes, and I've just been having nightmares of that wave that I nosedived all the time, and I was just trying to make it right.
And you're in the quarterfinals potentially on tomorrow. Is the way you're going to prepare to watch the super heat coming up soon?
I'm just going to change quickly and support Bainey. He's one of my favorites. So yeah, I'm fully going to be out here just looking out for those turns.
Awesome, Yol. We love watching you compete. We can't wait to see you on tomorrow. We'll let you get out of here before the weather turns on us. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
Tom Carroll's the eternal frother. I think Yolanda's not far behind. And why not watching your team manager, Rob Bain from O'Neill, teeing off out there in one of the spots that he's had great success in, and he's a Northern Beaches local too, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've been talking about the Northern Beaches all through this week and just how many special people have come out of this area, the influence it's had on performance surfing over the years. From not only just surfing performance, but equipment, surfboard building. Still a number of, you know, building hubs up here on the Northern Beaches, up at Mona Vale, certainly down around the Brookvale area.
Yeah, it's a centre of surfboard evolution. Looking over the long reef, you can see those conditions. The wind swirling. It is the southeast picked up, as you said, and making things a little bit awkward at the moment, but typically it's swung back around at different times. You can see that weather system behind Coleroy Plateau, down past South Narrabeen there, and approaching the halfway in this heat. Once again, no considerable waves, no shots fired. So really, Isabella had this opportunity in Margaret River. She let a few waves pass. I don't think she'll make the same decision. If a good one comes, you get the feeling she's just going to go.
Yeah, it looks like that left-hander that we just saw come through possibly had some opportunity on it. So our competitors just slightly out of position here. But there are still contestable waves in the lineup. This is the last heat of this round of 16. Looking to find our last quarter finalist, which will move in to the event if we get underway tomorrow. A bit more swell expected too, huh, Matty? Tomorrow, overnight, this south pulse is going to pick up a little bit.
Well, it was pumping this morning. It was a lot of sets coming through at car park rights. That wind making things a little bit awkward now, but throughout the day it's been big. Some almost 6-footers down there. Up and riding, we have India Robinson. Okay, makes the first turn of the heat of substance. This is a set, and Isabella's got to get moving. This is the status quo right now. This is what the conditions are dishing up. But we've got Jessie with another special guest roaming Narrabeen.
Yeah, guys, I found our club president, one of my good mates, actually my first ever boss, Duma Hardman. He's come down for the superheat. Duma, suddenly's come up, but you know this wave so well.
Yeah, it's you know, it looked pretty good out there about 40 minutes ago, but it's been threatening to come up all day, and it's finally hit. So hopefully it just puffs and then backs off a little bit, but I think it'll be tricky out there. It's always tricky when it's like this, and watching these guys and surfing out here, they've been making it look awesome, but it's actually a lot tougher than it looks.
We still see you at Board Riders. You're one of the hardest competitors, even with this girl behind us right here. How excited do you get to surf a heat against these guys?
Yeah, it's fun. It's always good going back and surfing with these guys. You know, I sort of grew up with them, and it's good to, you know, surf with Tom a little bit out here. Never with Bainey, never comes this far. But yeah, it is good fun. It's great if the waves are good. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
All right, well, you have your coach hat off for the event, comp hat on. Best of luck out there, Duma. We're excited. Narrabeen's cheering for you.
Thank you. Should be fun.
Thanks, guys.
We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break very shortly as we catch up with Isabella Nichols and her answer back. Nice opening turn, 2 turns there. And finally feeling the rhythm after 15 minutes. While we wait for those scores to lock, we'll go to our Bonsoy brew break back shortly for the remainder of Heat 8.
The Northern Beaches is just extraordinary. It is a stunning place to come to. Every corner there's something new to discover. We call it bush to beach because there is just so much here. We're surrounded by national parks as well.
We have a real long history of surfing with many world champions that come out of the Northern Beaches. Tom Carroll, Damien Hardman, Barton Lynch, Lane Beachley. We've got 21 beaches, from advanced right through to beginners. You come to Northern Beaches, you can catch a wave.
It's like you've stepped out of watching something on TV and you're actually here living it.
And living it, we are. Have a look at these legends going out. There's Nathan Hedge and Tom Carroll. Legends heat straight after this heat with Isabella Nichols and India Robinson. See Lauren over there lining up with Rob Bain and Damien Hardman. And you declined your invite in there, Rich.
I did, mate. I think I'm happier sitting in the booth here. If the conditions were a little bit more friendly, I may have opted to throw the wetsuit on and join these legends out here who are all really close friends of mine too now. So, no, mate, I'll be sitting on the couch and happy to talk about all of them.
Board choice. Whose would you choose?
Looks like Bainey's gone with the Simon Anderson thruster. as predicted, Duma's on a performance shortboard, so is Hedgie. Tom riding a little bit something that's more of a hybrid, bit more of an all-rounder for bigger waves, and I'm still trying to catch a glimpse of Laura's fin setup, perhaps the 20.
I think it's a thruster, it's a step-up tube board. I think she's got something in mind. We'll have to wait and see. Let's see, just to get the confirmation what it is. If it's a short board, it's going to be a Dylan, and if it's a 20, it's going to be the Coco album collab.
Yeah, there's a lot of history here from the Northern Beaches, and there's some world titles in there as well. An incredible era. Damien, Tom, and also Bainey. But this is live action with Isabella.
Surfing history in the making. Isabella opting out of that one. 10 minutes to go. Her last wave is a 5.83, enough to pull her into the lead. And India Robinson a 5. So both surfers without a considerable backup. It really is the battle of the backups. 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. And if the waves, the wind, the conditions weren't enough, this real dredging low tide, it stirred up some of that weed that's coming out through the lagoon and off the rocks all around the northern point here at Narrabeen. So you can see a good shot there. That just indicates how shallow it is. All that weed's getting churned up. Can get caught in your leash when you're paddling. You've got to get clear of all that as you make your way back out the back.
We know when Tommy Carroll was on, the first time he started competing in the Pro Juniors, the leashes weren't actually a part of surf culture at that point. They weren't invented. Nor side fins or twin fins.
It still trips me out that when leashes got introduced, they would, drill a hole through the fin, a single fin, and tie it onto that.
Yeah, and even then it would rip through the old pintails, and surfers were just better off without them most of the time. But hey, it was a good time. Surfers didn't go out above their limits. If they didn't have that surf safety, you wouldn't see them out in the water. The leg ropes, either the greatest or the worst invention in surfing history, Richie. And out in the water, this is Isabella looking at this. I should say, India looking at this one. And over to the right of the screen, we have Isabella under priority.
Yeah, she's just opting to put a little distance between herself and India. India right up on the northern part of the bank. Just hunting. 8 minutes on the clock. And really, it's anyone's taking this one. Isabel looks like she's paddling with some intent here. Looking to get onto the corner of this little swell line.
She finds it, she chips into it. Ooh! Sees the seaweed, jumps out of that, and it's a hazard that they wouldn't have even talked about with the coaches actually in the lead up to this event or lead up into this heat. It's something that's just come over the last 40 minutes or so.
Yeah. As we hit the bottom of the tide, you'll see here she'll just it has a knack and ability to just get entangled into your leash as soon as you get in that zone. And you can feel the drag instantly.
And scores marginal for Isabella. A 0.3 and a 0.7. And looks like India having a look at this, turning. And doesn't commit to it, just a little pirouette around.
Big set outside. Points though on the corner.
Yep.
Sort of mind surfing that one from the booth here.
Meaty section, Isabella not opting for that. Yeah, a challenging wave, especially through the seaweed. As Hedgie said, super shallow on the inside. And he'll be coming up next after this heat. Oh, India uses her priority. Doesn't capitalize on the wave.
Well, unfortunately for India Robinson, she was just too deep on that wall down the line. She could see opportunity, and she knows that she's made a little error in judgment there. She's given away priority to Isabella Nichols, who does have the top score, but only by a small margin, 0.83. So really, Isabella in the box seat now to extend her lead, find a good ride. I feel like they need to go right north, Maddie, up into the high part of that peak. They're sort of back down towards the end of the ride in that closeout section. They're few and far between, but those ones that do peak out, like that set that we just saw, there was points on there.
Yeah, we definitely saw that break a little further out, not quite out near the jet skis, to the left of the screen, and another few strokes further out, but that rip really running through right now. And perhaps Isabella, well, she only got the 1.33 backup, so she does need a score of significance And at this point, they're just sitting on top of each other. They're going to be, if they go left, they're going to hit that weed. It's going to be challenging to pull off any manoeuvre when you've got that seaweed dragging on the leg rope, right, Rich?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you just got to try and avoid it, but it may be unavoidable given the playing field right now.
Might be one of the most relatable parts of the day for the average surfer, the seaweed, and what we have to deal with on a normal day on a beach break.
Absolutely, yep.
Approaching 5 minutes, even the pros do have to put up with stuff like slippery wax and seaweed hanging by the leash, but adapting to the elements. Isabella Nichols out in the lead so far. She's having a look at this left, and she's been forced to commit, goes over the falls. So maybe a use of priority there. We'll see what the, yep. Back over to India.
Yep, they deemed that she had enough of a look and intent to ride that wave. And both the women, they were way inside on that ride, so kind of out of position. And wow, both of these women have made an error in the last couple of minutes, just relinquishing priority back to each other.
4 minutes 40 remaining, and you've got 2 priority errors back to back for 2 experienced competitors. You'd have to say some nerves coming into the final 5 minutes, knowing both of them just need to stand up and ride a wave to get a backup score. Multiple fives. See the legends in the inset there setting up, ready to paddle out for their heat, chatting to the lifeguards.
I'm sure all those legends were going, couldn't we just have it a bit more straightforward, a bit more user-friendly conditions? Put our surfing on display, needing all the help they can get. All these guys, and of course Laura surfing incredibly well still very devoted to the sport. Here we go, India Robinson.
Up and riding, pokes the nose. And that one's not going to feel good. 3 minutes 50 remaining. Another mistake there for the experienced India Robinson, who goes under that wave. It absolutely unloads on her and squashed her. And I wonder what Isabella is signalling to, maybe a coach or just the requirement to the beach commentator.
Yeah, I think she just wants to know the position. She's going to have to wait just a little bit for that score to drop in. It's not going to be a big score for India Robinson. She's really not going to need much at all. 2.17. That's all she needs. You can see Rob Bain preparing, looking, scouring, searching the lineup for his little position where he's going to sit.
Tommy Carroll from Newport. Rob Bain now living at Avalon. That was down in your neck of the woods when he was competing.
Who was that, sorry?
Rob Bain?
Yeah, Bainey, yeah. Was a Queenscliff boy. And, yeah, he was really a big influence on a lot of the upcoming crop around that era. Bainey and Barton kind of had Manly on lockdown.
Of course, Laura, Hedgie, Damien, just some of North Narrabeen's finest surfers to come through the ranks. It's a huge list. It's a massive list. It's in double digits of the pros and world champs that come through. And listen to the chat.
It just squares off and we get a couple.
Yeah.
Be nice. And it does, this big storm doesn't it?
40 minutes.
Yeah. All right, mate.
And up and riding there, Isabella Nichols, and gets a completion at last.
She knows.
The crowd go wild. That one must have felt good. 2 minutes remaining. That NRMA warning.
Yeah, at this point, she knows she doesn't need much at all, and that will put her back into the lead. It's not going to be a big score, and this thing is far from done with another 2 minutes to go.
Talk us through it, Rich.
Yep. So quick drop down the line here. Isabella does a nice little snap, a conservative snap off the lip, and then another closeout floater. She just wanted to get to the finish. She wanted to put that points on the board, the 2.17. She's got that. But the requirement, it's not going to be a big one. A chance here for India.
India Robinson goes down on a meaty wave there. That could have been the opportunity for her. Isabella saying something to India.
She was just checking whether she was okay.
Yeah, are you okay?
Yep, she's just checking whether she's all right. She went down pretty hard on that wave. And great show of sportsmanship there. Isabella worried about her opponent in this heat.
And a 3.83 was enough to extend her lead. Now 4.67, India needs a 40 seconds remaining of this round of 16. And getting tangled in the lead, in the wash there.
Yeah, it can actually, it can hold you down, that seaweed. It literally grabs you and just holds you underwater. But you get the feeling now that this one is sort of done.
Yeah. Whoa, crunching shore break there from India Robinson. Just sneaks under the lid, and these two good friends chatting as this one that winds down the last 10 seconds. It looks like India's admitted defeat there. Conceded. Oh, nice sportsmanship there, Rich. You love to see it.
Yeah, no, it's all good. You know, first and foremost, we're all surfers. These guys are competitive animals, but so much respect between the two.
Ooh.
And, well, it was a scrappy heat to finish off. And I don't think either of the women would be, you know, pleased with their performance given, you know, under really difficult circumstances. Isabella got the job done. You know, they probably thought they could have done more, but we got a result. Isabella Nichols moving through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that's it. And last year's quarterfinals matchup with these two was 13 points versus 4 points. And Isabella seems to have the jump here in these rounds, the pointy end of the draw against India Robinson. So she'll have to move on to Bolito and reset India. But Isabella, this is going to be a good finish for her. Narrabeen feels good, and she's got a good support network, local support network.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Isabella's from up on the Sunshine Coast, now residing on the Gold Coast, but a ton of support down here. A crowd favourite from last year, given she is the defending champion. Feeling the love, feeling the energy from the local grommets.
Let's go have a look at the Bailey's ladder bracket and talk through what's going on in the rankings. So we've got Bahini Fierro, Nadia Aristabe in that quarterfinal number one, quarter two, lining up
Alyssa
nicely.
Spencer and Erin Brooks, that is going to be a really, really good matchup. Erin has just been in incredible form. Sally Fitz, Bella Cantworthy, another good one. And then a pretty exciting one to finish off.
Yeah, two regular footers, Yolanda Hopkins and Isabella Nichols. So it's going to be one goofy and one regular footed surfer in the final. And we'll have to wait and see when that finals be. Stick around, though, because we have the legends coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a break. Back shortly for the highlight of the day.
Welcome back to the show, and what a show it's going to be this afternoon as we get into the Bonsoy Legends heat here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. Presented by Bonsoy, Ronnie Blakey on hand with Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett. Are you guys ready for this?
Oh,
some of our surfing heroes are going to be out there. It's going to be so much fun to watch. And one of your buddies, of course.
Big time buddy. Used to be frenemy, now friends.
I love it.
Forever.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. We just had Nathan Hedge in here before, Rich, and he just can't help himself, can he? He just said, oh, once you get the jersey on, it doesn't matter, you know, how much of an exhibition and celebration it is. You just sort of click into competitive mode.
Who goes for a warm-up surf for a fun exhibition? Hedgie was down there. He was pulling boards out of board bags and getting all sorted out with the equipment. He's taking this seriously.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. The conditions are very difficult, but you've got some of the hardest charging surfers of all time out there in the lineup. Rob Bain, he was a rugby league player as a Grom. He didn't like running with the ball. He liked cutting people in half, tackling people. And as a result, he managed to get the win over some really tough opponents. Even Kelly Slater talks about infamous heats with Rob Bain, just staring him down and making life miserable for him. So Bainey will be fun to watch. Tom Carroll out there, of course, multiple Pipe Masters champion, two-time world champion. Laura Enova, world record holder at the moment, former CT surfer. Damien Hardman, the Iceman, just a North Narrabeen legend. He will be out there putting together a clinical performance, no doubt. And, of course, Nathan Hedge. He'll bring the snort and the oink that we expect from the hog out there in this lineup, but it's going to be fun.
Oh, it's going to be so fun. I mean, all of these surfers in the lineup right now, like you said, Ron, everyone's fired up. There's something about putting a rashie on or a jersey on and you want to compete, but I think not to say, obviously Laura's competitive, right? She have to be to do what she's done. But everyone bar Laura, I feel like, is extremely competitive. I mean, we just heard, you know, all these guys, they want to win. As we see, it's like Hedgie.
Yeah, Nathan Hedge ripping into things to get us going here. We've got 40 minutes to enjoy this. I mean, the Legends heat, the Snapper World Champs heat up at Snapper Rocks, the first Challenger Series stop was all time. You know, a truly special day where the waves cooperated, they were firing, and a huge crowd turned out. It meant Fisher and friends, we backed it up and got them back out there. That was a lot of fun, but we had these legends out here last year. The crowd relished the opportunity to see them, and it was kind of similar. It was tricky surf. Did you go out last year, Rich?
No, I didn't. I stayed sensibly in the booth.
Well, you'd be worthy of a spot in this lineup, as the Northern Beach is great, mate.
Well, thank you. If the surf was a little kinder today, I may have donned the wetsuit, put a jersey on. But no, happy to be calling action with you guys here and talking story.
Love it. I mean, we could talk for 38.5 minutes about how many injuries Tom Carroll's had through his career. He's tried to hide a surfboard within himself. He's busted his shoulders, legs, ankles, hips.
Oh,
but he's still going. He's still looking so fit, as is this man, Damien Hardman. I mean, Damien Hardman, a competitive machine, Rich. It's, you know, often spoken about as being a ruthless competitor. And I think that's sometimes taken away from the magic of his surfing. You travelled with him on tour, and he hung around for a while.
Yeah, he did. He didn't go away. And why would he? He was just sharp as a tack. He was one of those guys that never put a foot wrong in a heat. He was always just onto it. He knew all the rules. There was that famous time at the Coke Classic out here, actually. I think it was actually in a heat with Rob Bain. And he was paddling out, and he had priority, and he didn't lose it. He was actually duck diving the whitewash, somehow turned around inside the whitewash, stood up, and got an interference on Bainey, who was riding the wave. And at that point, it was like one of the gnarliest manoeuvres anyone had ever seen. It was a full priority flex, and Damien just went, what? They're the rules. I got every right to do that, and kicked him out of the contest. So, yeah, that's why he's called the Iceman. He would, you know, do anything to win, but really, you know, his surfing performances are, for me, the most memorable days. We see Hedgie here, just a quick in and out. But the most memorable day for me was watching Damien win the world title down at Queenscliff. There was a whole number of them who were lined up who could have taken the win. Gary Ockerton, Tom Curran, Barton Lynch, Duma, and Duma came away with the win. It was an amazing day.
Yeah, and he validated that world title, getting another one. But here he is. He's going to have a really good read on this lineup. Obviously spends more time out here than just about anyone. Got to get this disclaimer out. We've got a cast of legends out here, but obviously a lot of legends not living on these shores anymore, or not available to come out here and take part in this show. And we'll mention who they are as the show rolls on. But this is a great collection to give tribute to the Northern Beaches, and looking forward to seeing all of them rack up a couple of numbers here. Of course, we're not throwing scores out there. We're just going to sit back and watch, but we'll determine a winner, as we always do. The two-time world champ, Tom Carroll.
Yeah, Tommy is an absolute legend. Here we go. Here's Bainey.
Well, Rob Bain, he was a prodigy as a Grom, even before he started surfing. He was on the Coca-Cola skate team with Shane Horan, a couple of grommets travelling around. It was Australia's answer to the Dogtown crew, and they do exhibitions around the place, and then Bainey eventually got into surfing and really found a passion for it. Rich, you travelled the world with Bainey. You guys were on the Hot Tuna team together.
Yeah.
And
that was a bit of fun.
Linked in more ways than one.
Yeah, we were. The Hot Tuna photo shoots were always memorable and a lot of fun. And there was one instance where we were standing on a building in Oxford Street, all chained together by nipple rings and nose rings, and all sorts of other things.
Yeah, Richard Meldrum was innovative.
He was a trailblazer.
For sure, he sure was. So, yeah, Rob Bain, 4-time CT event winner. His first CT win came in Portugal on his birthday. And almost 30 years later, on his birthday, he won a Grand Masters title in the Azores. And that was an emotional moment for him. And he was reflecting after he took out that Grand Masters title about being there in Portugal for his first win with his girlfriend, Kath, at the time. And 30 years later, Kath's his wife, and they've got 3 beautiful children. and he's holding that world title trophy up, and yeah, really proud moment for him.
Yeah, absolutely, and has been, entrenched in the surfing industry since leaving it as a professional as well. Still working for O'Neill, long-time company in the surfing world. But I remember we're at the Masters, the WSL Masters in Brazil, a fair few years ago now. This was before he got his Grandmasters title. We'll get back to that story.
I can't wait to get back to some of those stories. I'm sure you guys had a good time. As we see Damien Hardman locking in. And right now he is just tangled in weed.
Stay above it, Duma.
Love it. Going for it.
Yeah, but back to that story, Duma. I thought it was going to be somewhat of a friendly event. And I think I had Bainey in the round before the quarters or something, and he paddled me about 200 yards up the beach and around this point. And he's going, sorry, mate, I've just got to do it. I've got to do it. Just has not lost.
Wow.
Coat hanger. That was a full coat hanger.
Narrabeen is packing a punch. Did Bainey just lose his
it ripped his jersey off.
Wow.
But, that was hectic.
Mate, the point being is that this guy, as a competitor, ruthless, just as ruthless as Duma, and he will, do anything to win.
Yeah, amazing. And Bainey's had some hardships over the years too. A couple of gnarly injuries. Actually broke his neck and several vertebrae in his back during a freak surfing accident up at Avalon. And it's so good that he recovered from that, because that was before he went on to win his Masters title, Grand Masters title. Oh, I thought we were going to have to stretcher him out of the water after that wipeout. Well, that was hectic.
Bit of a neck adjustment.
But yeah, you guys, so much history for you, not just the same sponsors, but you also got washed through the jungle together over at G-Land.
Yeah, that was a gnarly moment in history. We're actually over at G-Land, and well, this is pretty tame to what we went through that wipeout. 94 to Pajaba in the Grudgegan Village, 2 a.m. in the morning. It's a replay of Duma. Oh, nice hit off the top there. Comes around this section, clean snap. That was that wave earlier, and the best ride of the event, don't think, Flick, so far. But hang on, here goes Hedgie.
Oh, throwing it down. Nathan Hedge, the number of years on the CT. Had a couple of runner-up finishes, one at Jeffreys Bay, one in Tahiti. That was in his run to his best ever finish. In 2004, he got to 7th place. But maybe one of his most famous performances was as a wildcard in Tahiti just a couple of years back. Surfed his way through to the semis. Looked deadly.
Yeah, and, you know, Hedgie's the sharpest competitively, you know, the youngest out here, obviously, besides Laura. Sorry, out of the men.
Youngest goofy footer out there.
Youngest goofy footer out there. And, you know, he's still sharp. He's still competing now.
Yeah,
he's
true.
still entering events.
It's so true.
Let's talk about Laura Anova for a bit, because you did do some time with Laura. Well, you guys battled each other as Groms coming through the ranks, but also we've been talking a lot about Laura's Guinness World Record. You were out there with her that day. You paddled out together into that surf.
We almost paddled into that wave together, actually. We were right next to each other, but I pulled back and she went and obviously got this world record. It was incredible. That whole day, obviously history was made, but yeah, it was just so impressive, and we'll get back to that.
Well, here goes Duma, the Iceman, throwing it down on the end section here.
Yeah, but back to Laura and that day. I mean, we've spent a lot of time together over the years, and when we were Groms, obviously battling each other, but Laura's such an amazing competitor, you know, and I feel because of her personality, and she's so lighthearted and never takes herself too seriously. Sometimes people forget just how competitive she is and just how successful she's been, because she's just got this lighthearted, playful energy that everyone absolutely loves. But she is a weapon. I mean, she's got 2 World Junior titles. She's won, you know, all the things. She was on the CT. She's made finals. She's an esteemed competitor, and now that she's transitioned into big wave and taking that more so seriously, I feel like she's really found her calling. Oh my goodness. It's just so hard out there right now.
It feels to me that, you know, Laura at some stage is going to enter the Australian Surfing Hall of Fame, and that's something that a few of the surfers out there in the lineup at the moment are part of. And when you look at the Australian Surfing Hall of Fame, there is a lot of surfers from the Northern Beaches, even administrators that are within that Hall of Fame, competitors, and plenty of them from Narrabeen as well. Simon Anderson, of course, who grew up at Collaroy but quickly graduated to the lineup here at North Narrabeen and became part of the Board Riders Club.
Oh, careful.
Terry Fitzgerald, Damien Hardman, but right along the beaches, Barton Lynch, of course, just one of my favourites as a Grom. Had the opportunity to call a lot of heats with Barton over the years, which has been fantastic. And yeah, he's missed from this lineup of surfers for sure.
Yeah, definitely. There's such a long list of esteemed names, and we'll rattle a couple off in a minute after this wave of Hedgie.
Yeah, tucks in deep in the barrel, and that's what Nathan Hedge was always most famous for. Great performances in waves of serious consequence. Not that that was one of them, but couldn't find his way through it.
Look at all that seaweed, so crazy. I spoke to him before this heat, and he was just really hoping that wind would, as this storm sort of passed through, he was hoping it was going to click around more so the wind would click more to the west. So he's like, I'm searching for the tube. There might be a couple if that wind clicks more west. And so obviously here we go. He's still trying to find tubes, tube pig, and obviously he's amazing in the barrel. But yeah, that one not consequential, but him obviously being so amazing in these big, monstrous barrels.
Well, he actually was almost in the running for potentially getting the call up as a surfer in the Australian Olympic team for Tahiti too, just based on his performances in those heavy waves. Obviously, we know Gabriel Medina ended up winning the ISA gold, and Team Brazil took it out, so he got the extra spot. But if Australia was to get the team gold, and Nathan Hedge is one of the surfers they were talking about maybe stepping up to compete for it. So he was in full training mode. He always is, fit as a fiddle. And he's out there at the moment just trying to enjoy himself. He's
starting to get that hot head going. You can see it. It's starting to glow.
You could cook an egg on top of that thing.
Flick, I want to know, you guys are ultra competitive. We're talking about Laura. Who's got the nod on the dance floor? I know you guys spend a lot of time together. Shimming around the place these days.
We do. We spend heaps of time together. We get up to mischief. We're always having fun. But Laura has to take the cake. I mean, she's had some beautiful moments on the D floor.
I don't know. I've got footage on my phone from Fisher.
Oh.
The after party. You were giving it a pretty good nudge there, Flick.
Yeah, with my broken paw, probably not the best idea.
But Rich, you were going to rattle off just some of the other surfers not here taking part in this Bonsoy Legends heat, because there is plenty of them from the Northern Beaches. We'll get to those in a moment. But Duma finds a clean wall to work with. Oh, it is so tricky out there at the moment.
This is the reason why I opted for the booth. So I just want to mention too, like, there's a couple of artificial parts out here. Duma's had his hips done. Tommy's got an artificial knee. So there's plenty of metal out there in the bodies.
Oh my goodness.
So they're doing pretty good.
More robot than men.
They're doing pretty good. I'd trump them all if I was out there. But anyway, I'm going to rattle some names off. Stuart Bedford-Brown, Cess Wilson, Mike Ramelsi, obviously legend.
Stuart Bedford-Brown, isn't he, from the West Coast?
He's a West
Well,
Aussie.
we adopted him. Avalon boy. Anyway, sorry, I'll keep going. Cole Smith, the legend. Simon Anderson, Mark Warren, Craig Ando, Davo, of course. We've got to give respect to Davo. Crazy talent. Nathan Noodles Webster, one of my fellow tour buddies. Aussie Wright, famous free surfer, still going strong. The Bano brothers, Mark Bannister, did the world tour for a number of years. Ryan Allegich, #1 surfer in the world for a week when he won the Clearwater Classic down there at Manly. Merrick Davis, Tony Sawyer, Pam Burridge, and then more recently Dayan Neve, Kai Otten, and I do want to also mention Stuart, the Twiz and Twizzle World Longboard Champion 1988.
Any other of your close friends that you want to throw in there? What about Chelsea Hedges?
Lane Beachley.
Oh, Lane
Go.
Beachley. Like, we could go on forever. And then, like, just a stone's throw away, you had Shane Horan, Pauline Mensah, Richard Cram from just the other side of the bridge. You could keep heading to the beaches south of there and rattle off a bunch more names.
We'll obviously take it way back even further. You know, midget 64.
Oh, yeah, beautiful.
Oh, the great midget. That, as I mentioned,
Nat,
Hall
66.
of Famers from the Northern Beaches as well, Nat Young. Oh, man, you could just go on forever. And then there was some instrumental people who played a huge part in just the development of the sport that were from the Northern Beaches as well. Bob Evans, who is a Hall of Famer. He started the Australian Surf Riding Association and actually put together the first World Championships, which were won by midget. And Phyllis down there at Manly Beach, Phyllis O'Donnell. But one that we have to mention is the Queen of Australian Surfing, Isabel Latham.
Oh, of course.
From Freshwater Beach. Did the surfing demonstration with the Duke over at DY. And, you know, that was over 100 years ago, obviously, and that's been celebrated in a big way since. But, yeah, just a mad keen surfer herself. But, yeah, you could go on forever. You really could. There's just been so many greats, and we've mentioned it a bunch of times during the broadcast, but as far as surfboard evolution and creation has gone, the Northern Beaches has been a massive contributor to absolute massive performance changes over the years. The Brookvale's 6 originally, Shane Stedman and his factory, where Simon cut his teeth as a craftsman. Terry Fitzgerald as well. Man, the list goes on and on. Did you mention Kai and Joel?
No, I didn't.
Oh. Well, I know why you didn't mention Kai, but we can't talk about that on air. Kai knows why. But have a look here at Laura Annaba. Nice little swoop off the top, and a nice hit to finish. Oh, Laura jumps into the lead for me.
Oh, same.
Steph Gilmore got the jump on the boys at Snapper Rocks. And Laura with a couple of nice hits there. Tom Carroll, just iconic, still so fit. And yeah, if you want to connect with Tom, you can most days. Guided meditations, which he just
so
does
good.
as a service to just everyone out there.
Yeah, I've tapped into Tom's meditation countless times, actually. It really is a terrific way to start off your day. Looks like someone's having a decent paddle at this one.
Yeah, getting swamped here in the white water. It's Rob Bain Gets to his feet, has some speed to burn down the line here. Nice little float here from Bainey. He gets out of there. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat of the round of 16. It's with Jessie Starling.
Yeah, Bella, we couldn't get to you. You've just got a little tribe following you up the beach, holding your hand. That's cool. It's really cool.
It's unreal, actually. It brings a little tear to my eye. I got a little friendship bracelet too that was made for me that says SURF. And I mean, I'm just feeling love from all these guys here. Like every day there's more and more of them, and I'm starting to feel like they're my good luck charms.
Don't just travel with coaches and your family, you know, you travel with a little posse of local kids too. We love to see it, but let's get to the heat. It was hard out there, and you come up against a good friend, India, as well.
It was really difficult conditions out there. It was probably one of the hardest heats that I've ever surfed. I think the only other heat that really eclipsed that one was actually here last year with India in the quarters, where I think a rain squall came through. And that was almost like deja vu. We had seaweed, we had closeouts. That was like, yeah, probably the scrappiest heat I've ever had. And yeah, I'm bummed for Indy because she's one of my really good friends, and I saw her take that heavy fall at the end, and I was just like, man, there was a lot. But yeah, she's an incredible surfer, and it sucks to come up against your mates, but I'm happy to get through that, and hopefully we get some better conditions the next few days.
You're the perfect picture of a great sportsman. There's no wonder you have a full crew checking in on Indy after that last wave. Anything you want to say to any of the Groms back home who I know are tuning in?
Hey to everyone at home, my mum and dad in Peru, my brother in Mexico, my sister in Perth. Yeah, I miss you guys. Thanks for watching, and yeah, let's keep going.
Amazing, well done. Let's tune in to the Legends Heat now. Woohoo!
Thank you, Jess. Isabella Nichols won the event last year into the quarterfinals once again with 19 and a half minutes to go here in our Legends Heat. And we've been honouring some of the greats from the beaches here and also on the east side over there around the city beaches. But yeah, at the moment, I've got to say, I think Laura Enever's got the edge, and
I believe so. I just hope she can back it up, because she has been known before to score some pretty excellent scores and not be able to convert. So come on, Lawsy, let's back it up. Let's get another one.
Bring it home. Well, we're going to take our Bonsoy brew break. More to come from our Legends Heat right after this. Welcome back. We've got the Bonsoy Legends Heat unfolding, and it's a lot of fun for us to be able to call these ones our surfing heroes out there in the lineup. And yeah, it's a difficult lineup. We heard Damien Hardman, who obviously keeps such a keen eye on the conditions out here, saying that, you know, with this wind, the low tide, lining up for the Legends Heat, it's a little difficult. So it's dead low right now, isn't it, Rich?
It is, I believe, or thereabouts.
We've seen even these Challenger Series competitors struggling on the lower tide.
No, it's right on low, 440s, 3 minutes past.
Amazing. Well, hopefully with that incoming tide.
The extra 3 minutes.
We see conditions improve here. But talk to us about just the influence, Flick, that these surfers had on you as a Grom.
Well, I think I just look at all these surfers in this heat, right? And obviously I'm closest to age and Laura, but for me, Tom Carroll stands out big time. I think he made the biggest impact on my life. When I mean, I wasn't really, I don't even know if I was alive when this actually came out, but I've since then watched it on YouTube. And it was Storm Chasers with Ross Clark-Jones. And honestly, just seeing the camaraderie between those two and watching them go and chase these crazy waves, some of the waves that, you know, hadn't been to before, and the dynamic between them was just hilarious. You know, the banter, you know, when they're on the ski together, and it was all the moments in between these crazy waves they were catching that really just made me gravitate towards those two. Tom obviously, and then, I mean, how could you go past him at Pipeline, that iconic snap as well? And I mean, but all of them as well, because I've spent a bit of time now over the years on these northern beaches, at Whale Beach, so I see Rob Bain around. I mean, all the surfers here, but for me, obviously, Laura as well stands out. I think we're super similar in age, and I've been so pumped to watch her in the last few years really pivot, and obviously she's always had, you know, a love for surfing big waves and challenging waves, but she's just really led into that more recently, and it's her calling. I mean, she absolutely loves it. She thrives in situations like that, and she tells me that's the moments, you know, she's a pretty hyperactive person who's got a lot going on, but they're the moments where things go quiet and she can really focus, and she just taps into that energy, and it's when she can think clearly. And I mean, it's clearly working for her, because I mean, she's had some amazing moments already this year. I mean, she went down to Shippies and got a couple of nuggets there. She went to Fiji and chased that big swell. So, I mean, she's she inspires me, and I know she's inspiring that next generation of female surfers and men as well.
Absolutely back that, for sure. She's inspiring to women and men, just in her antics, the way she just will tackle anything. The first time I saw Laura Enova, she came as a spectator to a charity event. Luke Steadman, another great surfer who competed on the championship tour, he put on at Avalon, and they had a huge vert half pipe there. Laura was 11. She just grabbed the board and went to the top and tried to take the drop. She got creamed, but she's just always had that go for it attitude. Nathan Hedge, we had him in the booth before talking about, you know, the influence of some of his surfing heroes. Damien Hardman, he was always in awe of Damien Hardman every time he paddled into the lineup, and Tom Carroll and Nathan Hedge have done a lot of work together over the years, just absolutely psyching each other up. But Tom Carroll from Newport, and Newport had a group of surfers too that always pushed the boundaries. We see Bainey go down hard, but Newport had a great cast of surfers. Derek Hind, we hadn't mentioned him. He was a brilliant talent, and of course an unbelievable journalist, and still doing amazing surfing, fins-free surfing, friction-free. And but Tom's older brother Nick too, an Aussie champ a couple of times over. But Tom really, sort of with his performances out here at North Narrabeen in pumping conditions, kind of became synonymous with this wave, even though he wasn't from here. Just had a lot of amazing vision of him at this venue, and also had some obviously fantastic competitive moments as well, Rick.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I do remember watching him compete out here numerous times, and that photo of him with arms outstretched sitting in that barrel out here at Northie is just etched in my mind. Bainey's on a mission here to, well, I don't know what he's trying to do, but
he's just gone down hard a couple of times. I mean, 10 points for effort and trying and commitment.
Absolutely. Yeah, but Bainey, I just love how, you know, he doesn't take life too seriously. He's always up for having a laugh at himself even. And, yeah, it's good times whenever Bainey's around.
Yeah, while we're on the subject of Tom Carroll, you should check out the book that there's been a couple of Tom Carroll books, but the one that his brother wrote is brilliant. It's TC, the tell-all autobiography And it's definitely worth a read, just diving into his amazing life story for both of them, really getting into their life stories. But yeah, Northern Beaches legends, still two of the most unbelievably psyched surfers you'll ever come across, always in the water.
Yeah, I actually did a lot of travel with Tom over the last decade. You know, we've got into board design together. Tom really lent into the whole SUP movement when it came about. He's right into foiling now. Really has, you know, gone from surfer to waterman over the last few decades. He is the king of froth. He loves to share a wave. And, you know, he is just always up for it, you know. He's got so much knowledge, such a calm, easy demeanour about him these days as well. There he goes, the man up and riding.
Well, look at the tuck there. Tommy Carroll deep in the pocket. Almost goes over the foam ball. I should say, too, one of the reasons that Tom... Hedgie loves it. You can see him pumping his fist, screaming, Tommy! That was unreal. But one of the reasons Tom Carroll spent a lot of time in this lineup is that his shaper, one of his first sponsors, was Cole Smith, who's another Hall of Fame surfer, a goofy footer from North Narrabeen, who really, you know, gave surfers a different line to take. He had such an incredible vertical approach. Not too many people could swing a single fin around like Cole Smith, but it did give Tom entry into this lineup. And it's an entry that he's still taking today, deep inside the barrel here.
Well, he's just recovered from surgery. It's taken 10 months, and hopefully he doesn't need surgery again after this thing.
Mate, he's lived more than half his life in that position, deep in the barrel.
Oh,
9.5 minutes to go, and he shakes it off. Flicks a bit of weed out of his system, by the looks of things, and gets himself back to the takeoff zone. But those Pipe Masters victories, Rich, for me, that was, you know, what led to my brother and I think, creating a Tom Carroll shrine in our bedroom. As we see Bainey locking in. Let's dive into the heat recap here and see what these legends have gotten up to. They've certainly been pushing themselves.
Oh, that is one word for it, Ron, for sure. But I think it's been Damien Hardman. He started off great, right? Got a couple of waves under the belt, couple of carving snaps. That's still standing test of time. Couple of moments, actually. Here we go, another snap here, but just coming unstuck. We've seen plenty of carnage as well. But for me, it's been this little nugget here from Laura, just going to town on that last maneuver. I feel like she's still just edging out in the front here. Not that we're scoring, but Hedgie just laying one.
Oh, beautiful carve.
Yeah, beautiful. Sun starting to shine. This is the moment we just witnessed. Tommy Carroll pulling into an absolute trainer.
That's the moment. I mean, it's a fierce closeout, but it gave us just enough of that Tom Carroll magic.
I feel like that could almost trump Laura.
Oh, yeah, that's got Laura covered for sure. Have a look at this afternoon. The sun setting over the Gadigal National Park there. Beautiful view. And we haven't seen too much of that sun this past week. Laura Barab grabbing the rail, looking for a bit of cover here. Gets some vision, goes for the barrel roll. Incomplete.
Barrel roll. Oh, wow.
7.5 minutes left in this one. And there's just so many amazing individuals that you could, you know, touch on here. I definitely want to make a special mention to Mark Warren, who was a North Narrabeen local, and yeah, he had a huge win in the 76 Smirnoff over there in Hawaii on the North Shore, where he still spends a whole lot of time. And he was sort of one of the original surf commentators as well, Mark. He certainly gave me a leg up early on when he was running the broadcast for Quicksilver. But still a great surfer. I got into kiting and foiling like you wouldn't believe. Always fit as a rock. Gorgeous harbour.
Oh, stop. It is beautiful. It's like the first time we've seen the sun in a while. It's nice of it to show its face. But yeah, beautiful afternoon, sun setting over the national park, and this wave looks like an absolute nugget.
Well, Hedgie, he looks right, something that he doesn't do too often, but a beautiful backhand blast there. I think we had Tom on the left. Still 6 minutes to enjoy this sunset and enjoy watching these legends go at North Narrabeen.
Now let's have a look what Tom did on the left here. Deep bottom turn, just getting his foot placement right. And unfortunately, that wave just rallies off down the line.
It's amazing, Rich, on the Northern Beaches stretch, how often you'll bump into these legends and more in the car parks when you're checking the surf.
Yeah.
You know, they're just so still all about the ocean and getting out there every day.
Yeah, absolutely. On any of the beaches, really, up and down the Northern Peninsula here, you know, it's almost a ritual, a morning gathering, a surf check, a conversation with a coffee in hand. And these legends are part of it. You know, Damien is down here every morning checking the surf. Tom up towards, well, he's up sort of around the Avalon area these days, but it certainly happens down at Manly every morning as well.
And the cool thing is they've got so much time for people. They'll stand and have a chat. It's so fun picking their brains. You know, Tom in particular just seems to really relish the opportunity to, you know, just break it down, dive into big moments in his career, talk about what new injury he's trying to recover from.
Oh.
It's really cool, but it is always difficult when you're celebrating legends not to just keep referring to some of those who set the pace. And another trailblazer that I want to mention, a guy that many consider to be the father of Australian surfing, was Snowy McAllister.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who was always thinking about board design and where improvements could be made there. But yeah, he was another one of those founding members of the Australian Surf Riders Association back in the day.
Yeah, well,
another Hall of Famer, the original Hall of Famer.
There's a shrine to Snowy McAllister out on the Ferry Bower Point down at Manly there. If you go right out in between the Winky Pop and the Bower section, there's a rock and it just has a big Snowy painted on it. It was on the wall down at Manly there for a while as well. This is Bainey.
Well, Bainey, I see a lot of Bainey in the surf up around the Avalon area. Still rips in the board riders. Did us all a favour and moved on from senior men's into the Legends division, which he often wins. I don't think he's dropped the Legends heat in some time, but still a big part of it. And Rob's son actually doing really well too, Billy, with his artwork. Rob's wife, Kath, has Indigenous heritage, and Billy, you know, just his work is awesome. Got a couple of pieces, and yeah, it's classic, iconic stuff, and features in many of the galleries around the beaches. As we see Laura taking a late drop. Well, if Laura can't stick a drop out there, you know it's difficult. Super cupped out. She's ridden over bigger steps at ship sterns in the past month. Here goes Nathan Hedge again, looking for the pit. Not quite big enough for the hog, that one.
Yeah, just scouring the trough, isn't he? The hog. Just looking for any
Always
sort
got
of
his
nugget.
Snout in the trough.
Look at these colours here. Finally, the sun has shown its beautiful face and is putting on a bit of a show here.
Hopefully a sign of things to come tomorrow and the next day, I'd say.
Yeah, big day ahead tomorrow, I think. Some new swell. We're going to rise to a fresh south energy. So we'll be down here early to check it out. What a treat.
Day.
Yeah, what a treat. What a day.
Still got the WSL post show coming up, where we'll look at some of the highlights for the round of 16, some big moves laid down, some upset results, and some great quarterfinal heats to dive into. But right now, Damien Hardman on screen, just wanting to wrap up the afternoon with a magic ride. He's had so many here over the years. Still competitive in the Board Riders Club. The president these days. Got his surf shop too down at the south end of the beach.
Here's a good looking ride.
Oh.
And look at a pick off the end of this one is Laura. Drops into it. doesn't opt to pull into this one.
Keep yourself in one piece, Laura. We need you in the booth for the next couple of days.
Yeah, just thinking about the schedules now and what other legends we might be able to pull out of the
I feel like this
woodwork and throw in a jersey and get out there to celebrate.
needs to be a regular thing, I think. It's a good time.
Been lucky enough to see this lot out there a couple of times now. But yeah, over to Bolito for the next Challenger Series stop. You put a Legends heat on in Tahiti though, and Poto's going to show up half the field.
He will, absolutely. Edgy, look at him. He wants one more, just
you can
stinging.
See sharking around the lineup, isn't he?
Looking sharp though.
Yeah, he's, really focused his energy into maintaining his fitness and keeping his surfing at a very high level. 20 seconds to go here. What a spectacle. A great opportunity to tip our cap to some of the greats from this region. Rob Bain, Tom Carroll, Nathan Hedge, Laura Enova and Damien Hartman. This one coming to a close. We would have loved to have gotten them out there in all-time conditions, but it wasn't to be today, but we'll take it. It was a beautiful sunset. And I'm sure everyone down here on the beach enjoyed watching them take to it, enjoyed watching them take a couple of hits.
There was some carnage, all right. But for me, hero moment still goes to TC. That was an epic pit that he pulled into. It was a heaving section. But also the hero for me is just that sunset. It's good to see you again, son. It's been a while.
Yeah, welcome back. And, well, I think there'll be a little line outside the chiropractor down here at the event after this one.
Yeah.
But what a treat. Loved seeing, well, my friends, I can confidently call them all very close friends now. Seeing them perform. And I know all too well, the injuries. And we when we sit down having a coffee, it's often about, the latest injury or ailment that you're trying to overcome and stay fit enough so that we can keep doing this very thing that we love to do and the thing that's brought us all together. We're all part of that big surfing fraternity. And, yeah, what a show. Awesome stuff.
It's been amazing, and it's not over yet. We've still got the WSL post-show coming your way. And we'll break down all the highlights from today, including this ride from Tom Carroll. Welcome to the WSL Post Show, and once again, happy Mother's Day to all the mums out there. Hope you had a fantastic day. We certainly did down here at North Narrabeen for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And what a way to finish off the day for a bunch of surf nerds. It was just the best. Seeing your surfing heroes out there, Chono, your head must have been spinning.
Oh, the sunset, and there was other legends watching. You're engaging conversation. You're talking about this, and you're watching that. Overload of surf froth, and we are so stoked to be here.
Yeah, I mean, icons, Felicity out there, and we could have piled another 30 people into the mix there because this place has always produced so much surfing talent.
Oh, there's so many people to speak about when you speak about the northern beaches here, or down to Bondi if you must.
Or down to Cronulla, Sydney. Greater Sydney.
Don't get yourself in trouble. Don't go down there.
I know. You just can't mention everyone. There's not enough time.
No, but it was so cool to see. Obviously, the waves were a bit, so-so, but how good was it to see all those icons out there for fans to just get it up close to them and just to pay a bit of respect and homage to these absolute heroes.
Yeah, massive tip of the cap. We're going to hear from one of our legends now down there on the beach.
Hog, can I steal a signature too? Hog, how was it out there?
Oh, so fun. I mean, just to be out there, it was, challenging for sure, a little bit onshore, heaps of weed, really bumpy. But, it was super fun, just to be out there. And then the sun popped, after, a few rainy days. It just is this golden light. I think my highlight was getting to see Tommy Cowley's deep come around, and the sun just went boom. We had the yellow rashes just pop and the classic TC stance. And then I just seen him pull up into the thing, and the thing just exploded. It was like a moment I've seen him do it there that many times. It must have been incredible from the beach.
Are you still competitive in heats like this, or do you just enjoy your time out there with all the greats?
That's what was classic, because we're in the inside section at the left here at Northie, and then you could see Duma and TC were just right there, and I was on the inside of them, and nobody wanted to give each other a wave, really. It was pretty classic. I think it's when you see it up at the snapper with Joel and Mick and that, and Dingo and Kelly, it just comes out, and Steph, so it was kind of like that. I think if the lefts had been fully cranking, it would have been pretty interesting.
It seemed like everyone just got annihilated in that heat, though. You actually got a pretty good little drainer after the hooter went, though.
Oh, it's just nuts below sea level in the seaweed too. So you're sort of hitting seaweed and then getting dragged back too. But thanks so much for the invite. Just what a special day. Hey, happy Mother's Day to all the mums out there, and thanks for inviting me. It's really special.
Hog, we wouldn't do it without you. You're an icon down here at Narrabeen, guys. Legends Heat, living up to the glory as per usual. Thanks, Hog.
Thank you. Can't wait to watch tomorrow. It's going to be an awesome day. Finals day.
Yeah, Hoggy. Good times. And, pretty cool to see all the legends get that yellow jersey. That symbolises that you're number one. So we like that.
And as if he wasn't just waiting for the result. He's just waiting to hear, how'd that one score? Yeah.
Well,
that'll be the next question.
Gets it. Tom Carroll gets it.
Without a doubt.
Everyone put together a couple waves, though. Bainey had a three-turn combo, and TC obviously pulling into that tub. That thing was sick.
Yeah, the tub was pretty impressive. Let's talk highlight moments. Round of 16 for the women. We saw some pretty impressive performances, but heat number 5, it was one for the books. It was a big clash too on paper. Bronte McCauley and Sally Fitzgibbons going after it.
Yeah, on paper, this was the heat that I really wanted to watch. Got the pleasure of calling it with you, Matt, and it was entertaining. It lived up to the hype. These two women have both got so much experience on the CT. Sal with obviously more than Bronte, but and they've competed against each other a bit. So Sal got the win. She got two amazing waves, an excellent score, backed it up with a 7. But yeah, on paper, it was the best one on paper, and Sal getting the win there.
How was that one backhand hit that Sally did in that heat, where everyone was kind of struggling to get out in front of that whitewater match? She just absolutely projected out there.
Yeah, she's phenomenal, and she's probably logged in now more heats than any other female in professional surfing competition. She's a legit veteran, and she's getting better.
Yeah, she's going to be really difficult to overcome in this draw. She's got the experience. She seems to have the confidence, and for a few events now, she showed improved form, looking deadly. So let's take a look at the Bailey Ladders bracket and see what these matchups are like on the top side of the draw. Pretty young guns.
Yeah, there is. There's definitely, that is 2 words, young guns, for sure. I'm impressed to see Nadia backing up that performance on the Gold Coast. I mean, she had an amazing performance up there. Quarterfinal finish. She's got another at least quarter here. I mean, quarterfinal number 2. I mean, Alyssa's still a Grom in my eyes. She's still so young, and she's matched up against another super Grom, Erin Brooks, who's looked in form, which is a hard thing to do, to continue that momentum from one event to the next. So that's exciting. But, you know, the back half of the draw too, Sally Fitzgibbons matched up against another Grom, Bella Kenworthy, Yolanda Hopkins, who I'm really glad to see make the quarters here, because she has been going so hard at these meaty sections. I feel like she really deserves it, but she's coming up against the last year's event champion, so that's going to be a great matchup.
6 ninth place finishes in Challenger Series events for Yolanda prior to this event, and she did have a 9th at the first stop, Matt, and just her commitment being rewarded into the quarters for the first time.
Yeah, she is rivaling Sally with the hardest working surfer in the pro surfer in the professional surfing. She goes to Hawaii in the off season, the first time she's ever really done that. Surf for 7 hours and run and exercise every single day, and that's the hard work persevering out there right now. It's really tricky, and both her and Sally standouts. Best thing is, we've got goofy footers one side of the draw, regular footers. It's going to be a pretty cool matchup, whoever makes it.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch that unfold. But let's have a look at what unfolded in the men's event, having a look at one of the highlight heats today. Heat number 3, and Alistair Reginato. I really liked his chances today. He looked so switched on, in full attack mode. But Alejo, his veteran status really paying off.
Yeah, it did, and obviously he ends up getting this heat win the 7-5 and the 6-1, but I've got to tip my hat to Reginato, because he came out of the gates firing, like you said, Ron, and to start with a 7-6-7 that early, you think, oh, wow, okay, he's got some good momentum here. But Alejo was just too strong, just backed up his 7-5 with a 6-1, and Alistair couldn't find a backup.
Yeah, really impressive fight back there from Alejo, who looks reinvigorated. Looks like he's bringing a little bit more to 2024.
Absolutely. Really good matchup, that super even. And Muniz, bringing something we kind of didn't see a few years ago. It's a power game. He's not releasing the fins like he used to. He's staying on rail, and it's brutal when he connects. Yeah,
it's a great observation. Alejo moves on, and he'll have an interesting heat. We're going to have a look at the Bailey Ladders bracket in just a moment. But right now, let's check out the Boost Mobile heat of the day. And this one goes to the local boy with all the support of the North Narrabeen faithful behind him. He gets the job done against a high-scoring Levi Slawson.
Yeah, red hot Levi. He was just attacking these lips. Didn't really make any mistakes. He had a great heat structure. And Geordie, under priority, just stayed super busy and just clicked, catching so many sweet-looking North Narrabeen balls like this. Hard off the bottom and clicked into the lip, down, and it's just like Braille. He can do this blind. He knows it that way. He's done it thousands of times, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, we called this heat. It was super exciting. I mean, and that's what you get when you're a local and you're at your home break, you're surfing in a Challenger Series event, you're channeling all that energy from the North Narrabeen board riders. And I mean, it's easier said than done, because sometimes all that expectation and that pressure can kind of get to you, but he's just running with it, and he's that lone local left in the draw, and you know on that next day of competition tomorrow, they're all going to be down there, they're all going to be supporting him, and the beach is going to be packed.
Yeah, there's 60 years of just grit and competitive mongrel in the North Narrabeen board riders, getting right behind Geordie. In saying that, the guy is so cool in heats, and he's maintained his style and natural free surfing flow through all these battles so far. So he's just really on one at the moment. He's going to be hard to beat. As we have a look at the Bailey Ladders bracket here, all Brazilians on the top side of the draw. They've really performed well here at this contest, but they're going to start knocking each other off.
Yeah, and exactly the flow state with Geordie Lawler. You can see it in Gouveia, Pupo, and Sammy, Alejo. All those Brazilians, they're so on. They've found something here on the Challenger, and it's going to be a dominating semi-final. I can't pick it. Those top 4, incredible.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting. But, I think Geordie, just with his experience, is just making great sense of tricky conditions at the moment. So I'm still backing him to snatch away a win here. And he's not a full-time campaigner on the Challenger Series. So this is a place that he's got to make his move and make his mark, put himself right in the frame for maybe some call-ups later on in the year.
Yeah, for sure. This is where, if he wants to continue this campaign, he's got to make it work. But someone who I've got my eye on is Taro. I feel like he's just fully captured my attention at this event. His brand of surfing is looking exciting here because he's just got this different style and this element of surprise that you just don't know what he's going to do. So, yeah, it's going to be a cracking quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'd say there'll be fans that, getting towards those last few Challenger Series events, holding up tarot signs, cheering him on, because you'd love to see that brand of surfing on the championship tour, Matt.
Yeah, it's stylish, it's powerful, it's clinical, the technique is incredible. And North Narrabeen, a great canvas to possess that. We'll see what tomorrow brings, but I think of Shane Herring when I think of Taro. And
yeah,
I think
that's a good call.
Like goofy footers, like the guys we just saw just then, Geordie channeling a long lineage of North Narrabeen history as well. But it's going to be stacked, and I'm speechless. It was a great day of surfing and more for finals day.
Man, we'll find some more words, mate, because we've got to have a look at the Surfline forecast here and see what is coming our way over the next couple of days. There is plenty to look forward to swell-wise.
Good east swell. We've had that the last few days, but there's an underlying south swell. You can see those purple blobs moving around on its way to Fiji. Tomorrow, it's going to bring some south-southwest winds. We really can't pick it. It's been difficult. It's variable. You and I, Ronnie, we see this stuff all the time growing up here, and it's tricky to put our finger on just what it's going to look like tomorrow, but we know there's going to be waves, 5 to 7 feet faces, but 4 to 6 the next day and trending down. I think tomorrow it could be on if the wind's not too strong in the morning. What are your thoughts, Fleet?
Yours are probably better than mine, but I think tomorrow, it's clear as day right there, a little bit stronger winds. Going to see, I guess we'll rock up, we'll have a look. If those winds aren't too strong, I'm assuming something might get underway, but, Tuesday does look pretty good too, so there's options.
Look, we've done a great job of mowing through the rounds, and we've got our quarterfinals set, so we'll pick the eyes out of these next couple of days, but guarantee we'll be down here to have a look at it early. Well, it's time to have a look at some of the highlight moments from today, and there's plenty of them as we dive into the BioGland Daily Dose. Our top 5 moments, starting at number 5, the Legends Heat. This was always going to be a lot of fun, even though the conditions were tough.
Oh, it was always going to be fun, and I think, it lived up to some of the hype. I mean, there were some big moments here, some big carnage moments. I mean, Laura, and I know we weren't scoring, but when she surfed this wave here, this little 2-turn combo, I was thinking, okay, girl, got the lead. But, I mean, just all of it. This moment here, the sun, Hog, described it perfectly. The sun came out, this bomb came through. Tommy Carroll took the stance and pulled into this massive tube.
So impressive. Coming in at number 4, it's the Brazilian Storm dominating today and powering through that round of 16.
Yeah, all of them. They're actually they're all so pensive and cruising. They've got such this relaxed body language hanging out beforehand. And they're humble, in defeat or in victory. And then these guys, they're so smooth as well. And they're really loving the opportunity at Narrabeen, just giving these surfers plenty of time to chip away at these scores and go excellent. Like Miggy here, look at that, just connected to his equipment.
A lot happening back there in Brazil. I think the surfers are inspired to put in a good performance for home. Alejo, he's been one of the best on his run through this contest. Big hits, and he really saved himself in his clash against Alistair Reginato. 7.5 for that turn. Super impressive. And then this guy just continues to shine, doesn't he? Definitely has marked himself as the man to beat on the Challenger Series this year. Front side, back side, doesn't seem to matter.
Yeah, so stylish. You just have a look at him, just him navigating his way, just like we said with Gouveia and his brother as well. Look at this, just on fire and just inch perfect, and all of them really deserving quarterfinalists.
Nadia Aristabe continues her good run, only just missed out on qualifying last year, is determined to get there in 2024.
Yeah, and she's looking good. I mean, she made finals day up on the Gold Coast, and she's making finals day here now in Sydney. She's got a really strong backhand, but now showing us that she has a really strong forehand as well. So she's continuing to dominate through this draw.
Coming in at number 2, Eli Hanneman. He has been magic through this contest, the highest single ride of the day on the men's side, and also the biggest heat score total.
Yeah, he puts it down to divine intervention. We're putting it down to practice makes perfect. The Windy Island, the Maui surfer, he's done this many times before at home, and he's making it look so easy in the tricky conditions here at Narrabeen.
Yeah, incredible stuff from Eli. Desperate to get himself a big result. But coming in at number 1, and again, going big on her first ride, is Erin Brooks.
Oh, absolute phenom. The Super Grom. the winner of the last Challenger Series event up on the Gold Coast, is just dominating her way through this draw and just surfing so well. And I'm just so impressed that she's been able to keep her composure and her head in the game here, because she's come off a big win and just seems like she's just going to keep continuing with this momentum throughout this draw.
It's not just the performances with Erin, it's the way she competes, not just closing out her heat with, massive turns, but also when she's not with priority, getting around her opponent and really making them think.
Yeah, it's a different Erin. We saw her at the World Juniors at the beginning of the year. I think she's physically grown since then, but incorporating into her performance, really strong, really powerful in proportion, and she's got the air game as well. She tried it, didn't pull it off. I think we'll see more of it tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun watching those quarterfinal matchups play out. It could go down tomorrow morning. We'll be making the call at 7:15 a.m. But on behalf of our broadcast team, who have been working their guts out these last few days, we want to say thanks for watching. Enjoy the highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.